This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary
Members, before we move on to the first item of business, I wish to inform the Assembly that the Criminal Justice Committal Reform Bill received royal assent on the 3rd of March 2022. It will be known now as the Criminal Justice Committal Reform Act and is Chapter 4. The first item of business on the order paper is the consideration of executive business not concluded on Wednesday, the 2nd of March. However, all business was disposed of last week, so we will move on to the order paper. The next item on the order paper is a motion to suspend standing orders 10.2 to 10.4. Clerk, please read the motion.
That standing orders 10.2 to 10.4 be suspended for the 7th of March 2022.
I call John O'Dowd to move the motion.
So moved.
Before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, and as there are ayes from all sides of the House and no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated and the motion is agreed. The next item on the order paper is further consideration stage of the budget bill, and I call the Minister of Finance, Conor Murphy, to move the bill.
Concordia, I move that the further consideration stage of the Budget Bill 2022 is now taken.
As no amendments have been tabled, there is no opportunity to discuss the Budget Bill today. Members will of course be able to have a full debate at the final stage, which is scheduled for tomorrow, Tuesday the 8th of March. The further consideration stage of the Budget Bill is therefore concluded. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. Members, just take a easy moment, please. Okay, members. Next item on the order paper is a motion to approve a draft statutory rule, and I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That the Occupational Pension Schemes Climate Change Governance and Reporting Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
Thank you, and I call the Minister for Communities to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you. And the Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister Hargett.
Thank you. The rule we are considering today introduces requirements for trustees of certain occupational pension schemes to ensure that there is an effective governance of those schemes with respect to the effects of climate change. It also introduces related reporting and publication requirements for trustees of such schemes and confers compliance powers on the pensions regulator. The requirements apply to trustees of schemes on a phased basis from the 1st of October 2021 according to the value of relevant scheme assets or whether the scheme has been authorised for certain purposes. The regulations aim to ensure trustees embed effective climate change risk governance activities and report publicly on how they have done so. This includes requirements relating to governance strategy and risk management requirements, to select and calculate climate-related metrics, and requirements for trustees to set and measure performance against targets, referred to as the governance requirements. The regulations specify who is subject to the governance requirements. The requirements are being introduced on a phased basis according to the value of the relevant assets of the scheme at the end of a particular scheme year. Trustees of authorised master trust schemes are subject to the governance requirements from the 1st of October 2021. The governance requirements will also apply to trustees of schemes that will provide collective defined contribution benefits from the date of the scheme is authorised by the pensions regulator. The legislative framework for the CDC scheme is introduced by Part 2 of the Pension Scheme Act 2021. To recognise that the availability and quality of certain climate-related data may currently be limited, but that is expected to improve over the time. Trustees are required to comply with a number of governance requirements as far as they are able. This is defined in the regulations to mean that they must take all such steps as reasonable and proportionate in the circumstances, taking into account the costs or likely costs which will be incurred by the scheme and the time required spent in taking such steps. The regulations also specify the reporting and publication requirements. Subject to limited exceptions, trustees will be required to produce a report in respect of any scheme year or part of a scheme year in which they are subject to governance requirements. The regulations specify the information the trustees must include in their report, and trustees must produce and publish the report on a publicly available website, accessible free of charge within 7 months of the end of the scheme year. It is therefore expected that once subject to governance requirements, trustees will normally produce and publish a report in respect of each scheme year. In complying with the requirements of the regulations, trustees are required to have regard to guidance issued by my department. The regulations include powers for the pensions regulator to issue compliance notices, third-party compliance notices and penalty notices. For example, where the pensions regulator is of the opinion that a person has failed to comply with the requirement to publish a report on a publicly available website, accessible free of charge, the regulator must issue a mandatory penalty of at least £2,500. A mandatory penalty is considered appropriate in such circumstances, since there has been a complete failure to comply with the publication requirements. In all other cases, it is the discretion of the pensions regulator whether to issue a penalty where the regulator considers that there has been a contravention of the relevant provision in the regulations. Finally, the rule forms part of a package of regulations along with the Occupational Pension Scheme, Climate Change Governance and Reporting, Miscellaneous Provisions Regulations NI 2021, which amend existing pensions legislation to introduce related disclosure and notification requirements and requirements about trustees' knowledge and understanding of matters relating to the effects of climate change on occupational pension schemes. I beg to move.
I thank the Minister for that contribution, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Communities, Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The committee considered this statutory rule at its meeting on the 23rd of September 2021 and understands that the rule will introduce requirements for trustees of certain occupational pension schemes. The regulations form part of a package of regulations which amend existing pension legislation to introduce related disclosure and notification requirements and requirements about trustees' knowledge and understanding relating to the effects of climate change on occupational pension schemes. The requirements are not to ensure that there is effective governance of those schemes with respect to the effects of climate change. As well as this, the regulations will introduce related reporting and publication requirements for such trustees and confer new compliance powers on the pensions regulator. The committee welcomes the additional governance requirements of the regulations, which will ensure that they will apply to trustees of master trust schemes and to trustees of schemes providing collective money purchase benefits. There are huge sums of money involved in pension schemes, and it's only right that schemes are subject to strong governance arrangements. The regulations recognise that the ability and quality of certain climate-related data may currently be limited, so trustees are required to comply with a number of the governance requirements as far as they are able. The committee also welcomes the powers these regulations give to the pensions regulator in issuing, for example, compliance notices and penalty notices, which includes a mandatory penalty of at least £2,500 if the regulator feels that an individual has not complied with the requirement to publish a report free of charge on a publicly available accessible website. Mr Speaker, in conclusion, the committee agreed to recommend that the Occupational Pension Scheme, Climate Change, Governance and Reporting Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be confirmed by the Assembly.
I thank the member, and I call Anya Murphy.
And I will keep my remarks brief today as the detail has already been covered. I want to thank the Minister and the Committee Chair for the summary of the regulations before us today. As we have heard, their intended purpose is to ensure effective governance, by the trustees of particular pension schemes with respect to the effect on climate change. As well as this, the introduction of related reporting. The detail of what this means in practical terms has been clearly outlined, and in the interest of ensuring that any risks to people's pensions are minimised, I am content to support the motion.
Thank you, and I call Mark Durgan.
I think all has been said that I might have said, just to indicate our support for these regulations also.
I thank the member for that entirely, and I call Kelly Armstrong.
Mr Speaker, climate change is expected to have a significant impact on pension schemes' assets, both due to the physical risk associated with a warmer planet and the transition risk that movement towards a low-carbon economy brings in the form of lower valuations of many sectors across the economy. As long-term investors, pension scheme trustees should be especially alive to these risks. At present, evidence suggests that the market does not fully price in climate risk, meaning many assets pension schemes hold may be mispriced. As a result, there is a risk that without intervention, members of pension schemes may be overexposed to the financially material risks of climate change, which ultimately impacts their expected outcomes in retirement. While trustees of pension schemes are already required to consider all financially material risks as part of their fiduciary duty, the Government is seeking to strengthen and clarify the focus on climate change by proposing steps to require increased analysis and consideration of climate change embedded in the decision-making process of trustees, as well as requiring the disclosure of climate risk information. And on that basis, the Alliance Party is absolutely behind the Minister in bringing forward this legislation. Thank you.
And again, I thank the member for that contribution. And I call on the Minister for Communities, Deputy Hargett, to conclude and wind on the debate on the motion.
Thanks very much, and thank you to the Chair and all of those from the committee who spoke on this today. And I suppose what these regulations will do will ensure that the largest occupational pension schemes, as well as authorised master trusts and authorised collective defined contribution schemes, have measures in place to identify, assess and manage climate-related risks. And better management of a climate risk will be in the interests of everyone, both pension savers as well as pension takers. So again, I commend this motion to the House.
Thank the Minister for that. The question is that the Occupational Pension Schemes, Climate Change Governance and Reporting Regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it, members. Members, please take your ease for a moment. We move on to the next item on the order paper. Okay, members. Further consideration stage of the Private Tenancies Bill. I call the Minister for Communities, Deputy Hargett, to move the bill.
I beg to move.
Members will have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of amendments selected list. There is a single group of 10 amendments which deal with rent decreases and notice to quit. I would remind members intending to speak that during the debate on a single group of amendments, they should address all of the amendments in the group on which they wish to comment. Once the debate is completed, any further amendments in the group will be moved formally as we go through the bill, and the question on each will be put without further debate. If that's clear, then we can proceed. We now come to the single group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 1, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 2 to 10. Within this group, Amendments 2, 3 and 9 are mutually exclusive to Amendment 1. Amendment 4 is consequential to Amendment 1, and Amendments 8 and 10 are consequential to Amendment 5. And I call the Minister for Communities, Deputy Hargett, to move Amendment 1 and to address the other amendments in the group. Minister Hargett.
Thanks very much. I beg to move amendment number 1, and I'd like to state from the outset that all of my proposed amendments are intended to bring the bill back within competence. The bill is urgently needed and long awaited by those within the private rented sector, and I don't want to lose the important piece of legislation that's in front of us. My amendment seeks to improve the drafting of the bill as amended at consideration stage. to ensure the clauses operate properly, maintain consistency with the bill or relevant parent legislation, or address potential practical difficulties in implementation. And for that reason, I will keep my comments brief. In terms of Amendment 1, the issue of affordability within the private rented sector is a priority for me. I had already asked my officials to begin work to look at the fair and affordable rents in both the private and social sectors, and I've always been clear that this will be taken forward as part of the second phase of the private rented sector reform. So I know that the amendment is well intended, but it cannot be done like this. I have made it clear that, with legal advice that I have, that the amendment introduced at consideration stage puts the whole bill outside competence. Very simply, you will have to vote for an Amendment 1 to keep everything else within the bill, and particularly all of those protections that are contained within it. Amendment 1 places a duty on my department to conduct a consultation on a rent reduction and rent freeze. This is in keeping with the spirit of the amendment which was passed by the Assembly at consideration stage. The consultation will result in a report to be produced and laid before the Assembly within 6 months of the bill receiving royal assent. With the amendment and the regulation making powers included, a flexible approach to ensure that any rent reduction would, as far as possible, achieve its policy intent and avoid unintended consequences for those living within the private rented sector. And in front of us today, there are two clear choices for this House. In terms of delivering a bill that will deliver the protections that are set out within it, or to accept the amendment which was voted on at consideration stage, which is impossible to deliver at this time. I have clearly set out that the clear legal advice that if that was to move ahead, it's unworkable, and therefore the bill would be beyond competence and the bill would fall, which would mean that all of those long fought for protections that are included within this bill would also fall. And indeed, I'm sure many have been contacted by housing campaigners who are really, really concerned at that prospect. In terms of Amendment 4, it's consequential to Amendment 1. Amendments 2, 3 and 9 tabled by Jerry Carroll also relate to Clause 7. I have made clear advice that Jerry Carroll's amendments at consideration stage will put the bill outside of competence and would lead to the bill falling. This would not change if the Assembly agreed the amendments he has tabled today. These amendments do nothing to address the unintended consequences of the provisions and amendments, and indeed the proposed amendments are not even enforceable either. The Department has further advised that Amendments 2 and 3 are defective in their drafting. For example, the offence created by Amendment 3 has the potential to criminalise the tenant as well as the landlord. Amendments 5, 6, 7, 8 and 10 relate to Clause 11 and the notices to quit. Together they set out that the Department will carry out work to develop exemptions to the new longer notices to quit which the Assembly voted for. The longer notices to quit will come into effect when those regulations are made, and in the meantime there will be a transitional arrangement replicating the notices to quit in the bill as laid. This will prevent the notice periods from reverting back to those in operation before the Coronavirus Act, and these transitional arrangements will come into place when the Coronavirus Emergency Act ends, or as soon as possible afterwards, depending on royal assent. The development of exemptions will keep the bill within competence. The amendments also refine the tiers of notice periods, depending on the length of tenancy, and states the notice period in weeks and months rather than days. This is in response to comments made by many Assembly members during the consideration stage and will be further clear for landlords and tenants. I would like to thank Ciara Ferguson, whose original amendment was passed by the House, for working with my officials to refine the clause and ensure this part of the bill is brought back to within the competency. And in summary, my amendments will bring the bill within competence and ensure that all vital protections for tenants within it come into place as soon as possible. I commend these amendments in Group 1.
Thank you, Minister. I call Paula Bradley, Chairperson of the Communities Committee.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Committee for Communities, I welcome the further consideration stage of this bill. As we debate these amendments, I'd like to reiterate a couple of points I made at consideration stage. During its deliberations, the committee bore in mind that the private rented sector accounts for a significant proportion of the housing stock here in Northern Ireland, over 17% in fact, and that sector is home to a considerable number of vulnerable households. We focused on the purpose of the bill to amend the Private Tenancies Northern Ireland Order 2006 as the first stage of a further long-term programme of reform, which we were assured will include dealing with issues of fair rents. The committee also aimed to find a balance between protecting tenants and over-regulation, which may drive landlords from the sector, thus compounding housing problems. The legal fate of this bill may well hinge on what is decided today in this House regarding the proposed amendments. At its committee meeting last Thursday, the committee was briefed on the Minister's amendments now before us today, which we were advised are to refine and address issues arising from amendments passed at its consideration stage and to protect the integrity of this bill. The committee was also advised that the Department is of the view that if these amendments are passed, the bill would be brought back within competence. As the committee has no official position on these amendments, I will just highlight the key points of our briefing to assist members of the House with decisions before us today. The Minister's amendments to Clause 7. Officials advised the committee that these aim to keep Mr Carroll's policy intentions, but to ensure legal competence. It places a duty on the Department to consult on the issue of rent decreases and rent freezes and to lay a report on the outcome of this consultation before the Assembly within 6 months of royal assent. It also gives the Department powers to make regulations to reduce or freeze rent following this consultation. We were advised that these powers align to the proposal in Mr Carroll's original amendment. Mr Speaker, moving on then to Clause 11, I highlighted the committee's position on Clause 11 at consideration stage. We were put in a difficult and unusual position as the Department's consultation on notice to quit commenced during our deliberations and ended after the committee reported on the bill. During committee stage, we sought our own legal advice on Clause 11, but decided to reserve our position to allow the consultation to run its course. At our meeting last Thursday, officials advised us that much work had been done on Clause 11 since consideration stage. We were advised that the amendments now ensure that the new, longer notices will not be introduced until exemptions are in place. The clause now gives some detail of these exemptions and provides that they and other changes can be made by draft affirmative regulations. The aim is also to lessen potential confusion by reducing the number of tiers to 4 and by stating the longer notice periods in weeks and months rather than in days. The committee were advised that in the interim, the amendment makes a transitional provision, i.e. the notice periods in the bill as originally laid from the day after the Private Tenancies Coronavirus Act 2020 ends, or as soon as possible after that, depending on when royal assent is given. The committee understands that these amendments have been drafted to be closely aligned to the amendment passed at consideration stage, and if passed by the Assembly, it is the view of the Department that they would bring the bill back within competence. Mr Speaker, I want to make a few comments of my own as well. I have to say that following what I would just call a shambles 2 weeks ago, I received many phone calls from people who work within that sector, especially within the voluntary and community sector, raising major concerns as to what had been passed in this House. Taken in tandem, or taken coupled together, both of those major amendments, Mr Carroll's and Ms Ferguson's as well, many housing providers or those that work within the voluntary and community sector felt that that would be detrimental to our private housing sector. I want to turn to Mr Carroll's amendment. We had spoken in this chamber, as did I think the Ulster Unionist Party, the Alliance Party, the SDLP and Sinn Féin, against Mr Carroll's amendment. All parties raised their concern, voiced their concern about competency. We all spoke about it. We all said in this chamber, and it's on the record, that none of us could support Mr Carroll's amendment. Yet when it came to the oral vote, Mr Speaker, that was not the case. Now, we have to look at how we do legislation here. And I heard it reported actually this morning on the radio, some nonsense about how MLAs did not know what they were voting for and they had made a mistake. Absolutely nonsense, absolutely wrong. It was purely political, and it was done to populist decisions were being made, and that is wrong. Yes, go ahead.
I thank the member for giving way, and she makes a very valuable contribution. Would she agree with me, my sense of bewilderment, that after speaking against that the Minister and indeed her department, that the Minister could then lead her Sinn Féin MLAs to vote for the amendment after telling us all how it wasn't legally competent, was out of scope with the bill, and indeed would lead it into the troubles that it's here today?
I thank the member for his intervention. I absolutely agree with him. I fail to understand how Sinn Féin, after everything that they had said during that debate, could come back and support Mr Carroll's amendment, and also the SDLP, who shouted in favour of it as well. It comes to a stage, and we know we're at the end of the mandate, and we know we have an election looming, but we have to look at what is populist legislation and what is good legislation and what is right legislation. And we really did run the risk 2 weeks ago of this bill falling. Now, some will say, well, then why did the DUP not shout from the benches, and why did they not stop it? We did shout from the benches, but when it came to the vote, we decided we weren't going to push that vote, because we were not going to be the saviours of this bill. This bill is all of our bill. It's every member in this House, and it's their responsibility of all members to make good legislation and not populist legislation. So it was extremely disappointing how that ended up. So, Mr Speaker, I understand the work that has been done by the Department. Indeed, various parties, ourselves, the Ulster Unionist Party, the Alliance Party and the SDLP, we all worked on amendments last week that would try to bring this bill back into competence. We worked along with the bill clerk, and we also spoke to the Department to see how we could assist, because we felt that we were letting people down. We worked so hard on this bill, and we wanted to see a really good, effective bill being brought back into competence. So all of those four parties worked closely and hard together last week to try and bring that about. But thankfully, whenever we had spoken to the Department about the amendments that the Minister has now brought forward, we were content that those amendments will save this bill. And this is what we are doing. We are saving this bill because we don't want this bill to fail. The committee worked really hard on this, and there's some really good stuff within this bill that our private rented sector rely on and they need. So we will be supporting the Minister's amendments. So we will, because if we don't support them, this bill will inevitably fall. So that is the last thing that we want to see. But I just want to finish just by reminding members again, what is populist and what is right are two very different things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson, for that. And Nicole Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As we all know, this bill is vitally important at this current time and includes a vast range of protections for tenants within the private rented sector. I'll not go into detail. However, these include but aren't limited to ensuring receipts for payments in cash, ensuring tenants cannot be charged in excess of 1 month's rent for a deposit or have their rents increased multiple times in a year, strengthening safety and protection for tenants by introducing a legal requirement around the provision of fire, smoke and carbon monoxide alarms, introducing regulations to increase energy efficiency standards, which will assist in lowering fuel costs and ensuring people are warm and comfortable in their homes, and strengthening the notice to quit period to provide a larger safety net to protect tenants from eviction. Sinn Féin's Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargey, and her predecessor, Carol McCullaghan, have announced a series of fundamental reforms needing to be introduced within our housing sector as a matter of urgency, which has gone on to be described as the biggest shake-up in public housing since the inception of the Housing Executive over 50 years ago. This is one piece of those reforms. This bill recognises that the private rented sector is the second largest housing tenure here, housing a vast number of people with incredible complex needs. This bill is aimed at ensuring that those people are better supported to have access to accommodation which is affordable, which is secure, and which is of a decent standard suitable to their needs. International human rights law recognises that everyone has a right to an adequate standard of living, and this includes having security of tenure to ensure stability and security for individuals, workers and their families. Housing, as we all know, is the golden thread impacting upon our access to employment, our support networks, our community services, our healthcare and other vital services in our communities. This means that those within the private rented sector, like any other housing tenure, must be afforded a place to live in peace, security and stability. This means having secure tenure, having availability of services and having housing accessible to their needs. This means housing which is genuinely affordable. Sinn Féin Minister for Communities has therefore introduced within the legislation a ban on rent increases within annual periods and outlawing any more than 1 month's rent being charged for deposits. I want to welcome and support the further amendments brought by the Minister at this further consideration stage, which includes in placing a duty on the Department to quite quickly consult on the policy of rent decreases and rent freezes, and enables them the power to make regulations on this following consultation as appropriate. It also includes an amendment to simplify the tiers I had proposed in relation to notice to quit periods. This is in response to some of the comments received previously on the matter, and I have worked with the Department officials over the weekend, 2 weekends ago, to ensure we could ensure this bill remained in competence and my amendment. Sinn Féin believe that this is unquestionably a fundamental shared duty for us as legislators to ensure the bill is protected and the bill proceeds to become law, in order that tenants within the private rented sector receive the broad range of protections included within the scope of this bill. That is a shared priority for the housing bodies and organisations such as Housing Rights, Renters' Voice and others that have been in contact, who are dealing on a day-to-day with tenants in both the social and private rented sector and who have always prioritised their best interests. Therefore, we will be supporting the Minister's proposal in relation to rent regulation to ultimately amend the previous new additional clause 5C, which, as drafted, cannot be implemented. There is no legislative fix and will ultimately sacrifice real protections needed urgently for renters. Thank you.
Thank you, Member, for that contribution to the call. Mark Durgan.
Concordia. Protections for private renters in Northern Ireland have been severely lacking to date. There hasn't been any specific legislation in place to protect private renters, many of whom have been pushed into the sector given the dearth of social housing stock. The past 2 years have highlighted the importance of secure, stable housing and the central role that it plays in all of our lives. The emergency legislation introduced by the Minister during that time to ensure that everyone did have a roof over their heads showed what can be achieved through a robust homelessness prevention framework. The need for protection such as this will be even more pronounced now and in the months ahead in the context of a cost of living crisis. This bill, however, does mark the first step of a robust framework of measures to strengthen tenancies and add a level of security within the private rented sector. The bill's provisions have been outlined at length in previous stages, and we've been reminded of many of them today. I appreciate that since we last met or just debated the bill at consideration stage here at Concordia, a great deal of reparatory work has been undertaken by various MLAs, as the Chair had mentioned, by departmental officials and Bill Office officials to bring this bill back into legislative competence. At this point, I'd like to make a special mention to Housing Rights, whose efforts to undo the unintended damage caused and prevent the total collapse of this vital piece of legislation has been greatly appreciated. We stand here today almost, and the Chair didn't use the words, but she conveyed the impression that we stand here today on a rescue mission almost, with the Minister now bringing forward amendments to salvage whatever can be salvaged from amendments which she warned against and which her own party voted for, and they weren't alone. I'll speak briefly to the amendments before us, Concordia, as I appreciate the Minister and my committee colleagues have covered much of the detail already. In terms of rent decreases, we believe the Minister's amendments prove the best attempt at bridging the legislative gap posed by Mr Carroll's well-intentioned Amendment 13 to Clause 7. Amendment 1 maintains the spirit of the original while tying up the loose ends and introducing clauses to address its unintended consequences. I welcome that consideration will be given on a case-by-case basis and believe a consultation process will be a vital provision to understand concerns of the sector and impacts within the sector. Should this regulation come to pass, we'd like to see an assessment process implemented to ensure any decrease in rent is means tested as well, protecting those who need it. Turning to Amendment 2, while we understand again the intent behind reducing the tenancy length stipulation to 1 month, we fear that such a clause runs the risk of increased notice to quits in advance of this bill reaching royal assent. Rather than protecting private renters, it could, and I'd say would, put them at greater risk. Likewise, Amendment 3 almost creates an unfair balance of rights. While protecting tenants is the foremost aim of this bill, and I've no doubt that's foremost in Mr Carroll's mind, it's certainly foremost in mine, its implications further threaten the bill's competency and is essentially a risk not worth taking. Notice to quit enhancements are undoubtedly the priority clause within this bill. We've seen how effective COVID emergency legislation proved to be in the prevention of homelessness for private renters. The numbers made homelessness almost halved by extending notice to quit period from 4 weeks to 12 weeks. That emergency legislation is due to come to an end on the 4th of May. As such, it's important that immediate protections are in place to fill the legislative gap. We would have preferred a 12-week notice to quit period for tenancies over 12 months and 8 weeks under 12 months, but appreciate the Department have done their best with what they have been given. Amendments 5 and 8, in essence, tie up the loose ends posed by Ms Ferguson's amendment to Clause 11, reducing the original 6-tier timeframes for notice to quit to more succinct and clear 4 tiers makes it more manageable and easier to understand. Setting out timeframes in weeks as opposed to months also improves clarity. While we welcome action to mitigate the unintended risk caused at consideration stage, these amendments may be, and harken back to the conversations I had with other MLAs last week, they maybe don't go quite as far as we would have liked, given there's a 2-year time frame to make regulations following royal assent. We're hopeful that the subsequent legislation to strengthen security of tenure and grounds for eviction will be progressed or completed by then. It's important to stress that the provisions set before us today are just one piece of the puzzle. They require a broader framework of measures to maximise their impact and their benefit to people. To conclude, Concordia, we support the Minister's amendments, and given that they all but render Mr Carroll's amendments obsolete, we shan't be supporting those today. I do welcome, once again, the broad principles of this bill as the first step of essential reform for the private rented sector, and acknowledge that major legislative steps are required within the next mandate to provide tangible protections and security of tenure for people within the private rental sector.
Thank you, and I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As the members will be well aware, the last number of months have been challenging for these institutions as we work to pass legislation at an unprecedented rate. And while there is no doubt that in many instances the legislation that is passed will have a positive and meaningful impact on the lives of many across society, we still have to proactively work to ensure that the level of scrutiny on that legislation is at its highest level. And I suppose over this last couple of weeks we've seen the need for that more so. Just as we own good legislation, Mr Speaker, equally we don't want to own bad legislation if it were to happen. However, it is important to remember first and foremost that that's what we're here to do, and that is to legislate. And there will be many times that we have to choose the unpopular path to avoid making bad legislation. Turning to the amendments before us today, I first want to thank and commend departmental officials because there is no doubt that they were bounced by some of the amendments supported at the consideration stage, and undoubtedly there will have been countless hours that have gone on to shaping these amendments before us today, especially in the short window between the consideration and further consideration stage. We will be supporting all the departmental amendments in the name of the Minister, despite the majority of parties raising concerns and indicating their opposition due to the potential unintended consequences. The will of many in this House last week was to pass the amendments relating to rent decreases. As we indicated at consideration stage, we both understood and appreciated the intent behind the amendment. However, we were concerned that it could have unintended consequences, and that remains to be our view. We feel that Departmental Amendment 1 tries to address the potential for unintended consequences. Indeed, many across the housing sector share this position. We would repeat our calls that the Minister should look at providing assistance through a targeted financial support scheme, especially in light of the rising living costs. We would also repeat, as highlighted at the consideration stage, that during the next phase of the private rented sector reform following the election, the need to consider providing a private rented housing panel similar to that in Scotland that would assess and adjudicate on the proportionality of rent increases. As we have also highlighted at the consideration stage, we would have liked to have been in a position to support an enhancement to the notice to quit periods. However, we felt that without wider consideration of what exemptions might have been required, the risk of unintended consequences was at this stage too great. However, the will of the House at this stage was to pass the notice to quit amendments. Therefore, Amendment 5, which, as previously indicated, we will support, is necessary. It provides an easier understanding of the notice to quit periods than that previously provided for under the amendment at the consideration stage, whilst also providing that in cases falling within the circumstances set out in paragraph 6, the relevant period of the purposes of paragraph 1 is as prescribed in the regulations. Those are that A, the tenant is in substantial arrears of rent, B, the tenant or a member of the tenant's household has engaged in serious antisocial behaviour in or in the locality of the dwelling house, and C, the tenant or a member of the tenant's household is convicted of a relevant criminal offence. And finally, Mr Speaker, can the Minister, maybe perhaps in her wine, detail the relevant criminal offence or offences as per subsection 6C of Amendment 5, and will this be detailed in regulations? Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I thank the member, and I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Alliance Party, I will be supporting the Minister's amendments today at further consideration stage. As she has said, these will bring the bill back into legal competency. There is too much for tenants and for landlords in this legislation to allow it to fall. I was contacted after consideration stage, as many others were, by renters and by housing rights and other organisations in a blind panic about the amendments that had been brought forward, because they realised that unfortunately Mr Carroll's amendment was not legally competent and therefore would bring this bill into difficulties, and it wouldn't be able to go forward even after final stage. Therefore, they were asking for the amendments, and as the chair of the committee has already mentioned, members of the committee got together to pull some amendments together to try to save this bill, but thankfully the Minister and her team had already done so, and we were delighted then to see that these amendments had come forward. But I will give heart to Mr Carroll. He had looked for a rent decrease. He's now got a consultation on that rent decrease, so that will not, it hasn't disappeared completely. There will be a consultation going forward to consider that. But what I will say is, as an effect of consideration stage, I was made aware of a number of landlords who had already contacted their tenants to tell them that they were putting their rent up in advance of the bill receiving royal assent, because they couldn't afford the 10% reduction that had been put in the last amendment stage. Consultation is the right way to go, and as the Minister has said, this is the first part of another piece of legislation that will come forward in the next mandate. In this piece of legislation that we have in front of us, we have very good things for tenants. It limits the amount of deposit that can be asked for, it limits the amount of times that rents can be increased, it provides for better standards when it comes to electricity and health and safety within those tenancies, within those places that they live. I have to say that I'm absolutely delighted with the Clause 7 amendments that have been brought forward today by the Department. I'm also very pleased with Amendment 5 that has been brought forward because it simplifies the amendment that Ms Ferguson has brought forward, and I was delighted to hear that Ms Ferguson had worked with the Department on this amendment, because whenever I spoke to renters and we talked about the number of days for notice to quit, they were as confused as I was. So at the moment then we have in Clause 11 a new way of wording those notices to quit that's better, easier to understand for tenants and easier to understand for landlords. It is also appropriate that there are exemptions to those notices to quit. I see it as the other way round. And when I think about older people or people with disabilities who, when they give notice to quit or have been given notice to quit, they need to find an alternative place to live that will suit their needs, and that may take a longer time. But I have concerns. There are people out there who, through antisocial behaviour or other reasons, may fall foul of those exemptions and may be evicted. And one of the things that we have to do, even though it's a very small number of people in Northern Ireland, is to consider we cannot put people out on the streets. We cannot make people completely homeless. So I would like to think that in any future considerations for notices to quit, that we consider what we will do with those people who would be exempt from these and who may find themselves out of statutory accommodation or private accommodation, outside of social sector accommodation because of their actions. Usually with those people there are other things that they will have involvement with, whether that's the health service or other services. But as I said, on behalf of Alliance, we will be supporting these amendments. I think that they do actually achieve a lot of the clarifications that we required at consideration stage. I think it does actually achieve some of what Mr Carroll does, maybe not as straightforward as he wanted it to happen, but the consultation is there, and it means that a wider public will be able to respond to that and what they think about those rents. But for now, I'm happy to support the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. And I can now call Paul Fruit.
Mr Speaker, and wow, if you are a student of politics or a student of media, you certainly have added to the curriculum that you could well study about politics in this place. But lest anyone be in any doubt, there was no mistake at consideration stage. People knew exactly what they were doing. No one was asleep at the wheel, because everyone that was in this chamber had worked on this for months. People in this room knew exactly what they were doing, and so should own the consequences. Not only because they had worked on it for months beforehand, in committee and outside of committee, but because the Minister of Communities warned us, as she has done today. Minister says today, as I quote, "It is impossible to proceed as this bill stands. Housing campaigners are really concerned." Can I just say at this stage, Mr Speaker, that it is commendable the work of Housing Rights, the body, when they saw the dangers straight away and contacted us all, some even nearly before the bill was debated, as to the problems around what the bill now is designed to do. And they have worked tirelessly to try and rescue the situation, as have the Department of Communities officials, and I give them that credit. Because they, the Department themselves, have been placed in nearly an impossible position because of petty party politics, all centred around West Belfast. That's ultimately what we witnessed play out in this chamber a couple of weeks ago, whereby the Minister says one thing and her party does another, whilst the Minister says one thing but then stays stum, stays quiet when it comes to the verbal vote, with the party behind her shouting aye. What were they shouting aye for? They were shouting aye for a 10% cut in rent and a freeze for 3 years thereafter not exceeding the level on which the rents now sit at this present time. That's what the party opposite voted for when they voted for Jerry Carroll's amendment. As I said at that stage, I can understand why Jerry Carroll moved that amendment. It's in his politics. It's his politics DNA. I can understand that. It's where he's at in the political spectrum. It's probably where Sinn Féin are, too, in the political spectrum. But they were so spooked by the one member bringing this amendment that they got themselves in such a muddle that the minister did one thing, said one thing, and the party did the other. What a shambles. And the minister warned us that day. The minister warned her own party that day, and I think the most common word that she used was concern. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, "I have concerns that the clause would apply only retrospectively to all tenants, which would impact signed and binding contracts and could cause concerns that would veer into contract law. The amendment would only apply to tenants in existence at royal assent. It would not apply to any new tenancies after that date, thereby creating an inequality." This is what Sinn Féin voted for. It would easily be avoided by a landlord ending and restarting a tenancy. It would also apply in areas where rents have fallen recently as well as where they have increased. The members have suggested no penalty for landlords who choose to ignore it. We will have to be realistic and stay within the confines of the law, the minister warned. I do not think that the amendment does that. It would also risk putting the whole bill outside of competence and potentially the bill falling. Given that we are coming to the end of a mandate, that would prove fatal for the bill, and we would lose all the other protections that are in it. I urge caution with regards to this amendment. The minister warned her own party the ramifications of supporting this amendment. She goes on, "I have concerns that the bill will not have the desired outcome of protecting people in the way that the amendment proposes." Housing Rights have told us that. They could have told us that before the debate. And whenever Mr. Carroll made an intervention to the minister to seek clarification, the minister came back with, "The concern is about the competency of the amendment. Given the legal advice that I have received, I completely agree with the policy intent of what they are trying to do, or what you're trying to do. Indeed, that is what I am trying to do. However, the bill is progressing in a confined mandate. There are 3 weeks in the mandate left. The legal advice says strongly that, without the additional work that is needed on the inequalities and on what we can do to introduce a fair rent model that has appropriate caps and reductions where necessary, progressing in the way that is proposed would cause the bill to fall. That would mean that we lose all the protections in the bill." I go on, and I'll finish, Mr. Speaker, with this quote. "On the basis of the legal advice," this is the minister speaking, "my concern is about the competency of the amendment, that the entire bill would be called into question and that it may fall. I raised that concern when I introduced the bill." Every single person in this room heard the minister speak that day, even her own party members. But yet this amendment passed on the shout of People Before Profit and Sinn Féin. If you were a student of politics, wouldn't you spend hours going over this and saying what actually went wrong? Yes, I will.
I thank the member for giving way and quite elegantly putting out his case. If only the party officer or party opposite said it with such conviction on the day. But could the member say, yes, an interesting case study for students of politics, but what of the people of West Belfast? Who should they believe? People Before Profit, or the screeching brakes of the Sinn Féin machine sitting opposite?
And I thank the member for his intervention, and I will go on to the screeching brakes, because that's exactly what these amendments are. lest nobody be confused if a politician knocks the home of someone living in West Belfast. Jerry Carroll put down his amendment because he believed in what he was doing. I don't agree with him. I didn't support the amendment, but I can understand his party and his politics and the spectrum which he's on. He can actually go round, as I said at the other stage, and say, he can go round and say, I tried to get you a 10% decrease in your rent. Sinn Féin, however, cannot. And how dare they that they would try? They have tried, but they fall well short. And not only did they fall well short, they nearly scuppered this bill that would actually add protections, raise standards for the private rented sector. And let it be warned and noted of all the other parties around this House. When it's time to cheap up, you speak up. You can't say in a debate one thing and then sit in your hands and keep your mouth shut the next. We will not be a battering ram for any party here to play populist politics. It ain't going to happen. And so people should be aware of that. Yes, I will. Yeah.
Thank the member for giving way, and he talks about the narrative and adequately says, how could Sinn Féin with a straight face go around the doors and say one thing that they did in here and one thing that they'll be advocating in their communities. But I would say to the member, would he agree with me, that they have form for such actions. I think it was just last week that they tried to hijack Pat Catney's period poverty bill, claiming that they were the great deliverers of such a bill. So surely to goodness, not just members in this chamber can see the hypocrisy of their position, but surely the people of West Belfast and other constituencies will also.
Just in case the member responds to that, we are sticking to the amendments here today, please.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Yes, you would think there was an election coming around the corner in 2 months' time with all this popular stuff. But to go on to the amendments, Mr Deputy Speaker, and my colleague said about screeching brakes. Well, you can hear it jumping out in this paper. You can hear the brakes screeching when you read these amendments. Amendment number 1, clause 7, page 8, line 18. Now this clause, which is nothing more than a rescue clause, is something that I'm sure the Department did not want to do. So we're now in a position where the Department has to move on something they didn't want to do because of a shambles of a party opposite. The Department may, by regulation, do either or both of the following regarding the rent payable under private tenancies. Provide that for a prescribed period the rent is or may not exceed a prescribed proportion of a rent that would be payable apart from the regulation of cap. Or provide that for a prescribed period the rent is or may not exceed the rent that was payable under it on a prescribed date or during an earlier prescribed period. It goes on to talk about the regulations under paragraph 2 may not specify for the purposes of the subparagraph A of that paragraph a proportion that is less than 90%. That is the only time that I see any allusion or alluding to rent decreases 5C, clause 7. The 90% is now stating is the only nod to the 10% cut. But when you read on down that amendment, you can see exactly what the Department and now the Minister is trying to do. It will be very interesting to see what our party does in this regard. Because paragraph 6 states the Department may consult the following persons as to whether to exercise the powers conferred in paragraph 2. So all of a sudden, we've went from a 10% cut in rent and a freeze for 3 years that Sinn Féin voted for. We're now saying the Department must consult the following persons as to whether to exercise the powers conferred in paragraph 2. Paragraph 2, of course, says the Department may, by regulations, do either or both of the two things I just read out. Screeching brakes from the Communities Minister. What will she tell her constituents? What will Sinn Féin tell their constituents in West Belfast now? The Department, part 7, the Department must prepare a report on the consultation and lay the report before the Assembly, and publish it in such manner as the Department considers appropriate. Paragraph 8. The Department must lay and publish the report under paragraph 7 before the end of a period of 6 months, beginning with the day on which the Private Tenancies Act, Northern Ireland 2022, receives royal assent. Wow, that's quite a big turnaround. 6 months. Commend the Department. Paragraph 9. If the Department does not make regulations under paragraph 2 before the end of a period of 12 months, beginning with the debate on which it lays the report under paragraph 7, this article ceases to have effect at the end of that period. Not only do we see screeching brakes, but we see a U-turn from the Minister and Sinn Féin. So, lest nobody be under any confusion, this is a complete reversal of Jerry Carroll's amendment. Don't try to fool the people. It doesn't matter when the election is. You should never try to fool the people. The people are facing massive hikes in cost of living. Not only energy, fuel, petrol, heating oil, food. Do not try and fool the people. Do not treat them as fools with your party stunts and your theatre in this room. You know exactly what you voted for. The parties who stayed quiet knew exactly what they were doing. We forced the bells to ring, but yet we saw across this chamber the hypocrisy of Sinn Féin. That will not go unnoticed, and there must be a light shone on it. I move on, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to Amendment 5. Again, another rescue clause. A rescue clause, nonetheless, from the Minister's own party colleague. Now, to be fair on the Minister, she did say that this would have to be worked on. So let's place that on record. But what the amendment does is takes away some of the confusion, takes away some of the ridiculous time periods. Instead of 6 tiers now, with 4. Now, I'm on record as supporting the principle around tiers. I have no problems with that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But it is the complication for both tenant and landlord, and the time duration, the period, which I am not happy with. We're still talking about 4 months if the tenancy has been in existence for more than 12 months, but not for more than 3 years. Why 4 months? Why 3 years? 6 months if the tenancy has been in existence for more than 3 years, but not for more than 8 years. Why 6 months? Why 8 years? 7 months if the tenancy has been in existence for more than 8 years. Why 7 months and why 8 years? And of course, screeching brakes again. The Department may, by regulation, provide, in cases falling within the circumstances set out in paragraph 6, the relevant period for the purposes of paragraph 1, as is prescribed in the regulations. That's the Department trying to bring regulations in to set exemptions. Fair enough. I would support exemptions. But the whole clause is subject to regulations made under 5. So the tiers won't come in until regulations are made. Screeching brakes again from this community's minister because of an amendment from her own party colleague. Why are we allowing 7 months? Why is 7 months required? It's better than it was before. I think it was 8.5 months or 7.5 months. 196 days, 224 days. ridiculous. So this amendment improves the situation, but it still doesn't bring us to a suitable landing zone or completion or destination. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that's probably because this has been a shambles from the word go. And I'll tell you why. With regards to the notice of quit issue, the Department consulted on notice to quit in the midst of considering this bill. It was indeed at committee stage that the Department announced to us that they were going to consult on a notice of quit, and that they were going to do I think it was an 8-week consultation, and they were going to try and bring the findings and conclusions to this House. Now, I've been here a long time, 12 years, and cogs turn very slowly. And I get so frustrated when cogs turn very slowly. But for some time, it's a good reason. It's to prevent and slow down mistakes taking place and happening. But yet, on this issue, there's urgency. Urgency to the point that the Department would consult, bring in all those findings, and then within weeks, produce an outcome for that consultation. When most other consultations takes half a year or a year to announce or to publish. Why the haste on this issue? So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think this has been a shambles from the word go. And of course, the bill itself, Private Tenancies Bill, could have done much, much more. The scope could have been a lot wider. I take the point about the end of mandate, and that is a real threat for doing too big a piece of legislation. But the things that this bill does do doesn't even do it well. And now, because of party politicking from West Belfast, it's even a bigger shambles. And there was real concern out there. And I would suggest that the actual amendment being passed its consideration stage has probably already had an impact, a negative impact on the market out there. It probably already has skewed people's practices. It maybe already has provoked landlords to either re-change their terms, stop a tenancy agreement, or put up the rent. Now, I hope that's not the case. But that is the reality of these clauses that we debate in this House. So let this be a lesson for this House. Coming up to the end of a mandate, when we are trying to push so much legislation through in the limited time that we have, think clearly, think correctly. For every action you take and for every inaction you make. Think about it, and let's do it right. Not because it's populist, not because there's an assembly election in 2 months' time. Let's get legislation right. It's not about how much legislation is passed. It's about the material within the bills and the content. Let's make sure we do legislation right in this place, so that we don't have any negative impacts on the people that we're meant to serve. And you know, people who are struggling to pay rents are the people who would have been the victim of this shambles. They would be the ones who would suffer. That's undeniable, but it's also shameful that this was allowed to happen. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Agus na Jerry Carroll on Con'd.
Mr. Speaker, at the consideration stage of this debate, I spoke about the difficulty faced by private renters, the tough times they face, and the fact that landlords are allowed to fix prices in an unregulated way, however they see fit. I brought an amendment to that effect to reduce and freeze rents, which, after listening to the startling comments of other parties, I was happy to see pass and go through the House. And since then, there's been some scrambling to try and explain what happened and what went on and why. And I'll give you my 2 cents worth. Faced with doing nothing to protect and support those private renters who are finding it really difficult at the moment, the executive parties couldn't be seen to vote against an amendment like this. And then there is the account offered by Sam McBride about a game of bluff, allegedly by the DUP, taking place. What a sad reality in this place. The only way, seemingly, that some parties can back a rent reduction and a freeze is due to a pathetic game being played up here. I'll tell you, Deputy Speaker, people feeling the cost of living squeeze, especially private renters, are not a plaything of parties up here. They are real people with real lives and families, and they've been ignored for far, far too long. Private renters contacted me after the amendment to my name passed, saying they felt a sense of relief. And for once, for some occasion, there had been a consideration about their concerns and financial reality, which for too long have been ignored, despite the occasional platitude being offered. In that context, Deputy Speaker, the Minister's amendments to gut out any reality of a rent reduction and freeze is pretty shocking. Her party voted for this amendment less than 2 weeks ago. The Minister didn't oppose it, and now the Minister is moving an amendment to effectively take the teeth out of any attempt to reduce and freeze rents, and I presume her party will follow suit. The message, once again, is the renters, you're on your own. Don't look to Stormont and the Executive for any support at this time of unparalleled crisis. And that is the problem, Deputy Speaker, with the Minister's amendment in relation to Clause 7. It removes any actual mention and commitment to rent reduction and replaces it with a whole list of things the Department may, in inverted commas, do. This doesn't cut the mustard for me, because for 20 years there's been nothing put in place to protect private renters, and a significant attempt to do so causes panic. That's also against a backdrop of an uncertainty about the existence of an Assembly after the 5th of May, and ministers perhaps not even being in place. And there was much made of the debate about the balance of rights, which, when you say it out loud, does sound pretty absurd. The inference, particularly by the DUP MLAs, that the passed amendment would have an impact solely on landlords. That's the point. There's been a bias operating against renters for too long, and this amendment, the previous amendment, was an attempt, albeit a moderate one, to tip the balance somewhat back the other way. And if, as it turns out, as I'm told by some, that reducing rents by 10% and freezing it for 3 years may breach Article 1 rights of landlords, then why isn't the opposite the case? When rents are increased repeatedly, year after year, aren't they a breach of Article 1 rights for struggling people and renters, or does the law only work one way? The truth is, Deputy Speaker, there's a powerful lobby for landlords, not of course to mention a significant amount of MLAs in this House. I'm here to challenge that consensus, and I would ask all members to vote against the Minister's Amendment 1 for those reasons. Amendment 2 in my name reflects members' concerns in the previous debate about the time in between, and provides some greater protection for tenants. Amendment 3 and 9 in my name relate to making non-adherence to the decision of the Assembly to support reducing rents by 10% and freezing rents for 3 years an offence, and sets out stipulations for the court to make that a reality. And I'm asking members to oppose Amendment 1 in the Minister's name and back the ones in mine. And the amendments that her party voted for and others have said are incompetent. I would ask the Minister to show us the evidence of that.
I call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. What a tangled web Sinn Féin does weave. Spooked by Jerry Carroll, having voted for his amendments, they now come to this House red-faced and embarrassed to try and claw back a disastrous situation with a bill of their own making. Little wonder Mr. Frew referred to screeching brakes and U-turns. There's veritable joyriding by Sinn Féin in West Belfast today over this bill. Little wonder that a couple of days ago, the spokesman for the Federation of Small Business sent us all an email in which he lamented the lack of scrutiny in the dying days of this Assembly to legislation. And he highlighted the fact that the focus to get as many bills through as possible was sacrificing the quality, that it was all about quantity rather than quality. And I think this debate is a very poignant illustration of that. A bill comes to this House, the party of the minister who brings it to this House fires an exocet right through it, and the minister then has to come back and try and repair some of the damage. What an illustration of incompetence within this House in respect of serious matters of legislation. And Mr Pollen was right when he made the point that this process of bringing through so many bills is causing great concern when they are bills which are not being subject to the full rigour of scrutiny. Instead, there's an urge to rush them through. Yes, indeed.
I thank the member for giving way, and I totally agree with his point. But would he equally agree with me? It's not just the fact of the quantity of bills, it is how far-reaching some of the bills actually go. Some of the bills actually have the potential to vastly change the landscape in which we operate here in Northern Ireland.
And just I would remind the member before he starts that we are focused on the amendments. I appreciate his need to contextualise, but in case we veer off into wider territory.
Oh, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would never do that. Yeah, the member makes a fair point, as Mr. Pollen does, that really this surge and urge to just get things through is blinding us from bad legislation. And this bill, even with these ministers' amendments, is going to be bad legislation. You know, this Amendment 1 makes a dog's dinner of that particular clause, and some others as well. So we have produced out of this House, through the shenanigans of Sinn Féin wanting to be crowd pleasers in West Belfast and wanting not to be upstaged by Mr Carroll, we produced a veritable dog's dinner of a bill, and you can thank Sinn Féin for that. So I do really despair of the progress that has been manifested here and of where we have gone in this bill. And frankly, I'm in a situation where some of these amendments, on their own merits, are not worthy of voting for. And yet the situation that has been created by previous amendments is itself a shambles. So the real question is, do we leave the shambles as is, or do we try and make it a little less shambolic, but still going to be shambolic? Thank you.
Agus nish érim ser eiran a bubble leis an díosparach de chríicne ledal. Call the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargey, to weigh.
Thanks very much, and thank you to all those who have contributed in this afternoon's debate, and even for those who came to the party just today, who haven't been involved probably up until now. I suppose it is interesting, and I do take it seriously, those who have actually went back and listened to my speeches, who have reiterated my speeches but are obviously selective in terms of speeches that they choose to reiterate and those that they don't. But maybe they'll improve upon that in the next couple of weeks. Just let me set out to be clear from the start in terms of, and this is a good piece of legislation if it goes through because it offers additional protections, as has been stated by many housing campaigners who have worked on these issues for a long time. And therefore I will stand over this legislation being progressed in terms of the amendments that I've put forward as well, because it does offer additional protections, and nobody, as much as they would like, can argue against that in terms of the protections that it gives. No, I think you've had your time, and I know why you've turned up here today, Jim, and it's not the enhancement of this bill. The other issue is in terms of, I have been clear from the very start that I am for rent control and bringing forward robust legislation that looks at rent control that is fair and also that is affordable for those within the private rented sector. I've been quite clear on this from when I first proposed this piece of legislation last year, and I've consistently said that. What I've also been clear and consistent on is that it can't be taken forward within the timescale of this mandate to be done within this piece of legislation. Again, I have been quite clear on that from when I first put this bill forward. I had also said that we had begun scoping work to look at what rent control will look like in phase 2 of the legislation. And again, I have been consistently clear in saying that. If you go back and listen to my speeches and reiterate them again, you will know that I have said that on a regular basis. This piece of legislation offers some additional protections and controls around rents, and of course offers other protections about the standard of the homes in which people are living in. But again, I reiterate that there are two choices in terms of where this bill goes today, and then in finally, hopefully, reaching the royal assent and the bill to be enacted. There's the red herring that is put forward in Jerry Carroll's amendments, because the proposer knows, and in reality knows the reality is, that the amendments are not enforceable. But even clearer is that if the amendment goes through, the bill will fall and nothing will be done. So the proposer then would be proposing that nothing is done, because they know that it can't be carried through and it will not be competent. Or the other choice, no, I think you've spoke enough, Jonathan, you've had your say. The other choice is that you do vote for my bill and the amendments that are contained here today that will get full consent and royal assent in terms of going through the normal legislative process. It is within competence, and therefore this will be enacted into law. And that does see enhanced protections for private renters right across beyond West Belfast, because this legislation is about all of those who are within the private rented sector right across the north. That's why I brought this forward within a restricted mandate, because I wanted to do something in this shortened term. I brought in emergency legislation to ensure that we were protecting private renters when the COVID-19 pandemic hit. And I am the first minister in over a decade to bring reforms to the private rented sector within a shortened mandate, and I recognise it's not everything, but I wanted to bring some form of protections within this mandate so that we don't have to wait until the next mandate. And indeed, many of the housing campaigners have supported me in doing that. Because why would we wait until the next mandate to bring more protections when we can do it now? And that's what I'm aiming to do within this bill. So there are two clear choices: is to vote for something that we know will fall at the next hurdle and there will be no protections, or to vote for the amendments in my piece of legislation which will bring real, tangible and meaningful benefits to people in the coming weeks and months. So I commend this to the House.
Okay, members, we move then to Amendment 1 as been proposed. Amendment proposed to Clause 7, page 8, line 18, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Yes, for clarity. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I will not call amendment number 2 as it is mutually exclusive with amendment 1, which has already been made. I will not call amendment 3 as it too is mutually exclusive with amendment number 1, which has already been made. I therefore now amendment 4, which has already been debated. I call the Minister for Communities to move formally amendment number 4.
Beg to move.
Amendment proposed to Clause 7, page 9, line 25. Insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that amendment 4 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Okay. Amendment 5 has already been debated. I call Minister for Communities to formally move Amendment 5. Éireann sa raid in the bubble le lasú ebracuig a chorhantásil gohoffigu.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 11, page 11, line 36, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 5 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 6 has already been debated. Éireann sa rístella Éireann na bubble le lasú Evereshe a churchon tosaigh Goffigill. I call the Minister of Communities to formally move Amendment number 6.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 11, page 13, line 14. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment number 6 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 7 has already been debated. Aristella, Éireann sa Éireann na bubble, the Hockeycool, le lasú Everesheach the churchon tosaigh. I call the Minister for Communities to formally move Amendment number 7.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 11, page 13, line 14. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment number 7 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 8 has already been debated. Aristella, Éireann sa Éireann na bubble, le lasú Everesheach the churchon tosaigh go Goffigill. I call the Minister for Communities to formally move Amendment number 8.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 11, page 13, line 15, to insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment number 8 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. I will not call Amendment number 9 as it's mutually exclusive to Amendment 1, which has already been made. Amendment 10. Amendment 10 has already been debated. Aristella, Éireann sa Éireann na bubble, le lasú Everesheach churchon tosaigh le de Hollaire. I call the Minister for Communities to formally move Amendment number 10.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 14, page 14, line 38, to insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 10 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And that concludes the further consideration stage of the Private Tenancies Bill. The bill now stands referred to the Speaker. And the members just take their ease while we move to the next item of business, please. Members, we'll move to the next item of business, which is the final stage of the Motor Vehicles Compulsory Insurance Bill. Agus Éireann sa Éireann Éireann Infrastructure leis an céim dearna den Villa churchon tosaigh. I call the Minister for Infrastructure to move the final stage.
That the Motor Vehicles Compulsory Insurance do now pass.
Thank you. The final stage of the Motor Vehicles Compulsory Insurance Bill has been moved. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit in this debate. So, Davrishan, Éireann sa Éireann Éireann Infrastructure Lishan, Gis Barachta Oscails. I call the Minister for Infrastructure to open the debate.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I will seek to be brief, as I am all too aware of the pressure on the Assembly to progress its legislative programme. This bill was introduced to the House on the 7th of February, only 4 weeks ago, and accelerated passage and second stage debates followed on the 15th of February. I am grateful to the members of the Assembly for the contributions they made to those debates. I would also like to place on record my thanks to all of my Assembly colleagues for agreeing the bill could proceed by way of the accelerated passage process. Without this, it would not have been possible for the bill to have completed all of its Assembly stages in February and March. I would like to take a few moments to thank in particular the Chair and members of the Infrastructure Committee. Accelerated passage necessarily excludes committee stage from the passage of the bill. I fully recognise that this is a very significant exclusion. I have already placed on record my preference to take forward legislation with full committee procedure, enabling clause-by-clause scrutiny. I therefore regret the fact that it has been necessary to advance the bill in this manner. I am nevertheless grateful for the Infrastructure Committee's work and support in bringing this bill before you today. The committee made time in its demanding work programme to research the background, to take advice from stakeholders and evidence, to debate the issues and generally to give the bill as much scrutiny as was possible within the timeframe. And I am very grateful for their efforts and their cooperation. I also wish to express my thanks to the Motor Insurers Bureau, the Association of British Insurers and all those stakeholders who engaged with the Department and the Committee on this bill. Their consideration of the complex and challenging issues raised by the Vanook judgment, together with their support, has been invaluable. It is also important that I recognise the considerable effort required behind the scenes to bring this bill to the Assembly in the limited time available. The fact that we only knew on the 21st of December that a legislative consent motion was no longer a viable option and that a bill was, therefore, the only viable route to early legislative change resulted in a complete change of direction. The expertise of the staff in the Office of Legislative Counsel and Departmental Solicitor's Office was instrumental in enabling the bill to be brought to the Assembly in such a short time frame, especially given the complexities of the drafting and their considerable workload. The bill is short, its purpose is clear. It will ensure that domestic statutory provision on compulsory motor insurance, as contained in the 1981 Road Traffic Order, remains effective. It does this by ensuring that the requirements of the Motor Insurance Directive and any retained EU case law are not taken into account when interpreting the compulsory motor insurance requirement in Northern Ireland. Effectively, the bill simply restores and maintains the domestic status quo in motor insurance law. The compulsory insurance requirement will remain confined to the use of motor vehicles on roads and other public places. This will provide legal clarity and remove any risk of any challenge in the courts. While it is appropriate that the bill today restores the status quo, this does not mean that compulsory motor insurance cover cannot be amended or extended at some stage in the future, should that be deemed necessary. This bill prevents change being forced upon us and gives us space, should we need it, to take any future policy decisions in a considered and controlled fashion. The bill, if passed today, Mr Deputy Speaker, will ensure that, as far as possible, motor insurance law is consistent with Britain. This is important if we are to provide clarity in the marketplace, remove the risk to MIB as fund of last resort for uninsured drivers, and avoid any potential legal challenge. Ultimately, it will also protect our citizens from increased insurance premiums, thereby removing any unnecessary burden on drivers, particularly at a time when more and more people are experiencing financial hardship with soaring household bills. On that note, I commend the Motor Vehicle Compulsory Insurance Bill to the House.
Agus nis éiream tar Cathal Boylan hon cainte, I call Cathal Boylan.
Garmagad Lashkan Corla Agus Boilam Lord Evaver and Bill Shaw. I rise to speak in favour of the bill. I support this bill to prevent an increase in insurance prices. Clearly, we are in the middle of a cost of living crisis. The rising cost of energy, food and fuel bills has placed an unacceptable burden on families, and we need to do everything we can to tackle this cost of living crisis and help lift that burden on families. The last thing we need right now is an increased cost to their motor insurance. The passing of this bill will remove inconsistencies which would have increased insurance prices up to £50. I support the bill, and Sinn Féin will continue to support workers and families at every opportunity. Gora Míle Mágat.
I call Roy Beggs.
Continue to support this bill as it proceeds through the Assembly now at the final stage. It is trying to put right some of the implications of the Vinick Court judgment, which was in 2014. Corresponding legislation is in an advanced stage at Westminster. There's a private member's bill which has been widely supported. And even in Europe, there is an amending directive which has been taken forward on the 2nd of December 2021. Without this legislation, as others have said, the Motor Insurance Bureau would become liable for a wide range of additional accidents when on private land. It's vital that we protect our drivers against that. It potentially could result in an additional £50 for every insurance policy for a private vehicle. And as has been said, there already are huge pressures on drivers with fuel costs escalating. So I wish to support this bill to protect our drivers and to ensure that as many as possible continue to get to their work and can afford a means of transport to do so. I support the bill.
I call Andrew Muir.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to see this bill back in the Chamber for its final stage today and welcome the positive influence this bill will have upon people's lives across Northern Ireland, especially in light of the worrying sharp rise in the cost of living. Had this bill not been introduced, we would have been complicit in any further financial burden being placed on households with the rising car insurance prices. And it's not lost on me that approval from the Executive was obtained in the dying days of the Executive, and if there was approval being sought now, you wouldn't have been able to get it. We must be doing all we can to tackle the cost of living crisis, and I want to thank the Minister and our officials for their work around this piece of legislation, especially given the status of accelerated passage and also the turnaround required as a result of the late correspondence from the Department of Transport at the end of last year. As I have previously stated, there are many other Brexit-related issues that we will have to navigate, and it is vital we work together to navigate our way around those as a result of EU exit. It has been welcome to see cross-party consensus on this bill, and I hope that future Brexit-related legislative debate can be as respectful and productive. Thank you.
Agus nes éram fearnair infrastructure le Gero a chur leis an cheam dearnach den villa. I call the Minister for Infrastructure, Nicola Mallon, to conclude the final stage of the bill, please.
Speaker, for the opportunity to close the final stage of the Motor Vehicles Compulsory Insurance Bill. I am very grateful for all the contributions and support given to this bill. Without that support, it would not have been possible to bring the bill through to this final stage within this time frame. Of course.
For giving way, and can I, as committee chair, put on record my thanks to both the Minister, the Department and all the stakeholders for their engagement with the committee and for this productive outcome. Thank you.
As I thank the Chair for his comments. As I've already said, this is a relatively short bill, but important nonetheless. It will ensure consistency between the North and other jurisdictions when interpreting motor insurance requirements in law. It will aid continuing alignment between compulsory motor insurance law and the role of the Motor Insurance Bureau, compensation in terms of providing compensation to victims of uninsured and untraced drivers, a role which the Motor Insurance Bureau provides under agreement with government. And most importantly, this bill will also help to protect our citizens in terms of protecting them against increased motor insurance premiums at a time when they are struggling already with rising food, rising fuel and rising energy bills. On that basis, Mr Deputy Speaker, I again commend the bill to the House.
The question now is that the Motor Vehicles Compulsory Insurance Bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it and the bill is passed. Members, just take their ease, please, while we move to the next item of business. Okay, members, we can start here, but if we come to a vote, we're going to need a few more bodies in to deal with it, but we'll contact through to the Whip's offices here. Okay, the next item on the order paper is a motion to approve a draft statutory instrument. I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That the draft Human Medicines, Coronavirus and Influenza Amendment Regulations 2022 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister of Health to formally move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed there should be no time limit on this debate, and therefore I call the Minister to open debate on the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I am seeking the Assembly's approval to this set of regulations which contain important provisions relating to the continued support of the UK's COVID-19 and flu vaccination programmes across the United Kingdom. I'm sure members will agree that the vaccination programme has been an outstanding success and has helped us take significant strides towards the more normal life that we want to see return. And with the recent lifting of COVID restrictions, this is now within our sights. We have undoubtedly made progress in pushing down Omicron numbers thanks to the efforts everyone has made in the rapid rollout of vaccine boosters. However, we must not lose sight of the fact that COVID-19 can still cause devastation to families and communities. The Human Medicines Regulations 2012 govern the arrangements for the licensing, manufacture, wholesale dealing and sale or supply of human medicines for human use. These UK-wide regulations were amended in late 2020 to add flexibility to some of the normal rules that would ordinarily govern vaccine supply to patients as part of the response of the COVID-19 pandemic. The 2020 changes were to facilitate the mass vaccination campaigns that have been taking place across both seasonal flu and COVID-19 once vaccines became available. The amendments, which had the effect of increasing the vaccinator workforce and giving greater flexibility to deployment arrangements, were applied to the flu vaccine as well. The overarching policy objective being to facilitate the deployment of safe and effective COVID-19 and flu vaccines in order to protect public health. The Health Service in Northern Ireland has made use of the full range of options available to them, as enabled by those 2020 amendments to the Human Medicines Regulations, to safely vaccinate staff and the wider population, with the aim of minimising disruption to normal health services. When the Human Medicines Regulations were amended in 2020, some of the temporary changes had an end date of the 31st of March 2022. This was either because there were expectations to the business-as-usual model, which under normal circumstances we would not want to retain, or because they were new and would require a review of the practical implications and safeguards following implementation. Given the experience arising from the pandemic, we needed to retain flexibility to deal with the unknowns. We now know that the vaccines have more than proved their worth, and it is therefore important that we retain the flexibility and ability to deliver mass vaccination programmes that these temporary provisions have afforded us. Mass vaccination rollout on the scale and pace that has been possible to date will not continue to happen if the statutory instrument which is before the Assembly today is not approved, and the COVID-19 and flu vaccination programmes will not be able to continue running as they currently do from the 1st of April this year. Nor is it likely that they could be re-established at the pace and scale which had been so vital to the success of current campaigns. Mr Deputy Speaker, I will now set out the proposed amendments in the regulations before the Assembly today and why the temporary provisions are still needed. Following review, stakeholder engagement and a UK-wide public consultation, the UK-wide statutory instrument was laid in draft before the Assembly on the 7th of February and in both Houses of Parliament. The SI will make 3 of the temporary provisions made in 2020 permanent and will extend 2 provisions until the 31st of March 2024. I'll begin with the 3 provisions which are proposed to be made permanent. The first provision will help maintain an expanded workforce by allowing registered nurses and registered midwives, operating department practitioners, paramedics, physiotherapists and pharmacists to be classed as occupational health vaccinators. This will enable these groups to administer influenza and coronavirus vaccines under occupational health schemes operated by the Health Service or a local authority. Flu and COVID-19 vaccinations for health and care workers are often administered through occupational health schemes. Prior to the 2020 temporary changes, the only people authorised to administer injectable prescription-only medicines as part of an occupational health scheme where doctors and nurses acting under the written instruction of a doctor. Should this provision be allowed to lapse, we will return to the position where only doctors and nurses operating under the written instruction of a doctor are authorised to administer injectable prescription-only medicines in occupational health schemes. This could cause delays in vaccinating the health and social care workforce during future vaccine campaigns. Making this change permanent will help to ensure that we have the workforce needed to continue to deliver a mass COVID-19 vaccination programme, as well as an enhanced flu vaccination programme to health and social care staff. The second provision will continue to allow registered health professionals to supply or administer injectable prescription-only medicines under a patient group direction. This provision has provided the legal basis for administration of the COVID vaccine by health and social care trusts in our mass vaccination centres and has been critical to supporting widespread protection from COVID-19 and flu amongst the general public. Without this flexibility, there would have been significant fewer professionals able to administer vaccines, leading to vaccine wastage, a slower pace of administration of vaccines, and more prescribers would have needed to be diverted into the vaccine programme, creating an additional drain on healthcare capacity. Thirdly, to make permanent the provisions that enable community pharmacies to deliver flu and COVID vaccine services outside of their normal registered premises. This provision has facilitated new deployment models by community pharmacy, such as the delivery of flu vaccinations to care home staff at the care home site, or by delivery of COVID-19 vaccines at pop-up clinics. Community pharmacies across Northern Ireland now play an important role in offering both the annual winter flu vaccine service and the COVID-19 vaccination service. And this flexibility will be essential to support the vaccination of care home residents by community pharmacies as part of the upcoming spring COVID-19 booster campaign. Engagement with stakeholders has been very positive about retaining the ability for community pharmacy to deliver vaccination services from different premises on a permanent basis. It remains the case that this is an enabling provision only, and community pharmacies are in no way required to provide services in this way. But by making these provisions permanent, we can ensure that the public health benefits are maintained throughout the rollout of COVID-19 and flu vaccinations, while maintaining rigorous standards of oversight for vaccines to be given safely and effectively. Mr Deputy Speaker, there are also two temporary provisions that are due to lapse on the 31st of March 2022 and which we propose to extend to the 31st of March 2024. The first provision allows for flu and COVID vaccine stocks to be shared between locations without the need for a wholesale dealer licence to be in place. Licensing and marketing authorisations are important parts of the medicines regulation regime, and situations can, however, arise during mass vaccinations programmes where there are more vaccines than are needed in one healthcare organisation and too few in a separate healthcare organisation. The supply from one to the other would be classed as a wholesale distribution supply and normally would require a wholesale dealer licence under HMRs. If such a licence is not held by the organisation because it is not required for normal business, this can lead to problems and delays with moving the vaccines between such service providers, and actually runs the risks that patients cannot access the vaccine that is necessary for public health protection, and vaccines could potentially be wasted. In providing this flexibility, an important mitigation against any risk has been the provision of guidance to providers around maintaining safety and product integrity throughout the COVID-19 and flu vaccination programmes. Continued flexibility for a further period would be of benefit to public health, and we therefore propose to retain these provisions until the 31st of March 2024. Secondly, to extend to the 31st of March 2024, provisions will relax some of the governance rules on the assembly, preparation and labelling of medicinal products and the need for manufacturers' licences and marketing authorisations. This enables the necessary actions taken by pharmaceutical companies and healthcare professionals to specifically prepare COVID-19 vaccines for administration to the public. These relaxations were under the proviso that the actions were completed under the health service arrangements. Continuing this flexibility for a further period would be of benefit to public health, and we therefore propose to retain these provisions until the 31st of March 2024. Both provisions, if extended until the 31st of March 2024, will be reviewed prior to this end date to decide whether they will be made permanent, whether another temporary extension will be sought, or whether these flexibilities will lapse at that stage. The emergence of the Omicron variant and the critical importance of our ongoing booster campaign, urging everyone eligible to get their booster dose, has further highlighted the importance of just why these key regulatory flexibilities cannot be allowed to stop having legal effect from the 1st of April 2022. My officials attended the Health Committee at its meeting on the 27th of January to respond to questions on the policy intent of this UK-wide statutory instrument, and on the 24th of February the Committee raised no issues on the content of the regulations. It is with the Committee's support, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I bring this statutory instrument before you today. Finally, and before this important debate is opened up, I firmly believe that these provisions are vital and should be made permanent or extended as proposed. The vaccination programme in Northern Ireland has made extensive use of these flexibilities, and their cessation, even temporarily, would cause significant disruption to the programme. If the regulations are approved by this Assembly and by each House of Parliament, the provisions will be extended or made permanent, as I have already outlined, and will continue to apply after the 31st of March. DHSC officials have advised that the regulations will be debated in the House of Commons on the 8th of March and in the House of Lords on the 15th of March, respectively. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend the motion to the members.
Thank you, Minister. Colm Gildernew. I now call Colm Gildernew, the Chair of the Health Committee.
Concordia. I'll make some very brief remarks as Chair and then some even briefer comments as Party Health Spokesperson. You'll be glad to know, Speaker. The Committee welcomes these regulations that seek to make permanent changes to the range of registered healthcare professionals who can administer flu and coronavirus vaccines, allows flu and coronavirus vaccine stocks to be shared between locations to continue until the 31st of March 2024, and continues to allow the final stages of coronavirus vaccine preparation to be completed without the need for additional marketing authorisations or manufacturing licences to be in place. The Committee did seek some further information on a few issues, and the Committee have asked how the Department was ensuring that applications to join the vaccination workforce were progressed in a timely manner. The Committee also sought a list of professions that could be utilised in the vaccination programme. The Department advised that the Public Health Agency was leading on the vaccination workforce appeal and outlined the process that they undertook to process applications in a timely manner. The Department also provided a list of professions that could be utilised and a breakdown by trust of those that have been utilised in the scheme. We pass on our thanks to all of those who have been part of the vaccination rollout, which has made such a significant change over this pandemic. The Committee also sought clarity on whether there is a review date to consider making permanent changes to the Register of Healthcare Professionals to take into account emerging roles and professions. The Department advised us that there is no formal review date at present. However, this issue will be kept under review, and if necessary, the register will be updated. The Committee considered this statutory instrument, and members agreed that they were content that it be approved by the Assembly. So just very brief remarks in terms of Sinn Féin Health Spokesperson. This makes important changes to who can administer what medicines, and very importantly, I think, extends the ability to move and share vaccine stock between locations. Members, vaccines have saved lives and will continue to save lives directly and indirectly, not only during this pandemic, but right throughout the course of a number of diseases and right across the world. Vaccines have played a key role. It also helps to reduce pressure on all types of health services. I would also like, as Sinn Féin spokesperson, just to congratulate and thank everyone who has played their part in rolling out a very, very highly pressurised but very effective vaccine campaign here right across the north. Members, COVID remains a threat to health and social care services, and these changes help maintain a capacity to effectively respond, and therefore Sinn Féin will be supporting.
Thank you. Members, as question time begins at 2 o'clock, I suggest the Assembly takes its ease until then. This debate will continue after question time, when the next member to speak will be Pam Cameron. Okay, thank you.
Okay, members, it's time for questions to the Minister for Communities, and I call Daniel McCrossan to ask the first question. Can we have Mr. McCrossan on screen, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Question 1, please.
Thank you. And with your permission, I intend to answer questions 1 and 7 together. The rising cost of living and soaring increases in energy bills continues to have a major impact on people who are finding it harder to cope. Many are struggling to afford essentials such as heating their homes and paying their electricity. I announced on the 13th of January that I secured the support from the Executive for a £55 million energy payment support scheme to provide financial support to around 280,000 individuals across a range of benefits. The agreed scheme is targeted at individuals on low incomes who are in receipt of means-tested benefits administered by my department, and will provide a one-off direct payment of £200 to help with their energy costs. Despite only securing approval for this scheme on the 13th of January, I am acutely aware that energy prices are continuing to rise and household budgets are being squeezed. Therefore, I asked for payments to be made as quickly as possible. As I announced in the Assembly on the 1st of March, the payment date has been brought forward as much as possible, with payments reaching people's bank accounts from the 10th of March, which is this Thursday.
Supplementary, Daniel McCrossan.
I thank the Minister for answering the question. Minister, you'll be aware that a lot of people, many families, are struggling at this time with the rising cost of living and the increased cost of energy. It's having a very, very sore impact on working families in particular, people who are living week to week or day to day in some instances. Has the Minister considered extending this to all families? Because absolutely every working family now has also been impacted as a result of the cost of energy, and I'm worried that is tipping them towards the cliff edge. So, Minister, will you extend this to all families?
Well, I've continued to look to do all that I can to support families at this time. That's why on top of this payment, I also invested an additional £2 million for the Bryson scheme, which would allow those families that weren't on means-tested benefits that avail of the £200 payments could still go if they were facing crisis in terms of their fuel and energy costs. Members will know that this scheme needed approval via the Executive. It also needed the sign-off from the First Ministers in terms of being paid under the Emergency Financial Assistance Act. So I'm trying to explore options to see if we were looking to make additional payments. Firstly, if I could secure the finances to do that, because obviously this scheme is £55 million. I don't have that sitting within my department, so we have to see if there's ways that we can draw down that additional money. But also, because we don't have a functioning Executive, I need to try and find another way then of getting this signed off and for money to be released under that Emergency Financial Assistance Act, because how the legislation is written at the moment is it needs the signature from Executive Office Ministers.
I call Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like thousands of families who will benefit from this much-needed assistance, I very much welcome the fact that the Energy Support Scheme payments are now set to begin this Thursday. And whilst this is already a huge scheme, can the Minister confirm she sought to broaden it even further to include those on working tax credits, but that the British Treasury refused to cooperate on this?
Yeah, when I was crafting the scheme, going back a number of months ago before I put proposals to the Executive, obviously I can make payments for those that are in receipt of benefits because we have their payment details, and therefore it's working with the Department of Work and Pensions with their computer systems. I made an approach in terms of HMRC around payments to those in receipt of tax credits, because I recognise that those families who are working and on low incomes are acutely impacted by the rising cost of living and the fuel crisis. Unfortunately, they were saying that there's no legal fix in order to do that, because they would need primary legislation to change their data sharing procedures, and that there wouldn't be time within this mandate and when the money had to be spent in order to do that. That said, I know around 45% of those who are on means-tested benefits are also in receipt of tax credits, and likely those who are in receipt of disability benefits, around 48% of those will also receive these payments because they qualify for one of the means-tested benefits.
Call Andrew Muir.
And I thank the Minister for her responses thus far. I think it's important to welcome this scheme, but also highlight the issues in terms of those who are excluded because of the lack of cooperation from HMRC. Can I ask the Minister what more she's doing to promote energy efficiency within people's homes and provide grant support for that, because it's a key action we need to be taken to support people in the cost of living crisis?
Yeah, well, it is unfortunate. We have continued to raise it with Treasury. I know the Finance Minister also and indeed has raised a number of other issues around VAT, around the windfall tax, and also that the British Government shouldn't be going ahead with their planned increase to taxes that are due to come into effect in April. So I know that there's been requests to that effect as well. I think in terms of, but they're saying that legislatively it needs primary legislation in terms of working tax credits. We asked them to share even the payment details that we could then make the payments, and they were saying that they weren't allowed, that would also need primary legislation as well. I think in terms of energy efficiency, I mean, we just had the further consideration stage of the private rented sector. That will start to bring forward greater protections for those within the private rented sector in terms of the conditions and the energy efficiency standards within their homes. We also run a number of schemes around fuel support and insulation as well. And only recently I announced an increased investment of over 15 million that I've secured for the Housing Executive in terms of tower block investment that needed, but also further insulation programmes for Housing Executive properties.
Mr. George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 2.
Thank you. And just with your permission, I'm going to answer questions 2, 4 and 8 that all relate. I've undertaken a number of actions to progress this programme in the absence of a functioning executive. I've met with representatives from both the Irish Football Association and the NI Football League to reaffirm my commitment to this programme and to provide clarity on the work undertaken to progress the programme. I have followed this in writing to all member clubs of NIFL along with Derry City, and I intend to meet again with the IFA and NIFL in the coming weeks. I issued a letter to the Finance Minister to seek assistance from his department in addressing the cost increases that inflation has brought to the programme and how to secure additional budget required to cover these costs. I've also written twice to executive colleagues. The initial correspondence was to highlight the progress to date, including the detail of my request for assistance made to the Department of Finance, and to seek colleagues' support for my efforts to advance this important flagship programme. In my follow-up letter, I clarified that I would be grateful for colleagues' views and willingness to help progress of the programme in the absence of an executive. And I can confirm that I have received some responses. Indeed, the Finance Minister wrote in terms of my letter around additional financial assistance that he would be keen to work with me in terms of looking at those uncontrollable increases around construction costs, for example. And I've got some support from some ministers around progressing the programme and to do all that we can to get around the impediment of no executive. I still await the response of a few other ministers to my letters. I've consistently stated that the programme will benefit the entire football family, including clubs. The need for the spread of investment and accessibility to improve facilities across the region has also been a common theme throughout the review exercise. And in addition to supporting increased participation and developing more sustainable and inclusive family-orientated facilities, the programme will provide an opportunity to contribute to the delivery of wider executive priorities, including social, economic and cultural needs with respective communities. And I would reiterate my commitment to investigating all options available to progress this important programme within this mandate.
Okay, and I call George Robinson, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Minister agree that if her party and other parties in this Assembly would join with the DUP to oppose the protocol, this money could be distributed to all those clubs tomorrow morning, such as Coleraine and Limavady United, who need this money urgently to improve their grounds?
If we had a functioning executive, I could bring a formal paper to them in terms of the financing and also moving ahead to the next phase. I don't know, quite frankly, what the protocol has to do with the sub-regional stadia programme, but I'll just leave it there.
I call Steve Egan.
Thank the Minister for her remarks, our answers so far. Minister, in your response just earlier now, you referred to the fact that you have asked all ministers to respond whether you're going to be able to release this funding. Can you tell us which ministers haven't?
Probably better tell you which ministers have, if that's okay. So I have the Minister of Finance, Justice, Education and Infrastructure have responded.
We call Pam Cameron.
Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for her answers so far. And I'm thinking in particular in relation to Ballyclare Comrades in my own constituency who have their own exciting redevelopment plans which would greatly benefit the club and the town. Can the Minister give an assurance that there will be no more delays in delivering this long-awaited programme, and if she could also explain what steps has been taken to progress the funding since assurance were given to clubs in February that this remained a flagship executive project?
Well, just to be clear, this is still a flagship executive project that was committed to under New Decade, New Approach, and there is a commitment for me to deliver it as quickly as possible. I communicated with colleagues around the executive table in terms of some of the concerns around progressing because of the need of executive approval. I'm obviously exploring to see what we can do to ensure that we can progress this stadia development within this mandate, notwithstanding some of the impediments that are there, namely no functioning executive. So I await the response from those ministers that haven't responded yet, and I'm still looking at all legal routes to ensure that we can progress this. In the meantime, I'm continuing to meet, as I say, with the IFA and NIFL. We had a good level of engagement in terms of getting clubs ready in order to look at the needs of their club and also their capital stadia needs, and I'll be meeting with them in the coming weeks again to progress that work.
Aileen Riley.
Concordia. Minister, would you agree that the sub-regional stadia programme, similar to the much-needed investment in the likes of the health service, was effectively abandoned when the DUP walked out of the executive to put their own electoral interests above their constituents and the wider society?
No functioning executive obviously provides big challenges in terms of budgets and in terms of sign-off and approval around a lot of these programmes and spends as well, and we've seen that from other ministers also. I'm continuing to do all that I can to ensure that we can progress this vital programme along with all other programmes within my department that do need that executive approval, and I'll continue to work with the IFA and NIFL to ensure that we can do that, because this will have a real tangible benefit for clubs out on the ground, making sure that it has that spread across the north as well and for those who need it. And my commitment is to do all that I can in this mandate to ensure that we can get this moving forward.
Just McNulty.
Thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Minister, soccer clubs are infuriated by delays in receiving payment for the sub-regional programme. Can you clarify, will they receive payment in this mandate? And can you also confirm whether you'll be releasing legal advice received by your department relating to the sub-regional programme, CEA programme?
Well, clubs aren't in a position just to receive this payment right away, so that's not where we are in the programme. Where we are is in terms of identifying what the need is, the type of capital expenditure that is going to be needed, and then to look at how clubs then can meet that with the budget that we have got. There's additional work that's being done, and that's why I wrote to the Finance Minister, because of the time scale when this programme was first agreed and because of the increase in capital costs that we're seeing right across the board, hospitals, housing, other projects that have been impacted. So we need to work all of that out to make sure that we can cover those controllable costs. The Finance Minister has responded in saying that he's willing to do all that he can, working with myself and other ministers to make sure that we can progress this. As I've said, I've obviously communicated to ministers around the executive table to work with me to overcome any impediment of no functioning executive, and I'm going to continue to engage them in the next couple of weeks.
Chris Little.
Overdue release of the sub-regional stadia funding is really limiting the extremely positive impact clubs are having in our community, like Glentoran in my own constituency of East Belfast. Can I ask the Minister to repeat the Executive Ministers from which she has received a response in support of the fund, and whether she will be progressing on the terms of the working group recommendations?
Yes, well, the working group continues to meet, and my staff team within the department that's working on the sub-regional stadia continue to meet with them as well. As I said, I have met with the IFA and with NIFL in terms of progressing that work as quickly as we can, identifying what the club needs are and overcoming the issues that I said around inflation and cost rises for materials. I can confirm that responses to my 2 letters that I issued in recent weeks have been received from the Ministers of Finance, Justice, Education and Infrastructure.
Absolutely clear. Is the Minister saying that, contrary to what you initially told this House, that this funding couldn't be released without executive approval, that it now could be released on the foot of a positive response from other ministers? And if so, has she got the money that would be necessary?
Well, firstly, the money has been secured. It's a commitment on behalf of the Executive, and I've been clear in stating that the money is secured for both sub-regional and the regional stadia programme in terms of Casement Park as well. We still have an impediment in terms of no functioning executive, but what I have communicated to Executive Ministers is my intent to try and progress this programme where I can, in the absence of no functioning executive, and asking those ministers to work with me. But we still need to work through those legal impediments that may arise as a result of no functioning executive. But I'm continuing to engage proactively with them, also with the Sporting Code themselves, the IFA and NIFL, to ensure that clubs are at a state of readiness, that when this programme opens, that they can apply seamlessly, and that process can be quickened up.
Moving on, I call Kelly Armstrong.
So on the 5th of May, the Jobs and Benefits Offices reopened. Sorry, the 5th of May last year. The Jobs and Benefits Offices reopened for people on a one-in, one-out appointment basis. This was extended to multiple appointments in the autumn of last year. Face-to-face services continue to be prioritised for vulnerable groupings, young people aged 18 to 24, and those not engaging using the telephone or digital channels, and those needing to verify their identity or to make a new claim. Concern about the COVID Omicron variant has meant that plans for wider resumption of services, including the opening of digital zones and offering a drop-in service, have temporarily been put on hold. My department, in conjunction with other civil service departments, are currently considering the COVID-19 measures in place throughout its workplaces in line with the Public Health Agency's advice. While face-to-face services continue to be constrained by measures such as social distancing, Jobs and Benefit Offices are using other service delivery channels such as video, telephone and digital to ensure people requiring assistance are supported in getting that.
Supplementary, Kelly Armstrong.
I thank the Minister for her response in this matter. Minister, you announced on, I think it was the 24th of February, about the labour market partnerships that are coming in from the councils. Could you confirm how those councils' new labour market partnerships will work with our Jobs and Benefits Offices?
Well, the labour market partnerships are a new approach in terms of working through the 11 local councils, so rather than just having regional-wide programmes, that they are tailored to meet the needs of each of those council areas. I was obviously out on a visit recently to ABC Council, where they are the first to go through this programme and to put their proposals forward. They will meet on a regular basis as part of a regional group that will tie in all of these local labour market partnerships directly with the department. They will have ongoing engagement and liaison with the department, not just Jobs and Benefits, but right across the scope of the department as well. And up until now, there's been really good work. For example, in ABC Council, where there was an identified shortage of HGV drivers in terms of obviously Brexit and other issues as well. They were able to run a programme to start to recruit people and to really fill a gap in that council area. So that's one example. We're obviously working with the remaining councils and getting their action plans in place, their prioritisations in place, and that's really about bringing the private, public and community and voluntary sectors together to respond to the needs of individuals who are looking work or to progress, and also the needs of employers in terms of where employment opportunities will be over the coming years. So it's an exciting programme, and we look forward to seeing the rollout and the impact that it's going to have at a local level.
Concordia, and I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Following on from your last response, Minister, can you give an additional update on the measures you're taking to help create employment opportunities?
Yes, well, as we said, we're rolling out these new labour market partnership approaches, and that's really where they will operate in each of the council areas. The councils will come together through these partnerships, working with the private sector, the community and voluntary sectors as well, to develop action plans to meet the employment needs of their local borough and the economic needs as well. As I've said, there's been some really good programmes that have been beginning to run within the Armagh, Burnbridge and Craigavon area that I went to, and of course other councils are coming forward with their proposed action plans, which we will look to implement as soon as possible. We obviously continue to look at other employment programmes, and even through the Advisor Discretion Fund, where I have supported upfront childcare costs, we are now seeing more and more families availing of that opportunity to allow them to access into employment. And recently I've launched a £10 million skills and employment fund targeted at the creative industries, the culture, arts and heritage sectors, and also the community and voluntary sector, which will see upfront employment opportunities for the next 3 years for people from those sectors. And indeed, applications have been going really well, with organisations out in the community applying to create hundreds of posts.
Mark Durgan.
I thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Firstly, could I place on record our gratitude for those hard-working staff in our Jobs and Benefits Office. It's a stressful job at the best of times, but I think it's fair to say the past couple of years has been unprecedented, not just in terms of demand, but in terms of the desperation of people and the situations that they've found themselves in and need help out of. Minister, just for clarity, I was wondering if you could outline to the House what support is provided by Jobs and Benefits Offices to benefit claimants, such as those in receipt of UC, who aren't computer literate, to ensure that they are not disadvantaged by its online system.
Yeah, well, there's practical hands-on support with work coaches that will work directly with individuals to go through all of the needs in terms of firstly processing or maintaining their benefit claim that they may be on, also helping with interview skills, with writing applications. There was obviously the Job Start programme as well, where we give practical 25 hours per week experience for young people up to the age of 25 in terms of testing out employment sectors that they would be interested in working in. We also offer through the Advisor Discretion Fund, as I said, upfront childcare costs. We can also cover other costs in terms of clothing, for example, that may be available for those that want to go to interview. And at the minute, we're looking to continue to expand on the Advisor Discretion Fund, for example, to look at the whole issue of digital connectivity and trying to look at ways that we can support those who are unemployed or looking for work at the moment with digital inclusion. So I'm hopeful to make an announcement on those issues and those enhancements in due course.
Nicole Rosemary Barton.
Question 5, Minister.
Thank you. All executive departments provide funding to charities to help deliver our programme for government outcomes, and we will continue to do so in the absence of our First Ministers. As the strategic lead with the executive for these sectors, I made nearly £90 million available of COVID support and recovery funding available in 2021-22 financial year to charities, social enterprises and the wider voluntary and community sectors, including culture, languages, arts, heritage and sports organisations. This funding prevented the potential closure of local charities as a result of the pandemic, supporting their vital work at a time when it was needed most. I've made a £1.5 million of funding available to existing European Social Fund projects, which are continuing into 2022-23. This will help provide some certainty and securing these vital organisations. I also made a £43 million fund of executive COVID recovery funding available in this financial year. £23 million was to help organisations to manage their financial positions where they had COVID-related deficits, and up to £20 million will be used to support salary costs for new entrants through the COVID Employment and Skills Initiative. This will help organisations attract and, importantly, retain staff within those critical sectors. And I'm currently considering the independent review of charity regulation in the North to ensure that our system of regulation is appropriate and proportionate and provides public confidence. And indeed, the most recent Charities Bill 2022 is awaiting royal assent, having passed its final stage in the Assembly. This will restore the regulatory framework following the McBride judgment, thereby providing certainty for over 6,500 charities.
Supplementary, Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Minister, for that very comprehensive answer. Minister, many charities provide an essential service, particularly in rural areas. And have you had any conversations with the DAERA Minister, perhaps to support these charities and work through them? These rural areas, phone calls in the morning and things like that.
No, I think there's been good collaboration with DAERA and indeed the Department of Infrastructure in terms of looking at the needs of rural communities, and we came up with a bespoke COVID recovery revitalisation programme that was targeted at those rural communities as well. And obviously we continue to engage with those departments in terms of the work that we would be doing within the Department for Communities. As I said, there's been a range of financial supports that have gone out to charities across the board in terms of assisting them throughout the COVID pandemic, particularly where there's been a loss of income or where the closure and really the stopping of their fundraising activities has really stunted their ability to deliver much needed services. And as you say, our charities have been excellent throughout the COVID pandemic in responding to people. In the Warm Well Connected programme that we did run within the department, those charities really stood up to the plate and working with us to meet the needs of rural residents as well, looking at the issue of isolation, of connectivity, and also around particularly mental health and well-being. So the financial assistance was critical to them in making sure that they remained open, firstly, but also that they could move to new modes of interaction, for example, going online, trying to do door-to-door services as well. And I know even our libraries, for example, extended those services throughout the COVID pandemic. And of course, looking at legislative protection. So I'll continue to work with DAERA and indeed with DFI as well around rural infrastructure to look at what we can do to further support them. And I think the collaborative approach where we brought monies together from the three departments was a good approach, and that's something that I have written to them to see how we can develop that further and to keep that approach going.
Minister, for answers so far. Minister, could you provide an update on the uptake of the COVID-19 Charities Fund, which was set up to help protect that sector during the pandemic?
Yeah, well, as I say, there has been funding that has went out in terms of the COVID pandemic. As I say, over £130 million of additional support, and indeed over 9,000 awards have been made to individuals and organisations to mitigate against the worst financial impacts of the pandemic as well. We did a lot of work then to support charity organisations themselves to make sure that we could stabilise them, to make sure that through the loss of income that they would normally fundraise for, they could still deliver the services and keep their doors open. That fund, the first fund, had been going well, and indeed the second fund that we had opened recently has also been drawn down well from many charity organisations across the board. We continue to work with the charity sector as well, as I said, around recent legislation that we passed around regulation on the back of the McBride judgment back in 2019, and of course the independent review of charity regulation and support going forward. There was a good extensive engagement with the independent panel that was set up who had a good engagement with those charities, looking at their needs going forward. So I'm hopeful within the next mandate, on the basis of that review, that we can bring forward more robust legislation that further protects and enhances the work of this sector.
Members, that ends the period for listed questions, and now I move on to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I call Robin Newton.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, can I ask you, what is the average waiting time for a face-to-face appeal for those who may be waiting for DLA, PIP, ESA appeals to happen?
I don't have. I know I gave this answer last month, so I did in terms of the average waiting time where we have. So I don't have the exact figure, so I can communicate that to you directly. But obviously there has been a backlog because of the pandemic as well, which exacerbated things, and we have been moving at pace to try and resume and to deal with that backlog in terms of hearings. We're also moving to other modes of contact as well, where we are doing interviews through digital form, either over the telephone for those who choose it, and also using other methods of digital technology as well. And we know that for many that this is their preferred use, but obviously there are still those who want the face-to-face contact. So we're trying to get, in working with Public Health Agency and with other civil service departments, trying to work at pace to fully resume face-to-face listings, and also to deal with the backlog that have been impacted through the pandemic as well. But the specific waiting time, I'll communicate that directly after this with you.
Supplementary, Robin Newton.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. I recently did an appeal for a constituent who had been waiting over 3 years. I have a number of other constituents who are not technology savvy, unable to get a face-to-face appeal, particularly those who are suffering from mental health issues or where a priority within their illness is mental health. Minister, could you just specifically what action you will take to ensure that the waiting time is reduced and that 3 years is something in the past?
Well, we are working at pace to try and address the backlog in appeals hearings. As I had raised at a previous question time, we're working with the appeals service to see what we can do. The main issue, particularly around appeals, is the availability of medical evidence, and indeed new medical evidence that is coming forward, and we're trying to work with the appeals service to try and front load as much of that as we can. As I said, I agree that there are still a good section of the population here that want a face-to-face hearing an interview, that they don't like to choose the method of doing it over the phone, albeit we have enhanced that service for those who do. So we're continuing to work with the appeals service to deal with the backlog. It is a priority for the department to deal with that, and that's something that we're looking to progress. In terms of appeals more longer, the function will transfer to DOJ, but obviously because of no functioning executive that had to cease. But I am assuming that that will pick up again after the election, and if an executive is up and running, that we will continue that transfer of those functions as well.
Given the unfolding humanitarian crisis in Ukraine as a result of the Russian invasion, can the Minister tell us what she can do to provide support for refugees fleeing from the war zone?
Yeah, well, obviously it's distressing images that we're all seeing on our TVs in terms of those who are fleeing their own homes because of violence that has been happening on their streets and within their communities as well. And obviously our thoughts are to all of those almost 2 million people who have now been forced to flee and become refugees as a result of what's happening within Ukraine at the minute. Obviously my department has a long-standing history of welcoming people from war-torn countries into our communities, and indeed the community here as a whole has been very open into welcoming refugee and asylum seekers, those who are fleeing, who through no choice of their own, they would remain in their own home, but through no choice because of conflict and violence have had to leave. And indeed we have ran the Syrian resettlement scheme in terms of addressing some of those issues. I know that there's obviously difficulties at the moment because we don't have a functioning executive where normally these issues would be highlighted around that table. However, despite that and the barriers that that may create, I have written to the head of the civil service to ensure that my department stands ready to look at a refugee scheme to make sure that we're up and running, to assist in any way that we can in terms of the humanitarian crisis that are faced by many Ukrainians. And again, I hope that we can roll out a similar scheme to what we have done with the Syrian refugees. So my department stands ready and able, if we can find a proactive way around no functioning executive of starting to receive Ukrainian refugees, then we're ready and waiting for that to happen.
Supplementary question.
Curla is buegas election ara as Octa Fragra. I thank the Minister for that answer. And given the difficulties that she has outlined, I welcome her commitment to provide concrete support for refugees. And would the Minister agree with me that addressing the needs of people seeking sanctuary from a war-torn country should be a priority for every party in this Assembly?
I think definitely, yes, this is a humanitarian crisis and we need to do all that we can to provide support and sanctuary, as I say, that we have previously done in other crises as well. I'm going to work to provide solutions, and that's where my focus is at the moment. That's why I've written to the head of the civil service that we can actually start to get the work done, even in the absence of a functioning executive due to a party walking away. The Ukrainian people should have not just our solidarity, but our proactive support in meeting them in their greatest time of need. And I'm ready, my department are ready to take on whatever role and function is needed to ensure the safe passage of refugees from the conflict that they have been impacted by.
Melissa McHugh.
Margaret Concordia. Minister, can you detail for us how welfare mitigations will be reviewed going forward?
So just obviously we have been through the extending the existing mitigation schemes, and I'm glad that I got the Assembly's support in doing that. We also last week went through the final stage in terms of the bedroom tax mitigation as well, where we took out the end date. And again, that mitigation will continue to run, thus spinning the bedroom tax, which I think is a really progressive step that the Assembly has taken. To that effect as well, obviously under New Decade, New Approach, there was a commitment to review the existing welfare mitigations, and to that effect I have set up an independent advisory panel to carry out that review and to make recommendations on future mitigation packages. In particular, I asked the panel to consider a wide range of new mitigations, including looking at the two-child policy, financial support for people who are making a new claim to UC, and for carers as well. So Les Allenby, the former Chief Commissioner of the Human Rights Commission, is leading that review, and I am expecting the recommendations of that in the coming week or so.
Supplementary, Melissa McHugh.
Thanks very much, Minister, for your answer thus far. And I have to commend you as well too on the great work that you have already done there and addressing some of these issues, given the limited capacity that all ministers now face at the present time because of no executive. But Minister, given the scale of the Tory welfare cuts and the cost of living increase that we are all experiencing now, is it likely that these top-up payments will be necessary in the near future and on a continuing basis? And as such, how are we ever to take responsibility for that unless we have that sort of authority in our own hands and are in a position to address these issues?
Yeah, well, the mitigations currently will continue to run, and thankfully the bedroom tax no longer has an end date in it, and that's good. I always seen that any review of mitigations was to look at additionality, so it wasn't about stopping one of the existing mitigations, because I think that would have a completely negative consequence in terms of addressing poverty and inequality. There are a number of areas that I've said that I've asked the current review panel to look at, such as the two-child policy, the weight in terms of universal credit. But again, that's in the context that this executive, or when the executive was functioning, we spend over £600 million mitigating the worst effects of Tory welfare changes. And indeed, we do need a serious conversation as to what more we need to do, because we know the levels of poverty that is out there. We know particularly those who are in work, the working poor as well, who are really struggling, not just with the current cost of living crisis, but where we're seeing a trajectory for those whose wages, really their income doesn't supplement their outgoings and the rising costs that are attributed. So we do need to look at this. Obviously, the emerging anti-poverty strategy will also dovetail and work in coordination with the review of welfare mitigations, as will the disability, the gender and the LGBTQI strategies as well. So they need to be given the utmost urgency and importance in a new executive going forward in terms of looking at that. And of course, I mean, I would agree with as much powers coming back to this Assembly, which is made up of local elected representatives, and to take that away from Westminster so that the people here can decide on their future. And in terms of all of the laws, I mean, it would make sense to look at the financial powers that we have, because at the moment, around the cost of living, the British Government need to stand up and to do a lot more in meeting the needs of people on the ground.
Concordia. Can I ask the Minister, has she had any conversation with housing associations regarding a rent freeze, similar to that which she has ordered in the house for housing sector properties?
Yes, well, I called or made the decision on the rent freeze in response to the cost of living crisis that residents are facing. I made a similar move throughout the COVID pandemic because people are making those stark choices in terms of their outgoings, and the cost of living crisis is really beginning to hit. I have called on housing associations that they should follow suit. Obviously, they're autonomous bodies. I don't have direct control in terms of their rent, but I have asked that they follow suit with my direction and call for a freeze this year because of the crisis that people are dealing with in the here and now.
Supplementary, Tagla Magalier.
I thank the Minister for her response and welcome her call. Indeed, her decision around rent freezes has been welcomed by thousands of families facing the spiralling cost of living. Indeed, whilst many of the causes of this are beyond the control of the Assembly, in most cases due to Tory austerity and Brexit, the Minister agrees it's important that ministers must do whatever they can to help ease the burden on hard-pressed households.
I think definitely, yes, we need to look at what we can do in order to ease the burden for people. We also need a bigger conversation in terms of the type of economy that we have, the level of wages, rights around collective bargaining, for example, and terms and conditions. I know there's obviously some private members' bills around enhancing those rights are going through the Assembly as well, and I welcome those. But we do need a critical conversation even around gender-proofing budgets that we have. And I'll give an example, a recent announcement that I made on improving the terms and conditions for those within the community and voluntary sector. They have seen the first pay increase in over a decade through the decision that I made. But when you look at the analysis of the figures, 84% of those who will now receive as a minimum the real living wage are people who are employed in the women's sector. And therefore there's a direct correlation in terms of terms and conditions of employment impacting on women, that impact on children, that has a direct impact on poverty. So we do need a difference in approach. I don't believe the current economic system globally is working to meet the needs of the majority of people. It's there to serve a small interest, because in all of these cost of living, somebody's making a profit. It's the large multinational companies that are making profits. Their profits have not been impacted, and it's instead the people out on the ground who are struggling every day, who are making up the cost and the difference. And therefore we do need a different conversation as to how we protect people, how we rebalance the economy into one that works for small businesses, but importantly for workers as well.
The member's time is up, and members, please take your ease before we move on to the next item on the order paper.
Order members, we now return to the draft Human Medicines Coronavirus and Influenza Amendment Regulations 2022, and I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise to support the motion before the House which deals with the Human Medicines Regulations 2012 that govern the arrangements across the UK for licensing, manufacture, wholesale dealing and sale or supply of human medicines for human use. The 2012 regulations were amended in 2020 to set aside temporarily some of the normal rules governing the preparation of COVID-19 and flu vaccines and their supply to patients. These amendments were used to address legal issues that came up in relation to mass vaccination. Of course, these were temporary changes, and therefore this statutory instrument is necessary to make some of the arrangements permanent, such as the range of registered healthcare professionals who can administer flu and COVID vaccines, and extend to 31st of March 2024 the ability for flu and for COVID vaccine stocks to be shared between locations without the need for a wholesale dealer licence. And this will allow for the final stages of the coronavirus vaccine preparation to be completed without the need for additional marketing authorisations or manufacturers' licences to be in place. Mr Deputy Speaker, these are sensible changes before us in legislation to see us through what we all will hope to be the tail end of this pandemic. And we're very grateful for the fantastic rollout of those vaccination services and for the very many people involved in rolling those out so swiftly in order to protect the public. So I support the motion before the House today. Thank you.
I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And yes, likewise, we'd like to support this motion that's before us today. We all know the importance of having access to these vaccines, and if we can ensure that the process by which they reach our vaccine centres is streamlined and more efficient, then this will only benefit the public in getting more access to them, and that is exactly what we need the most. They quite literally save lives, and unfortunately across the world there are many communities that have not had access to them yet. But as we emerge from the pandemic, it is my hope and the hope of the SDLP that access to a range of vaccines for the global neighbourhood, particularly those in developing nations, will become more streamlined and efficient like ours, to ensure that those that need it can get them most. So we would support the motion.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise briefly to support the regulations. These regulations arise ultimately from a largely successful vaccination programme for both the coronavirus and flu virus since 2020. They enable extension of some aspects of the provision of human medicines for a further 2 years to April 2024, while in effect they enable permanently the carrying out of vaccination programmes in a way that we have seen over the past 18 months. I do not think it needs to be re-emphasised how important it is that we enable vaccinations to be available and to be carried out in as widespread a manner as possible, given they are now, alongside developing treatments and voluntary adaptations to behaviour, our sole defence against what continues to be a deadly virus. These amendments to existing law will enable the ongoing provision of broad public coronavirus vaccination programmes alongside those for flu, something which should provide significant reassurance to the population of Northern Ireland and across the UK. Mr Deputy Speaker, I would continue to urge those who have not been vaccinated or who have not had all their vaccines to which they are entitled to come forward. This remains our best way of protecting ourselves, our health service and each other. Thank you.
And I now call the Minister of Health, Robin Swan, to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. In regards to contributions from the Health Committee and the Chair and Deputy Chair as well, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I think the importance of the vaccination programme has been well rehearsed, not just today but throughout the past number of months. And again, I thank the members for their contribution and how they approach these SIs. And I've heard them described in the past, just in this debate, as being practicable, being flexible approach, being sensible and being efficient. And that's why I would thank the members for the support of this SI. But also just finishing on Ms Bradshaw's comments about encouraging everyone to come forward again, still to take up their opportunity for not just the COVID vaccine, should that be a first or second or a booster dose, but also for our flu vaccine programme, or HPV programme and all the other schools programmes, meningitis programmes that we have running that are well established throughout the public health response for many concerns in Northern Ireland. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend this SI to the House.
Members, the question is that the draft Human Medicines Coronavirus and Influenza Amendment Regulations 2022 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item on the order paper is a motion to approve another draft statutory instrument. I'll ask the clerk to please read the motion.
That the draft Human Medicines Amendments relating to Early Access to Medicine Scheme Regulations 2022 be approved.
And I call the Minister of Health to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit for this debate. So I now call the Minister of Health, Robin Swan, to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I am seeking the Assembly's approval of these regulations, which will put the existing Early Access to Medicine Scheme, known as EAMS, on a statutory footing. The EAMS aims to give patients with life-threatening or serious debilitating conditions early access to promising new medicines that do not yet have marketing authorisation. Under the scheme, the Medicines and Health Products Regulatory Agency gives a scientific opinion on the benefit or risk balance of using a medicine, and this opinion provides independent assurance to prescribers who may wish to prescribe an unlicensed or off-label medicine in cases where there is an unmet medical need. Since its inception in 2014, the EAMS has acted as an important regulatory flexibility for early access, and significant numbers of patients in all parts of the UK have benefited across a range of conditions from more than 40 scientific opinions issued by the regulator. That includes patients with cancers and rare diseases. And during the EAMS period, the EAMS medicines are provided by the company free of charge to the HSE. And then once a marketing authorisation has been granted, arrangements are in place for those existing patients to continue to receive supplies free of charge. Access to new patients is governed by existing HSE processes for the managed entry of new medicines into the health service. Even just one new product made available through the EAMS can benefit hundreds of patients. For example, through EAMS, UK patients were amongst some of the first in the world to access the breakthrough treatment of Prinzamalam, which approximately 500 people are patients with advanced melanoma receiving this medicine when no other treatment was available to them. It is, however, the case that at present there is no UK legislation that specifically covers EAMS, and the scheme is entirely non-statutory. So the supply of EAMS products is regulated by exemptions in the Human Medicines Regulations 2012 that govern the supply of unlicensed medicines in certain circumstances. These regulations have a much wider remit and they are not tailored to EAMS specifically. and there are some aspects of AIMS which would benefit from clarification in law. So placing the AIMS on a statutory footing allows us to maximise the benefits of this valuable scheme to patients and pharmaceutical companies, ensuring that AIMS remains an attractive option for companies to provide medicines to patients prior to licensing. It will also make the AIMS more visible to those developing medicines and ensure that the UK remains internationally competitive in the pre-market medicines access landscape. It is proposed, therefore, to mandate the scheme by providing specific legislative provisions for AIMS within the Human Medicines Regulations. Following extensive stakeholder engagement and a public consultation, it is now proposed to amend the HMRS to first provide clarity around AIMS medicinal products and establish an AIMS licensing authority functions. Secondly, to allow for the manufacture, assembly, importation, distribution and supply of AIMS medicinal products. Thirdly, to set out pharmacovigilance compliances. Fourthly, to introduce new and important arrangements for the collection of real-world data. And fifthly, to provide for transitional arrangements prior to the regulations coming into force. Mr Deputy Speaker, a UK-wide consultation took place on the proposed amending regulations during August and September last year, and my department ensured that the consultation was circulated as widely as possible in Northern Ireland. Overall, there was broad agreement, including from Northern Ireland stakeholders, that introducing the core principles of AIMS onto a statutory basis would provide legal clarity which would benefit industry, patients and healthcare professionals alike. While some respondents focused on the procedural element of the scheme, it is intended that these will be addressed through the provision of an updated bespoke AIMS guidance to supplement the new provisions. The AIMS has already demonstrated its enormous value in transforming the lives and health outcomes for hundreds of patients throughout the UK as a whole, and already this year scientific opinions for new innovative medicines to treat sickle cell disease and chronic myeloid leukemia have been issued. These new regulations allow us to build on that solid foundation to deliver a scheme which goes even further in boosting access to life-changing treatments, while at the same time enhancing safeguards to protect patients and driving forward opportunities for innovation and the development of new medicines. At an evidence session with my officials on the 3rd of February, the Health Committee was content with the policy intent of the draft regulations, and on the 24th of February the Committee raised no issues on the content of the regulations. It is therefore with the Committee's support, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I bring these draft regulations before the House, and I commend the motion to the members.
And I call the Chair of the Health Committee, Colin Gildennew.
Last Concordia, I make some very brief remarks as Chair and then some comments as the party's health spokesperson. The Early Access to Medicine scheme is an important scheme that allows patients here in the north of Ireland with a life-threatening or a seriously debilitating condition to gain access to a medicine before it has gained approval from the UK's Medicines Regulatory Authority. However, as the Minister has outlined, it currently operates on a non-statutory basis. This regulation seeks to put the Early Access scheme on a statutory footing, and that is to be welcomed. The Committee was briefed by Department officials on the regulation at its meeting on the 3rd of February. Officials outlined to members the processes in place to allow for early access to medicines and provided further detail on the consultation that has taken place on this regulation. The Committee sought further information on the number of patients here that have benefited from the scheme. The Department advised in writing that 45 patients from the North had applied to the scheme over the last 3 years. Officials advised the Committee that by placing the scheme on a statutory footing, they would expect the number of applicants to increase, as it should simplify the process. And I would like to thank the officials for engaging with the Committee in relation to that. The Committee considered the statutory instrument, and members agreed last Concordia that they were content that it be approved by the Assembly. So just very briefly, as Sinn Féin health spokesperson, the scheme does offer a small degree of flexibility to meet unmet clinical need. The rare cases and diseases to get access to potentially life-saving or changing medication. The small number of cases and the impact of costs should be relatively low. However, future widespread use will still need to be considered by the appropriate authorities, which is nice at this time. The scheme will hopefully help those hard and rare cases to get help and support sooner. And I know as MLAs we have all been involved in cases or campaigns where that has been an issue. So just on behalf of Sinn Féin, I wish to indicate that we support this in terms of improving access to medicines for people.
I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise once again to support the motion before us today, this time in relation to the draft Human Medicines Amendment relating to the Early Access to Medicine Scheme, or EAMS. And again, we understand that, just as before, that the Human Medicines Regulations 2012 govern the arrangements across the UK in relation to licensing, manufacture, wholesale dealing and sale or supply of human medicines for human use. And rather than repeat the Chairman's remarks, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would just like to at this stage say that this is again a sensible move, and as a party we welcome the new provisions contained that will provide clarity and practical solutions in dealing with EAMS medicinal products and licensing authority functions. So, Mr Speaker, I support the motion.
I call Colin McGrath.
Mr Deputy Speaker, this regulation aims to provide the early access to medicine scheme with a legal basis for delivering such medicines, and patients with the rarest conditions are facing challenges which we are still very much learning about. Very often these conditions are identified in young children, so I think it's only right and proper that we do all within our power to try and make life easier for those children and their families whose lives are turned upside down as a result of some genetic conditions. However, the hope for us is that many new medicines are being developed and that they have the promise of being genuinely life-changing for those that suffer from conditions. In fact, I understand that about 40% of medicines currently in development are for rare or very rare conditions, including many cell and gene therapies, which are personalised to individual patients. So we cannot afford to be left behind in the fight against such diseases. Establishing new and better medicines for such debilitating and genetic conditions does take time and effort, to say nothing of funding as well. We must place this task in the hand of our scientists and virologists with trust and optimism that they know what they are doing and what they are trained to do, which is to improve the lives of people everywhere. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, the SDLP supports this motion. Thank you.
And I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Again, I rise just to say a few words in support of what is, in effect, a complicated but necessary set of regulations amending existing law to put the Early Access to Medicine scheme on a statutory footing. We have seen over the past 2 years or so just how essential clinical trials are to our common well-being. In 2014, the Early Access to Medicine scheme was developed as a further lifeline, and there is no doubt as to the positive impact it has had, not least for people with rare diseases who would simply never have had access to medicines otherwise. And I think it is good news for those of us who sit on the newly formed all-party group on rare diseases, because I know this is something we will be working on. However, there have been some occasions, including for people who have contacted my constituency office, where it has been the cause of some frustration, and this is no doubt in part because the scheme remained non-statutory. It is evident that placing the scheme on a statutory footing will provide legal clarity for pharmaceutical companies, as they now have a clear framework for operation in Northern Ireland and indeed across the UK, as well as clarity around data collection. However, it does much more than this. There is a significant element of tidy up around which licences are necessary, and that they will do much. And that will do much not just for providers, but frankly, more importantly, to get medicines out to people faster. There is also clarity around the prohibition of advertising of unlicensed products and monitoring the risks of medicines which are, in fact, relatively rarely prescribed. Uniquely in the UK and Northern Ireland, medicines regulation is devolved, and I trust that will enable us to respond swiftly to any concerns being raised by pharmacists or other healthcare professionals about how the scheme will be continued here once it is on a statutory footing. Therefore, we must proceed with appropriate caution. Overall, however, I think this step makes a lot of sense and provides welcome clarity. Thank you.
And I call the Minister Filth to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I wish to thank the Chair, Deputy Chair and members of the Health Committee for their contribution to this debate, and just a few comments in regards to the contributions from members that they have raised in regards to Mr McGrath's comments about putting the trust and optimism in the scientists and the virologists in regards to the development of our medications that we have seen, especially even during the development of our COVID vaccines, but also from other members who talked about the ability to improve access to those specific medications that are now being brought forward. And I look forward to my officials as well engaging with Ms Bradshaw through the APG and rare diseases as to how moving aims onto statutory footing can actually make the difference, because the statutory scheme will continue to be open to any medicines that meet the aims criteria. And to date, this has predominantly been treatments for cancer, but other examples are heart conditions or actually chronic hepatitis. So the scheme is equally open to all treatments of different conditions that may be available in the future. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend this motion to the House.
Members, the question is that the draft Human Medicines Amendments relating to Early Access to Medicines Scheme Regulations 2022 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order members, next item of business is the further consideration stage of the Adoption and Children Bill. And I call the Minister of Health, Robin Swan, to move the bill.
Moved.
Members will have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate by the provisional grouping of amendments selected list. There is a single group of 5 amendments which deals with regulations, review, special guardianship and the duties in respect of looked after children. I would remind members intending to speak that during the debate on the single group of amendments they should address all of the amendments on which they wish to comment. Once the debate is completed, any further amendments in the group will be moved formally as we go through the bill, and the question on each will be put without further debate. So if that's clear, we will proceed. We now come to the single group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 1, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 2 to 5. So I call the Minister of Health, Robin Swan, to move Amendment 1 and to address the other amendments in the group. Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I move Amendment 1. I am pleased to open the debate on the further consideration stage of the bill. The moving of such a significant piece of legislation to further consideration stage marks a further milestone in its progression, and that is to make a real difference to the lives of adopted children and adults, their adoptive parents and birth relatives, and also children in care, children in the age of care and care leavers. I would like to place on record my thanks to the Chair, the members and staff of the Health Committee for their willingness to work together with my officials to reach a consensus around the amendments standing in my name today. Only 5 amendments have been tabled for debate today. 4 of these have been tabled in my name and 1 has been tabled on behalf of the Health Committee. The amendments I am proposing are technical in nature, and while they propose changes to provisions which were inserted into the bill by way of amendments brought forward by the committee during consideration stage, they do not, in my view, alter the policy intent of the committee when it moved those provisions. The amendments are intended to strengthen the legislation, provide greater clarity and ensure consistency of drafting with other related clauses. Mr Deputy Speaker, I beg to move Amendment number 1 and will also speak to Amendments 2, 3, 4 and 5. Amendment 1 amends Clause 119, and that's new Article 14F 7, which places a duty on an authority to provide special guardianship support services which have been assessed as needed to certain specified categories or persons. The purpose of this amendment is to more closely align this duty to the correspondence duty placed on health and social care trusts to undertake assessments of need for support services that are actually set out in Article 14F3, and as a result provide greater clarity about the categories of persons in relation to whom the duty to provide support services will apply. Given that the duty to provide only relates to services which have been assessed as needed, I consider that there should be consistency between the relevant provisions in paragraphs 3 and 7. So by way of example, this is the way in which the duties to assess and also to provide in relation to adoption support services have been aligned in Clause 5. If the two provisions are not aligned and there is no corresponding duty to assess, then any duty to provide services is significantly weakened and arguably does not make total sense. So Amendment 1 replaces the existing list of persons set out in paragraph 7, subparagraphs A to F, with a new subparagraph A, which provides that the duty to provide services assessed as needed will apply to any of those categories or persons specified in Article 14F 3 A to D, in respect of whom an authority has a duty to undertake an assessment. The definition of relevant child and prospective special guardian provided in paragraph 4 will also apply in relation to paragraph 7 once amended. The amendment will also retain the power to prescribe additional categories of persons in respect of whom the duty to provide services should apply, and that new subparagraph B provides for this. This amendment will not in any way weaken the duty to provide services which members agreed to insert into the bill. The duty will still apply to children in respect of whom an SGO is in force, their special guardians and parents, and to children in respect of whom a person has given notice of intention to apply for an SGO, or a court is considering whether to make an SGO their prospective special guardians and parents. Mr Deputy Speaker, I will now turn to Amendment number 2, which amends Clause 122. So when the bill was introduced, the provision in Clause 122 amended Article 26 of the Children's Order, and that was to insert a new paragraph 1A, which placed a duty on an authority as part of its duty to safeguard and promote the welfare of a child it is looking after, to promote the child's educational achievement. The Health Committee subsequently tabled 2 amendments to this clause during consideration stages of the bill, and as a result, an authority will be under duty to promote, facilitate and support the child's achievement and development in relation to education or training. I have no issue with the addition of the words facilitate and support, and do not propose any amendment to that today. Turning to the child's achievement and development in relation to education or training, in bringing forward such an amendment, the committee in its report on the bill stated that its reason for doing so was that it felt that the term educational achievement may feel unattainable for some young children and young people and place unnecessary focus on academic achievement. So when my officials consulted the Department of Education about the committee's proposed amendment, it suggested that it may be preferable for a new paragraph 1A to refer to the child's learning and development rather than the child's achievement and development in relation to education and training. This is intended to reflect that we should be seeking much more for looked after children over and above educational achievement, which tends to be measured in terms of academic success, i.e. the numbers of GCSEs or A levels. So as a result, during a consideration stage debate on the committee's amendment, I indicated that if agreed, I would seek to table an amendment as suggested by the Department of Education at further consideration stage. Following further consultation with members of the Health Committee, the amendment that I am proposing retains the reference to achievement in relation to education and training, and that's new paragraph 1A in clause 122, and extends it to also include learning and development without any qualification. So by separating learning and development from education or training, the duty which we are seeking to apply to health and social care trusts will extend more widely, fully acknowledging that we should be seeking the absolute best for looked after children and equipping them to give of their best. As a result, if the amendment which I have proposed today is agreed, the Health and Social Care Trust will be required to promote, facilitate and support looked after children's learning and development, and also their achievement in relation to education or training. Mr Deputy Speaker, I wish to speak now to Amendment number 3, which has been tabled on behalf of the Health Committee. Members may recall that during consideration stage of the bill I advised that the Examiner of Statutory Rules had recommended that the consideration should be given as to whether the required level of Assembly control should be altered from negative to affirmative resolution in relation to regulations to be made under Clause 7 of the bill. And it was during that stage I tabled amendments to provide for this in relation to 4 of the clauses which the Examiner had highlighted. However, I also indicated to members that I did not propose to make amendments in relation to the 3 remaining clauses, that is clause 24, which relates to contact, clause 52, which enables modifications to be made to the Children's Order in relation to adoption, and clause 77, which enables the Department of Finance to prescribe in regulations the information that must be provided to the Registrar General when seeking to obtain a certified copy of an entry in the Adopted Children Register related to an adopted person who has not attained the age of 18 years. During the debate, I described at length the matters that were expected to be included in those regulations, demonstrating that they will be procedural in nature and therefore supported my view that negative resolution procedure is appropriate. Mr Deputy Speaker, I do not intend to repeat those reasons today. However, it is clear that the committee remains determined to give effect to all of the examiner's recommendations, and while I continue to be of the view that these regulations do not require the level of scrutiny of this chamber that affirmative resolution procedures would require, I do not intend to oppose the committee's amendments. Mr Deputy Speaker, I will now turn to amendments numbers 4 and 5, which I propose to deal with together. Clause 158 was inserted in the bill following an amendment tabled on behalf of the Health Committee at consideration stage. It places a duty on the Department to review and make a report on the implementation of each provision of Parts 1 and 2 of the bill. The requirement will not apply until as soon as practicable after the 3rd anniversary of the commencement of each of the provisions in Parts 1 and 2, and at least once in every 5 years thereafter. So again, in relation to each of the provisions which have been commenced. Having given further consideration of the reporting requirements in this clause, I consider that the practical outworkings could result in a piecemeal reporting, with progress being made more difficult to track. As my department is proposing that implementation of the bill will be on a phased basis over a period of 3 years, this could result in a period of annual reporting in years 2026, 27, 28 and again in 31 and 32. It may also have the unintended consequences of creating a perverse incentive to delay commencement of some provisions in order to avoid such annual reporting requirements. So while I accept that reporting on implementation is important, hence my overall support for Clause 158, we need to ensure that reporting does not take valuable staff resource away from the priority task of implementation, and this was recognised by the committee and members when considering whether to support the Department's amendment of the duty to support on the Children's Order from an annual to a 3-year requirement. To address this, Amendment 4, which I am proposing, amends Clause 158, inserts new subsections 1 and 2. So in order to streamline and provide for a more efficient and effective reporting process, and to take account of the fact that implementation will be on a phased basis, new subsection 1 would place a duty on my department to at least once every 3 years prepare and publish a report on implementation of each of the provisions in Parts 1 and 2 of the bill, and to lay a copy of the report before the Assembly. New subsection 2 provides that the first report must be prepared and published within 3 years of the date of which the Act is passed, that is, the date of which the Act receives the royal assent. Subsection 3 of Clause 158, as it stands, provides that the Department may bring forward regulations to remove the requirement to report on the implementation of the bill, but not before the 10th anniversary of the Act receiving royal assent. So during the consideration stage debate, I advised members that I considered it would have been more appropriate to include in this clause a sunset provision, so that the duty automatically ceases to apply after a specified period or once all provisions have been fully commenced. I indicated that I would seek to table a technical amendment at further consideration stage. Mr Deputy Speaker, Amendment number 5 inserts a sunset clause, and new subsections 3 and 4 will be inserted, which provide that the duty to report will cease to have effect on the 10th anniversary of the date on which the Act is passed, but only if all of the provisions in Parts 1 and 2 have been commenced and have been included in a report. In tabling these amendments, my intention is to ensure that in fulfilling the duty to report, the reporting process will be more effective and efficient, and will result in the comprehensive and timely reports being produced. Mr Deputy Speaker, that concludes my remarks on the amendments which have been brought before the House for consideration today. And I believe the committee has indicated that it is content with the amendments which I have tabled, and I am glad that we have been able to reach an outcome which is acceptable to all. And I thank members for bearing with me, and I look forward to hearing the views on the amendments.
I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Health, Colin Gilden.
Concordia, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on behalf of the committee at this further consideration stage. I will outline the committee's views on the amendments in the Minister's name and provide some further information on the committee's proposed amendment, which is Amendment 3. At the outset, I would like to thank the Minister and his officials for the way they have worked with the committee on this bill. The committee is grateful that the Minister has listened to the committee's views and has brought forward amendments both at this stage and in the previous stage that we believe strengthen and enhance the bill. I think that is a good example of a committee and department working together for the benefit of those who legislation in this place is designed to improve. The committee was briefed by officials on the Minister's amendments last week. Amendment number 1 provides greater clarity about the categories of person in relation to whom the duty to provide support services will apply, and aligns this duty to the corresponding duty placed on trusts to undertake assessments of need for support services. The committee agreed that this does provide further clarity and will therefore support Amendment 1. Moving on then in relation to Amendment 2 and the duty to promote, facilitate and support the child's achievement and development in relation to education and training. When officials briefed the committee last week, the proposed amendment was to replace achievement and development in relation to education and training with learning and development. This was on the basis that much of a child's learning and development can, and indeed absolutely does, take place outside of formal education settings. The committee considered the rationale for this amendment and understood the intent behind it. However, we felt that better clarity could be had by including learning and development alongside achievement and development in relation to education and training. The committee asked the department to consider this, and we welcome that the amendment before us today does indeed include both terms. We feel that this strengthens the duty, and I thank the Minister for considering the request and revising the amendment in a very short period of time that was available to him. The committee will support Amendment 2. In relation to Amendment 3, which I am moving on behalf of the committee, the purpose of the amendment is to bring regulations that are within clauses 24, 52 and 77 under the draft affirmative procedure. Clause 24 enables regulations to be made by the department, setting out the steps required to be taken by an agency which has exercised its power under clause 24(2) to refuse to allow contact which would otherwise be required by virtue of a contact order under clause 23 of the bill. Clause 52(1) of the bill enables the department to make regulations applying with modifications or disapplying certain provisions of the Children Order in relation to a child who an adoption authority is authorised to place for adoption, or a child who is less than 6 weeks old and has been placed for adoption by an authority. Clause 77(3) of the bill provides that a person is not entitled to have a certified copy of an entry in the Adopted Children Register relating to an adopted person who has not attained the age of 18 years unless prescribed particulars have been provided to the Registrar General. The committee agrees that these clauses provide for regulations on significant issues and that it would be appropriate for regulations in relation to these clauses to go through the draft affirmative procedure, and therefore we have tabled Amendment 3. And I welcome the Minister's indication that he is not going to oppose that amendment. Amendments 4 and 5 are amendments to a new clause agreed at consideration stage that would provide a duty on the Department of Health to report on the implementation of Parts 1 and 2 of the bill. This amendment proposes that the Department will report every 3 years on implementation and lines up with the duty on the Department to report on the Children's Order every 3 years. Amendment 5 provides for a sunset clause in relation to this reporting provision, and the duty to report on the implementation of the bill will cease after 10 years. The committee is content, Concordia, to support Amendments 4 and 5. I would like to thank the Minister and his officials for their work on these amendments. I would also like to thank members of the committee for their input into this bill. And as ever, I would also like to extend the committee's deep appreciation to the clerk and committee staff for their work in assisting us with scrutiny and, I believe, significant improvements to this bill from the Health Committee. The committee, Las Concordia, will be supporting all the amendments tabled today. So just a few remarks as Sinn Féin Health spokesperson, and I just want to say I actually do believe that this is one of the most significant and important pieces of legislation which this mandate of this Assembly will consider and put through. It's an extremely vulnerable sector of our community. The bill is long overdue in that sense, and we have had significant engagement across the sectors who have made that very clear to us, that the importance of this bill and the impact it can have on these children and young people and families who support and who love and care for them and adopt them, that this potential of this legislation to bring. I welcome the fact that both ourselves and the Department have worked throughout the passage of the legislation to increase supports and increase rigour and the transparency of implementation of the bill, and I think that will all be to the good, and I look forward to seeing that as it unfolds. I do also, and I have mentioned previously, that there is a need, and the committee report has included the fact that there is a need to continue to see how we can support and promote and underpin North-South adoptions and working in this field generally, given that we have very many good kinship relationships in areas that would be to the benefit of the children and young people that we are discussing today. So I want to express my own gratitude to, and our party's gratitude to all of those who contributed across quite an extended period of time with very, very rich evidence and analysis and experience that has improved the committee's ability to engage on the bill, and I think has led to a better bill coming out of the process, and that's to the good. So I look forward to the implementation of it. I look forward to this improving lives of people outside of this chamber, and I look forward to it providing a framework that can see further improvements, development and support rolled out to this sector.
I would encourage members to remember that this is the further consideration stage. There's still a final stage when people can give their summary of the proceedings. I would urge members to concentrate on the amendments before them and allow a degree of latitude beyond that, but please do not overstretch. I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and you'll be pleased to know that I'm going to be brief. I rise today to speak on the further consideration stage of the Adoption and Children Bill, and before I address the amendments before us today, I again restate my support for my party for this bill in addressing the need for more responsive, fit-for-purpose and child-focused adoption processes in Northern Ireland. And in all of our consideration of the bill, we must remember that at the forefront are children and young people. It is crucial that we reform our adoption system and bring it into the 21st century. A new, clearer, more robust system will ensure better outcomes for the child, new parents and also social care staff who do an immense work supporting those within the system. So moving to the actual amendments, Mr Deputy Speaker, at consideration stage, an amendment was made to the bill to stipulate the specific categories of persons that the Department must provide an assessment of special guardianship support services to. Amendment 1, Clause 119, brings a list of persons to whom the Department may then provide services into line with this. This amendment is very appropriate to ensure that there is effective overlap between the duty to assess and also the duty to provide services. Amendment 2, Clause 122, places a duty on authorities to safeguard and promote the welfare of a child. At consideration stage, the wording was changed to promoting a child's achievement and development in relation to education and training. The Department of Education has suggested it may be preferable for new paragraph 1A to refer to the child's learning and development. Amendment uses this wording whilst retaining the separate reference to achievement in relation to education and training. I believe this amendment reflects the professional evidence in respect of the appropriate wording and definitions used. The twin-track approach of learning and development and also achievement seems comprehensive. Amendments to Clause 158 place a duty on the Department to review and make a report on the implementation of each provision of Parts 1 and 2 of the Bill. As currently drafted, the Department would have to report on each provision of the parts as soon as practicable. after the 3rd anniversary of it being enacted and once every 5 years thereafter. Amendment 3 adjusts this duty to place a duty on the Department to at least once in every 3 years prepare and publish a report on the implementation of each of the provisions in Part 1 and 2 of the Bill and to lay a copy of the report before the Assembly. Amendment 5 would ensure the reporting requirements cease to have effect on the 10th anniversary of the date on which the Act is passed if all the provisions in Parts 1 and 2 have been commenced and included in a report. As a party, we understand the intention of this amendment to ensure reporting is not piecemeal and can bring benefits in terms of understanding the wider impact of the provisions. We welcome these amendments, which would ensure greater accountability of the implementation of this overhaul of the adoption system. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome the progress of the bill to date and thank the Minister, his officials and the committee clerk for the huge amount of work that has been carried out on this bill, and I trust it will bring about the reform that is so much needed in this particular area. Thank you.
I call Colin McGrath.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome that we are progressing this bill to its next stage. I think it's fair to say that right throughout the whole process, the Minister, the Department, the Committee, everybody involved has been focused on the end goal of delivering legislation that places children at the centre of our efforts. The legislation that we deliver here must deliver for them in their lives, and it's essential that we get this done and across the line before the end of the mandate, because this reform has been long awaited and I don't think that we could allow it to fall, but I'm glad to see that we are progressing towards that achievement. The amendments that we have before us today continue in that effort, and they really are a result of the Committee's deliberation and our engagement with the Minister and the Department. The first amendment provides further clarification about who and how the process of guardianship will progress. It's a technical amendment and the SDLP is content with it. The second amendment tidies up a previous committee amendment to ensure that there is an obligation on the Department to ensure a child's education and learning, and there was much discussion about exactly what those terms were and how they would be enacted in reality with children in their day-to-day lives. And again, the tidy up that is there was welcomed by everyone at the committee and we're content with it. The third amendment will ensure 3 key areas are subject to future draft affirmative process rather than negative process, and I think that without overburdening the Assembly, it's always where possible better that it comes here for that draft affirmative process, for it allows more engagement and discussion amongst MLAs before the decisions are taken, rather than the negative process, which is about having the discussion after the decisions have been taken, and again we are content with that. The fourth and the fifth amendments refer are proposed regarding the implementation of the bill are to do with the reporting process. And as a result of the amendments, this will be once every 3 years with a sunset clause after 10. Again, we are content with that because it's somewhat similar to what we were thinking in the original drafting, but I'm glad that we got that drilled down and have been able to agree with it. Mr Deputy Speaker, I reiterate that our focus must be on those children and young people in need of a home. We must deliver a system which is fit to meet the needs of the 21st century and our ever-evolving society. I believe we are getting closer to delivering that legislation with each stage of this process, and the SDLP is happy to support the amendments, and I look forward to seeing this legislation delivered. Thank you.
I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. These amendments are an example of how to help make a very good law that little bit better. There's been much cooperation between the Minister, his department and the Health Committee in producing this much needed and significant legislation. I welcome all these amendments and I commend them to the House. The Ulster Unionist Party will support them all today, and the end result and benefits of this bill for children and adopters will be felt for years to come. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Deputy Speaker, this is a very complex piece of legislation and I'm glad we are now approaching the finishing line so we can move towards implementation. We are now 27 years on from the Children Order. which has changed in that time, but much has changed in that time, but the legislative position around adoption has not. We have no further time to lose on this. If I may make some brief comments, particularly on Amendment 2 of the 5 amendments before us, I have to say I'm still not entirely satisfied with where it has landed. As a committee, we had a broad discussion around this throughout deliberation of the bill, particularly with reference to paragraph 1 of clause 122. I still think the committee's original amendments reflect fairly that discussion. For me, and I think for most of the committee, this is meant to go well beyond formal education. I would add, nonetheless, that I am happy that the reporting mechanism on the mechanisms in the bill are now sound, and that, importantly, we have covered harm more effectively. Mr Deputy Speaker, I retain my concern that where a child was conceived as a result of rape, the perpetrator would still be able to apply for access, and I would urge any incoming executive to act swiftly to address this, as well as other areas of broader child abuse. Nevertheless, it falls to us now to get on with passing this legislation so that we can address the very human penalty which is being paid for such outdated provisions relating to adoption. I think we have improved the bill, and now it is time to get on with delivering on it and with making life better for countless children and families across Northern Ireland. Thank you.
I now call on the Minister of Health, Robin Swan, to wind up this debate on the single group of amendments.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the members for their contributions to the debate on these further amendments. Just in regards to the general comments that have been made about the cooperation and the close partnership working that has been involved in getting to this stage, I think as Mr McGrath indicated, about the technical nature of this bill, and Ms Bradshaw has indicated, it's been a long time since we've amended this legislation. It was first started when my party colleague Michael McGimsey was actually in this post, but wasn't picked up subsequent to that, and that's why it is such a large piece of legislation. But Mr Deputy Speaker, to have got to further consideration stages in a bill this size, with 5 technical amendments, 4 from myself and 1 from the committee, I think is a testimony to the interaction and the working together that we've seen throughout the deliberation stages, the second stage, the consideration stage, and the committee stage of this bill. And I think the Chair indicated that in regards to the engagement that has been had by stakeholders, by all those interested as well. And it is about where this bill is to make a real difference to the lives of adopted children and adults, their adoptive parents and birth relatives, and also children in care, children in the age of care and care leavers. I think this bill demonstrates the best of this place. When you have Assembly, Committee, Department and Ministers working together to bring forward legislation that will benefit everyone. It's clear just how many important issues this bill touches on and how important it is we get it right. What we're talking about here today will impact on the lives of some of the most vulnerable children, their arrangement for their future care, and also the ability of caregivers to provide that care. And we should not forget that as we debate and take decisions on these amendments, Mr Deputy Speaker, that brings me to the end of my concluding remarks. I can't but thank the members for their support and their engagement in getting to this stage, and I beg to move Amendment 1.
Amendment proposed to clause 119, page 72, line 24, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 2 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Health, Robin Swan, to move formally Amendment 2.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 122, page 75, line 32, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 2 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 3 has already been debated, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee of Health, Colin McGildernew, to move formally Amendment 3.
Tashi Malta, moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 155, page 96, line 2, insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 3 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 4 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Health, Robin Swan, to move formally Amendment 4.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 158, page 97, line 32, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 4 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 5 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Health, Robin Swan, to move formally Amendment 5.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 158, page 98, line 1, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 5 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And that concludes the further consideration stage of the Adoption and Children Bill. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. I'd ask members to take their ease for a few moments for the next item of business. Order members, the next item of business is the further consideration stage of the Justice, Sexual Offences and Trafficking Victims Bill. And I call the Minister of Justice, Naomi Long, to move the bill.
So moved.
Thank you. Members will have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of amendments selected list. There are two groups of amendments, and we will debate the amendments in each group in turn. The first debate will be on amendments 1 to 30 and 42 to 47, which deal with the sexual offences, including voyeurism, cyber flashing and abuses of trust, and related guidance. The second debate will be on amendments 31 to 41, which deal with the support for trafficking victims. I would remind members intending to speak that during the debates on the two groups of amendments, they should address all the amendments in each group on which they wish to comment. Once the debate on each group is completed, any further amendments in this group will be moved formally as we go through the bill, and the question on each will be put without further debate. So if that's clear to everyone, we will proceed. We now come to the first group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 1, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 2 to 30 and 42 to 47. Within this group, Amendment 7 is consequential to Amendment 3. Amendment 9 is consequential to Amendment 5. Amendments 6 to 18 are consequential to Amendments 14 or 15. Amendment 20 is mutually exclusive with Amendment 19. Amendment 26 is consequential to Amendment 24. And Amendments 42, 43, 44, 46 and 47 are consequential to Amendment 12. In addition, there are a number of paving amendments which are identified as we go through the stage. So I now call the Chair of the Committee for Justice, Mervyn Storey, to move Amendment 1 and to address the other amendments in the group. Mr. Storey.
Moved, Deputy Speaker. Before I comment specifically, Deputy Speaker, on the amendments before us today, on behalf of the Justice Committee, I would like to welcome and acknowledge the engagement that has taken place with the Minister and the departmental officials on the proposed amendments in front of the House today, and in particular the constructive and collaborative approach adopted to each of the amendments to Clause 1 that take account of the Committee's concerns that the offences of upskirting and downblousing provided for at Clause 1 of the Bill are not currently adequately framed and could result in potential loopholes, and on the text of the amendments to provide for a new offence of cyberflashing. Turning to the Committee amendments 1 to 10 to Clause 1 and Amendments 45 to Schedule 1. Clause 1 of the Bill provides new offences of upskirting and downblousing. In the evidence received by the Committee, there was a strong support for these new offences from a wide range of organisations, with views expressed that, despite violating a person's privacy and causing them distress, to date such behaviour has been seen as a bit of fun and dismissed or not recognised as seriously as other sexual crimes. As a consequence, the Committee was advised that although on the increase due to the increasing numbers of smartphones, such behaviour is still underreported. The new offences will therefore address a gap in the law which, until this legislation, did not criminalise such invasive behaviours that can be used to distress, humiliate, control or coerce victims. PSNI welcomed them, noting that they will prevent crimes of this nature and improve criminal justice outcomes for victims. The Public Prosecution Service also welcomed the fact that there will be no longer a need to rely on older legislation that was drafted at a time when it was not envisaged that behaviour such as upskirting or downblousing could occur. While there was widespread support for the new offences, concerns were raised with the Committee that the scope of them was framed too narrowly, with the requirement to provide that the perpetrator acted with the intention either of looking at the image for the purpose of sexual gratification or to humiliate, alarm or distress the victim. Views were expressed that it should be unnecessary to prove motivation if consent was not given, and that the difficulty in proving the nature of an offender's intentions beyond reasonable doubt may render the offence ineffective. The fact that the impact of the offence on the victim is not dedicated by intentions of the perpetrator was also emphasised. To address these concerns, a number of organisations, including the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission, believe that a conviction should rest on whether consent was given for the image or video to be taken, with no need to prove motivation. If the offences were not going to be based on the need to demonstrate consent, it was suggested that the scope of the offences should be widened to capture instances where an individual claimed the act was just a bit of fun, by including recklessness as to whether the victim is caused distress, alarm or humiliation. Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee also met informally with a victim of voyeurism offences. Members heard of the devastating impact that it had on the person at the time and the lasting impact on their life and on the lives of their family. The handling of the case by the criminal justice agencies and the fact that it wasn't treated as a sexual offence added to the trauma that they suffered. While this case clearly illustrates the need for the specific offences of upskirting and downblousing, the victim was concerned that the offence as drafted would not deal with her type of case, which was, it was claimed, was done for a prank, particularly if the perpetrator was under the age of 18. In the victim's views, there should be no grey areas where such behaviour is tolerated. A clear message needs to be sent out that this type of behaviour is wrong in any circumstances, and when people make a choice to do this, they will face the consequences. I again want to place on record the committee's appreciation of this victim sharing their experience and their views of the new offences. It set out very clearly to the committee the responsibility we have to get this legislation right and ensure that it both is comprehensible and operational. The committee discussed the concerns regarding the narrow scope of the offence and the potential difficulties in proving motivation with the PSNI, the Public Prosecution Service and departmental officials during the committee stage of the bill, and explored the proposals that have been put to the committee to address these. The committee was advised that proving intent is an integral part of any criminal offence. The Department also outlined its concerns that to remove motivations and base the offences solely on consent may broaden them to the extent that they become unworkable and would not provide the ability to identify those who act in a thoughtless or reckless manner without thinking through the consequences of their actions. The Department advised that it wanted to differentiate between the people who technically commit the offence but do so without the real malice or the intent to cause harm or distress or to obtain sexual gratification, and those whose behaviour is predatory, malicious, more dangerous and damaging and are of greater concern. The committee also noted that the Gillen Review of Serious Sexual Offences had recommended work should be undertaken on the issue of consent, and this is a large-scale exercise. While discussing Clause 1, members continued to have concerns that the need to prove motivations was an additional element required to prove the offences of upskirting and downblousing, and this could prevent victims from reporting the offences if they believe it may lessen the chances of a conviction being secured. Members were also not convinced that the current framing of the offence would satisfactorily address a scenario where the offences were committed, or it is claimed were committed, for reasons of banter or group bonding. The committee decided that an appropriate approach to address its concerns was to include a reasonable person test in the motivation requirement, rather than base the offence solely on consent, and therefore brought forward the amendments for consideration stage and that were subsequently not moved. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the decision not to move the amendments at consideration stage came about following a meeting with the Minister, during which she outlined her concerns that the addition of a reasonable person test would significantly widen the scope of the offences and would have potentially unintended consequences by creating a serious risk that children and young people or vulnerable people who act on the spur of the moment without proper consideration of the consequences of their actions would be unnecessarily and inappropriately criminalised. While continuing to have questions regarding whether the new offences were framed entirely satisfactorily, given the views and concerns expressed in the evidence received, in light of the Minister's concerns, the committee agreed to support Clause 1 as drafted, but to have further discussions with the departmental officials to address the concerns raised and ensure, as far as possible, any loopholes were covered. Following discussions over the past couple of weeks, I am pleased to bring forward Amendments 1 to 10 and Amendment 45 today, which the Minister has indicated that she will support. The amendments provide for a separate, stand-alone, reckless element to be included in the upskirting and downblousing offences to cover a situation where a person is reckless as to whether the victim is humiliated, alarmed or distressed, and they are any of these things. This is a balanced and proportionate approach to address both the committee's concerns and that offences as currently drafted in the bill are not comprehensive enough, and the Minister's concerns about an approach that would lead to over-criminalisation. The substantial work that has gone into these amendments, including the assistance of the OLC, which is very much appreciated, will increase the effectiveness of the offences, and I trust the Assembly will support them today. Mr Deputy Speaker, turning to Committee Amendments 11, 12, 13, 42, 43, 44, 46 and 47, the new offence of cyber flashing. In the evidence received on the bill, the issue of cyber flashing was brought to the attention of the committee by Professor Midlin of Durham University, who is an expert on laws relating to image-based sexual abuse. Professor Midlin advocated for the creation of a new offence of cyber flashing to clearly criminalise the sending of unsolicited pictures of genitals, and urged that the offence should be based on non-consent and cover all forms of cyber flashing, regardless of a perpetrator's motives. She also provided evidence of the prevalence of incidents of cyber flashing, including a recent Ofsted review that found that nearly 90% of girls said that being sent explicit pictures or videos of things they did not want to see happens a lot, or sometimes to them or their peers, including pictures of genitals. According to Professor Midlin, the benefits of adopting a bespoke criminal offence to address cyber flashing included that it would make it clear such actions are wrong and potentially harmful, and recognise victims' experiences. It would facilitate successful prosecutions by removing the need to shoehorn cyber flashing into other laws, and it would provide a positive foundation for education and prevention initiatives. She also believed that the offence must be framed as a sexual offence to recognise the nature and harms of it, grant victims anonymity and prosecutions in court, and permit suitable sentencing options. Professor Midlin also described the distribution of deepfake and fake porn without consent as a growing and harmful problem, and outlined that her research interviewing victims of intimate image abuse found that 34% of images created without consent had been digitally altered. To assist its consideration to these issues, the committee commissioned a research paper that was which provided an overview of the legislative arrangements and practices in other jurisdictions in relation to cyber flashing and deepfake pornography. The committee also sought the views of other witnesses on whether there was a requirement for a specific offence of cyber flashing during the oral evidence sessions on the bill, and received favourable responses, including from the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission, who in its written submission had highlighted that technology has evolved, which means different forms of gender-based violence have transformed into offences perpetrated across distance and without physical contact. When the issue was raised with the PPS, they were unable to say with certainty that cyber flashing and deepfakes could be prosecuted under existing legislation, although they thought it may be captured by the Communications Act offences. The committee discussed the Scottish cyber flashing offence, which has been in existence since 2010, with departmental officials who also advised that the UK Government has committed to making cyber flashing an offence in England and Wales based on the Laws Commission's recommendation, and provided information on the Irish offence of distributing, publishing or sending threatening or grossly offensive communication. The officials indicated that the intention of the Department was to review the existing and proposed legislation, consider their applicability to Northern Ireland, and develop policy proposals for the consultation, with an aim of legislating for an offence of cyber flashing in the next Assembly mandate. When undertaking its deliberations on the bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, in early January, the committee discussed the potential to legislate for a specific offence of cyber flashing. Given that legislation already is in place for a number of years in Scotland, and the UK's Government's commitment to legislate for this in England and Wales in the near future, the Committee considered it would be an opportune time to provide for a similar offence in Northern Ireland and ensure that this jurisdiction is not left behind. The Committee therefore agreed to bring forward an amendment at consideration stage to introduce a new offence of cyber flashing that would cover sending a person a sexual image without that person consenting or without any reasonable belief that the person consents for the purposes of sexual gratification or humiliation, distressing or alarming the person. The sexual image was defined as an image of a person, whether real, imaginary, engaging in a sexual activity, or an image of the genitals of a person, whether real or imaginary, to cover digitally altered images and potentially provide for the offence was imprisonment for a term of not exceeding 6 months, or a fine not exceeding the statutory maximum, or both on summary conviction, and imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years on the conviction on indictment. The Committee also included a reasonable personal condition in the offence, and for this reason the Minister, while indicating that she had no objection in principle to the introduction of an amendment to provide for an offence of cyber flashing in the bill, raised the same concerns about the text of the amendment that she had in relation to Clause 1 amendments. The Committee therefore agreed to consider replacing the reasonable person element before bringing an amendment forward at further consideration stage. The Committee is grateful to the Minister, the departmental officials and OLC for the assistance and collaborative approach that has been adopted to arrive at the text of the amendments before the House today, which again provides for a balanced and proportionate approach that can be supported by everyone while aiming to ensure the offence is as effective as possible. The text now includes a reckless element which would be criminalised where it is combined with the sexual gratification motivation. This is based on the approach recommended by the Law Commission in its review and the report on malicious communications offences, which advised that if recklessness was to stand on its own as one of the alternative ways of committing an offence without any limiting factors, the offence becomes very wide and could lead to over-criminalisation. The amendment inserts a new offence into the main sexual offences framework, the Sexual Offences Northern Ireland Order 2008, rather than it sitting as a freestanding provision in this legislation, and refers to sending an unwanted image rather than coercing a person into looking at a sexual image, to avoid a potential loophole with the argument that the offence is not committed if the victim does not open the images sent to them. Consequential provision has also been included to bring it within the scope of other relevant legislation, including notification requirements, often referred to as the Sex Offenders Register, and risk management orders such as sexual offences, prevention orders and public protection sentences. To avoid over-criminalisation, the notification and risk management measures only apply when the sexual gratification is proven. While this is a departure from the approach adopted in Scotland, where it has legislated for these factors to apply regardless of motivation, and England and Wales may also adopt that approach, although the position has not yet been confirmed. Having discussed the issue with departmental officials at our meeting on the 24th of February, the Committee is content with the approach given the very specific purpose of the notification requirements of the Sex Offenders Register, which is to control potentially dangerous sex offenders rather than also using it to register other incidents of cyber flashing intending to distress, alarm or humiliate a person, particularly given the serious implications being on the register has for a person's future. Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee members visited the PSNI cybercrime suite last week and heard about the changing nature of offending and how the internet and technology is facilitating and playing a very large part in this. Amendments 11, 12, 13, 42, 43, 44, 46 and 47 is made today will criminalise cyber flashing in Northern Ireland, ensure that we are at least keeping abreast with other jurisdictions on this issue. We do, however, recognise that there is much to be done in the area of technology-supported criminal behaviour, and that will be a challenge going forward. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I just want to make one comment, and it is following on from our visit to the cyber crime unit. I pay, on the floor of this House, a word of appreciation to those officers who work in that unit. And I think my colleagues, to say that we were affected by what we heard pales into insignificance what those officers have to see. And I think that when you have a situation where there is a particular room in that unit, in that building, where images have to be graded A, B and C, so that the judge rightly doesn't want to see what those images are. I have to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, I have still been affected by that until this very day. It is harrowing, absolutely harrowing, what goes on. And those who are involved in that type of activity need not only to be brought before the law, but they need to find and need to have the full rigour of the law brought to bear upon them. So I place on record today our appreciation to those who work in that particular unit. I now turn to Amendments 14 to 18. An Amendment 20 in the Committee's name, and Amendment 19 in the Minister's name that relate to the abuse of trust provisions in the Bill. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Committee this morning made the decision not to move Amendments 14, 15, 16, 17 and 18, which would widen the scope of the abuse of trust provisions to include non-statutory tutors and to cover uniformed organisations. Given this decision, Committee Amendment 20 becomes all the more important, and therefore, with your latitude in outlining Amendment 20 and explaining its necessity, I will set out the background to the Committee's position relating to the abuse of trust provisions. As I outlined at the consideration stage of this bill, based on the evidence received by the Committee, in particular the views expressed by the Northern Ireland Commissioner for Children and Young People, the NSPCC and Bernardo's, the Committee has concerns that the approach being taken by the Department to widen the scope of the abuse of trust was not comprehensive enough, and the provisions lack clarity and could cause confusion regarding what activities fall within the definition which is now provided by Clause 3. The Committee therefore considered bringing forward an amendment at the stage to extend the scope further to include all persons in a position of trust with young people. However, in light of the views expressed by the Minister that this may have significant consequences, which included concerns that widening the scope further could attract legal challenges based on the rights of an individual under Article 8 of the Human Rights legislation, rights to provide to private and family life, there was a clear risk of inappropriately increasing the age of sexual consent by stealth, which would open the successful legal challenge, and that framing the positions of trust provisions too widely would run the risk of over-criminalising young people who could be considered breaking the law if, for example, a person aged 18 had a sexual relation with a person aged 16 or 17. The Committee agreed not to table an amendment to extend the scope further at that stage, given the limited time before the Committee stage of the bill to be completed. Instead, the Committee decided to take the opportunity at consideration stage to seek further information and clarification on the basis for the Minister's concerns regarding extending the scope of abuse of trust further. The Committee therefore supported the amendment brought forward by the Minister to extend the scope of abuse of trust to include certain activities carried out in sports and faith settings, but sought further information from her on how robust the position going forward would actually be, given the views expressed that it would not be expansive enough to protect children from adults in positions of trust, and requested clarification of how exactly widening the scope further could interfere with Article 8 rights, in a way that widening it to cover sports and faith settings doesn't, and on what basis there is any greater risk of inappropriately increasing the age of sexual consent by stealth or criminalising young people unnecessarily, taking into account the fact that this provision relates solely to those in positions of trust. I also indicated that, depending on the information and clarification provided, the committee may wish to consider the matter again before further consideration stage. Following consideration stage, the committee returned to the matter at its meeting on the 17th of February. And members continue to have concerns that gaps still existed, particularly in relation to uniformed organisations, such as Scouts, Girl Guides, etc., and non-statutory tutors, such as music teachers. How to address these concerns without criminalising a consensual relationship between an 18-year-old and a 17-year-old was a challenge, although it was noted that such a relationship could occur in a sports setting, which is now included in the abuse of trust provision. The potential to include a statutory review mechanism to place a duty on the Department to regularly review the evidence of risk of harm in settings not included in the abuse of trust provisions was also proposed. The committee agreed to move away from its original proposal for an amendment to include all those in a position of trust with young people, and to consider bringing forward more targeted amendments to cover non-statutory tutors and to cover uniformed organisations and to provide for a review mechanism. At our meeting on the 24th of February, the committee considered and agreed the text of the amendments 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 and 20 before the House today. In doing so, the committee noted the challenge to define uniformed organisations and therefore brought forward the amendment covering youth activities. The committee advised the Minister on the 25th of February of the amendments it intended to bring forward and provided the text for her information. The Minister subsequently wrote to the committee on the 2nd of March, following the deadline for submitting amendments for further consideration stage, indicating that she still remained seriously concerned regarding the future extension of the abuse of trust provisions in the areas of tuition and youth activities. In her view, they were far too indiscriminate in their coverage and engaged the same problems that she had previously raised regarding the committee's first proposal to extend provisions to include all those in a position of trust with young people, including the potential to attract legal challenge based on the rights of an individual under Article 8, right to private and family life, and other criminalising young people. She therefore intended to oppose the amendments and asked the committee to reconsider moving them at further consideration stage. The Minister also advised the committee that while she was supportive of a review mechanism being placed on the face of the bill, she considered that to do so on an annual basis, as provided for in Committee Amendment 20, would place a disproportionate burden on the Department. She therefore was bringing forward an alternative amendment to the committee that the Department to complete a review within 2 years of the abuse of trust provisions of the bill coming into operation. This would be augmented by a firm Department commitment to keep a watching brief both on the working of the provisions and developments in other jurisdictions, and an undertaking that where emerging evidence of uncovered abuse arises or clear risk factors are identified, the Department would move swiftly to activate its regulatory powers to extend the abuse of trust provisions to include other groups. Yes.
I thank the committee chairman for giving way on this key point. You will be aware that there are two competing amendments. There is Amendment 19 and Amendment 20 up before us today for debate. I want to make clear, because I haven't had the opportunity to speak specifically to the committee about this, but I would like to make clear at this stage that I believe that Amendment 19 offers that wide-ranging review which the committee are seeking, which would look at the entire landscape across the board and look at what additional can be added. The Amendment 19, given the removal of the non-moval of the amendments on abuse of trust from the committee, now focuses on reviewing what will be in the bill already. So that is abuse of trust in situations where there is either a church setting, a religious setting, or where it's a sports setting. And so we would annually be reviewing what is already there, rather than this wider review that I think the committee had intended. To be clear, that is notwithstanding the commitment that I have given to the committee, that on the 2 areas that they had identified in their abuse of trust amendments, which they are not moving today, the Department intends to move forward in those 2 areas with a specific and urgent review, irrespective of whether we choose 19 or 20 here in the House today. So we will continue to do that urgent review, as I promised and undertook in my correspondence to committee. And I want to place that on record, as I will do in my speech, but I thought it was important at this point in time.
I'd like to thank the Minister for her comments, and obviously those are all things that members have and will take into consideration as we progress through this bill today. I think it's unfortunate that we got ourselves into a position where late in the day we were in this position that necessitated there being a back and forward between ourselves and the Department, and obviously that in and of itself creates some degree of uneasiness, but I do appreciate the work of the committee staff, the Bill Office and the members of the committee who have worked, I believe, in a very collective way to try and ensure that we get the best possible outcome. And I thank the Minister for giving her particular perspective on that issue. Mr Deputy Speaker, I trust that we will move a little bit further in regards to these issues. And can I just continue on by saying that the committee considered the Minister's correspondence at its meeting last Thursday and agreed to seek clarification of her position before holding an additional meeting, which took place earlier today, to consider the issues and concerns raised. The meeting also provided an opportunity to informally discuss the amendments 14 to 18 with the Attorney-General, who raised some scope and drafting issues and outlined the process. In her view, the bill strayed outside the competence of the Assembly. In light of this additional information and the potential risks involved, the committee has decided not to move amendments 14 to 18, as it does not want in any way to prevent or delay the bill coming into force. However, in taking this decision, the committee Amendment 20 that provides for the Department to annually review the position and assess the risk of harm on an ongoing basis becomes more particularly crucial. The committee brought forward the amendments to widen the scope of the abuse of trust provisions in good faith to address concerns members had and still have, based on the views of the Northern Ireland Commission for Children and Young People, the NSPCC and Bernardo's, that there are gaps, and it is fair to say that we still remain to be convinced that the abuse of trust provisions as currently drafted are expansive enough to provide the protection that all children and young people are entitled to from adults in a position of trust. And I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, we can't say that loudly enough so that it is clearly on the record and that we are particularly exercised in relation to that particular concern. The Children's Commissioner advised that she was deeply concerned that provisions to address current legislative gaps in safeguarding children and young people from abuse and exploitation by those in positions of trust should not be limited only to certain settings. She noted that abuse of trust protections in law should take account of the power dynamics of sexual abuse and exploitation and reflect that children and young people can be subject to abuse by those in positions of trust across a wide range of relationships and activities, rather than instead focusing on a limited number of settings. Children's Commissioner also had some significant concerns about the position of the Department, where there must be further evidence provided that children have been sexually abused by adults in positions of trust outside of sporting and religious settings before further amendments to widen the scope can be considered. Bernardo's also stated that the abuse of trust provisions was too narrow in scope. In its view, the legislation should be as strong as possible from the outset, stating that children deserve protection in the law now, no matter what the setting, and should not have to wait until an incident of abuse in an additional setting is exposed to receive that protection. It advised the committee that it knows that perpetrators of child abuse and sexual exploitation deliberately seek out loopholes in the law and settings where they will go undetected. The NSPCC reiterated its view that the provision does not go far enough, nor is it expansive enough to protect children from adults in a position of trust to them. The NSPC stated that adults working in non-statutory settings in a position of trust to 16 and 17-year-olds in areas other than religion and sport will remain outside the law. The NSPCC wanted to see the provisions widened to give 16 and 17-year-olds protection from all adults working in a position of trust to them, regardless of the setting. It is clear, therefore, Mr Deputy Speaker, that there are genuine concerns within the children's sector that the abuse of trust provisions will not provide the necessary protection for children, and the need for a robust and regular and ongoing review mechanism is therefore even of greater importance. The review mechanisms provided by Amendment 20, we believe, will provide this. The Minister's Amendment 19 provides for the Department to complete a review within 2 years of the abuse of trust provisions of the bill coming into operation. In the view of the committee, this is not sufficient, as there is no ongoing requirement in it. The Minister advised the committee in writing on the 4th of March that she would have been content to support Amendment 20 and not move her Amendment 19 if Amendments 14 to 18 were not moved. However, expressed the view that this would not be possible as the amendment was not a stand-alone provision. This has now been clarified, and I hope that the Minister will now support Amendment 20 and not move Amendment 19. The Minister also advised the committee that she is willing to commit to officials engaging with the sectors identified in the committee amendments 14 to 18 and the wider children's sector to explore the need for extension of abuse of trust provisions as a matter of urgency, and would give this firm commitment today on the floor of the House. I ask that the Minister do so and confirm that this work will commence before the end of the mandate to enable it to continue during the dissolution period and the event that the Executive and Assembly are not in place. Mr Deputy Speaker, the aim of the committee throughout this process has been to ensure the best protection possible is provided through this legislation for children and young people. In doing so, we do not, however, wish to pose any risk to the bill, given the other crucial elements contained in it that will provide essential protections for some of the most vulnerable in our society. Given the very limited time now available, the best course of action is the one being taken by the committee. It would have been helpful if the issues with Amendments 14 to 18 have been brought to the attention of the committee at an earlier stage, as they may have been able to be addressed if we had had more time. That then turns me briefly, Mr Deputy Speaker, to Amendments 21 to 30. The Department advised the committee on the 2nd of March the intention of the Minister to bring these forward and stated that they would address points raised by the Public Prosecution Service in its evidence to the committee about the operation of the anonymity of suspects provisions of the bill. The PPS has identified the possibility that some repealed offences could still be prosecuted for the offending before the date of repeal, and they would be captured by the bill provisions. The committee noted the position at its meeting on Thursday. Amendments 23 to 30 make minor changes to Clause 18, which requires the Department to issue guidance on Part 1 of the legislation. And the Minister advised the committee when she attended the meeting on the 10th of February that there were some technical and minor drafting issues that some of the amendments that the committee was bringing forward at consideration stage, and assuming they were agreed by the Assembly, these would need to be addressed at further consideration stage. The Minister confirmed that the amendments would not change the intention or the effect of the clauses, but are aimed at ensuring consistency with the rest of the legislation and addressing any anomalies. The Department subsequently provided the text of the amendments, which the committee noted at our meeting on the 24th of February. Mr Deputy Speaker, I apologise for taking up time in terms of the further consideration stage of this bill, but I believe it was both appropriate and necessary to fully set out how the committee reached its position in relation to the amendments it has brought forward to Clause 1, Clause 3, and to provide for a new offence of cyber flashing to assist the House in understanding what has been a complex and sometimes a challenging journey through the stages of the bill to date. The committee welcomes the Minister's support of the amendments to Clause 1 and the offences of cyber flashing and looks forward to the debate on the amendments to Clause 3. I therefore move the amendments, Deputy Speaker.
I call Sinead Ennis.
And I won't speak at any great length because I think the Chair has summed things up quite well. I do want to add to his comments about our visit to the PSNI Cybercrime Centre. It was a very harrowing experience and has left a mark on me as a mother. You know, hearing what officers have to go through on a daily basis. And as we said on the day, and it's important to reiterate here, we do want to place on record our thanks to those officers. And it just really confirms the need to make sure that there is the maximum protection for particularly children, protection from sexual exploitation. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll be speaking to the amendments that are being moved in Group 1. The amendments to the upskirting and downblousing provisions in Clause 1 of the bill are important as they strengthen the legislation by including a reckless condition. Upskirting and downblousing offences were a priority for the Justice Committee and for Sinn Féin. However, we were concerned that the clause as drafted had some gaps that needed to be fixed. After hearing evidence from experts in this area, there were some real concerns that a person charged with the new upskirting or downblousing offences would have an unintended defence, that their actions were a joke or were somehow banter, and the committee wanted to ensure that such a defence, regardless of how likely or unlikely it would be that the defence would be accepted, that would not be available. Amendments 1 to 11 will introduce a new component of recklessness to Clause 1, which would be stand-alone and would exist alongside the existing offence as it stands. This will mean that a person could be convicted of an offence of upskirting or downblousing if they were reckless as to whether the victim was humiliated, alarmed or distressed. This represents a fair compromise and a proportionate and balanced way forward that avoids over-criminalising whilst also addressing the concerns that the committee had, and Sinn Féin are happy to support this. We will also be supporting Amendments 12 and 13, which introduces a new offence of cyber flashing, which outlaws sending unsolicited or unwanted sexual images. With more and more sophisticated technology available to people, this is a sexual offence which is on the rise, and more people are falling victim to this behaviour. Whether that's sending it anonymously to a stranger's phone on public transport, or whether it's sending sexual pictures to people online, this predatory and disgusting behaviour must be tackled. This new cyber flashing offence will now be inserted into the main sexual offences framework, which reflects the seriousness of the offence and the seriousness of our response to it. It will also allow for many of those who commit this offence to be captured in the sex offender notification and risk management requirements. And where someone commits the cyber flashing offence with the motivation of sexual gratification, they could be put on the sex offenders register. Again, this sends out a strong message that such behaviour cannot and will not be tolerated, and I'm very pleased to be supporting that today. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to touch on Amendment 20 relating to the abuse of trust offences. And whilst I do share the Minister's concern that a requirement for an annual review may not be necessary, and I've articulated that view at committee, that an annual review may be too frequent. I believe that it does represent a fair way forward in the context that the committee will not be bringing forward its own amendments to broaden the abuse of trust legislation. And it's my understanding that Article 29A(4), which is already in the bill, gives the department that add or remove mechanism and allows the department to expand the provisions further to cover those other sectors should evidence show the need to do that. So in terms of the committee's Amendment 20, it's my view that it is linked to Article 29(4)A. And go ahead, yeah, of course.
I appreciate the member has been very candid about her view on an annual review. My concern is that an annual review, first of all, is incredibly onerous in terms of the department if it's going to be done properly. And none of us want this to be a box-ticking exercise. Secondly, the issue is that it focuses on what is in the bill. So the review actually is focused on what's contained in the bill at this point in time. So it will review the operation of it. Now, it doesn't prevent the department from going further. And whilst I would be committed to going further and undertaking a wider review periodically, though not annually, it would simply not be possible within resource, but I would be willing to do that on a regular basis. I can't give that commitment today on behalf of a minister that hasn't been appointed yet, because we don't know who the minister will be in future mandates. What we can do, however, is place on the face of the bill that wider review so that we have absolute surety that we get that wider review, which looks at the entire operation of abuse of trust legislation. Without Amendment 19, we don't have that. We have a very focused and narrow review on an annual basis rather than that more general review. The member is correct, of course, that the urgent review, which I have also undertaken to do, is without any, is unaffected by whether 20 or 19 pass.
Thank you, and I appreciate and I hear what the Minister is saying, but as I said, Article 29A4, which is already in the bill, that provision is already there, should the department want to trigger that at any time to widen the scope. And I think in terms of offering the maximum protection from sexual exploitation, the committee were very honest and open about wanting to provide that maximum protection. And I hear what the Minister is saying about the difference between Amendment 19 and Amendment 20. I don't see that difference. Go ahead.
I didn't necessarily see the difference either, but when we took this to Legislative Council and we spoke to them, they see the difference because their speciality is the interpretation of legislation. So it's the legislative interpretation issue. And when things are not mentioned in a clause, it is presumed that they are not intended to be included. So if you say you're going to do a wide review and you list nothing, then you have all the scope in the world to decide what's in and what's out. As soon as you list things, anything not included is presumed to have been left out intentionally, and that's where the difficulty arises. So this isn't about drafting, it is about the interpretation of the law in the normal way, and the advice to us has been that it doesn't provide as wide a mechanism as possible. It doesn't prevent the department from going wide, but it doesn't require them to. And I would caution the committee about assuming that every minister will come to this with the same broad approach in terms of wanting to do a wide review, particularly when resources are limited.
Thank you. And again, to contradict what the Minister is saying, the advice that we've been getting is that, if the Minister just let me finish, what we're attempting to do with Amendment 20 is not to override what's in Article 29(4)A, it's attempting to complement it. So it simply compels the Department to review annually whether the power that is already contained in the bill that the Department has put there needs to be triggered. That's all it's doing. It's not attempting to override what is already there. And I can't see a situation where the Department would review the mechanisms that are already in the bill in terms of the sport and religious settings and find there's a problem and then just not act. Go ahead.
It is quite possible that the Department would review the provisions in the bill in religious and sporting settings in terms of their operational workings, find that there are no changes needed to the operations of those elements of the bill, and therefore find that there is no further work to be done. Whereas what I am proposing is that we would do a wider review of the entire landscape on abuse of trust, looking to what would also be able to be included, not just the operations of those parts of the bill already on statute. And that's the key point that I'm trying to make. I believe the wider review is the most important part of this. I actually believe this is what the committee are seeking to achieve. But what the legal advice we have had in terms of interpretation of the clause is that it actually doesn't achieve what the committee have set out to achieve.
Thank you. And I'm sure the Minister will get a chance to expand on that further in your summing up remarks. But as I said, the committee arrived at Amendment 20 in good faith in our attempt to provide the maximum protection. And while, as I said, I think an annual review is excessive, but I think a one-off review after 2 years doesn't go far enough. So this is our best attempt to land somewhere in the middle. Just to progress, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I hope that everybody, both inside and outside this chamber, recognises that what drove this committee from the very start was affording the utmost and the best protection we could to people from sexual exploitation. That's the only driver that we had through all of this. It wasn't that we were particularly precious that it had to be our amendment. We just feel that that's the best way forward. I do recognise that we didn't have enough time to ensure that we were able to draft legally competent amendments, and that is to be pitied. But we need to find a balance between protecting young people from sexual exploitation whilst over-criminalising healthy and legal relationships. And I think it's vital that this issue is kept on the table and that we ensure that the law is kept up to date, and where new evidence emerges, we are able to respond to it quickly, and that we shouldn't have to wait until someone is harmed before we act. Committee Amendment 20, I believe, will ensure that the Department works with the wider children's sector to explore the need for further extension of the abuse of trust provisions as a matter of urgency. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, Sinn Féin will be supporting the technical and correctional amendments 21 to 47, which tidy up what really has turned out to be a fantastic bill. And I want to reiterate that point again. It is a fantastic bill, and we shouldn't be distracted by these two amendments that I think we're really splitting hairs over at the end of the day. As I said, the bill is a good bill. It includes many improvements to the criminal justice system and many supports for victims of serious crimes, and strengthens society's response to these sexual crimes. So I'll draw my remarks there, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Could we have Sinead Bradley onto our screens? And I call Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Hello, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear. Please proceed.
Thank you. So today, on behalf of the SDLP, I want to stand in recognition of this bill and genuinely welcome that it's reached this further consideration stage. And I'd like to take a moment, if I may, to place on record our support and thanks to the clerks and the departmental officials who have worked tirelessly, it has to be said, to progress the passage of this bill within a very limited window of time that this mandate has afforded, and all those stakeholders who have highlighted the absolute need for the bill to be introduced. It's an important piece of legislation which seeks to better protect victims of sexual offences and the deplorable crime of trafficking. The bill will implement certain elements of the Gillen report on serious sexual offence cases, including the exclusion of the public from all serious sexual offence hearings. It will also include provision arising from the outcome of a review of the law on child sexual exploitation and sexual offences against the children. Other provisions include the creation of the new offence of upskirting and downblousing and the proposed offence, which is in this group of amendments, on cyber flashing. These provisions are to be welcomed as long overdue. However, one comment I had and will make repeatedly is the need for the absolute inclusion of this type of bill and law in a really well-rounded RSE scheme within schools. Among other things, that the bill is an important piece that puts a further layer of protection for children who may be targeted by adults who, for example, may attempt to groom a child by pretending to be a child themselves online. And this provision is to be warmly welcomed as sexual offences online, sadly, continue to grow at an alarming rate. Turning specifically to the amendments in front of us, Amendment 1 through to 11, this sets the context for the application, which introduces the action of recklessness. And I won't repeat, Mr Deputy Speaker, the much debate that led us to this point, but I do believe the introduction of recklessness did find us a reasonable landing place in terms of trying to pin down what we were trying to achieve at committee, because like the SDLP, as others have indicated, these amendments were drafted to widen the scope of the offence so that the so-called banter or joking offence defence couldn't be used. And Mr Deputy Speaker, if you don't mind me saying, and I say this quite firmly, having listened to the stakeholders and the victims' engagements, it has to say, without exception, there is absolutely no laughing matter in any of these offences that are being created. And I am really genuinely welcoming, therefore, that we have got these amendments in front of us today. I move on also to the amendment relating to the cyber flashing. And the term cyber flashing is used to refer to a range of behaviours which most commonly involves a man sending an unsolicited picture of his genitals to a woman. And cyber flashing can be distinguished from other forms of intimate image abuse, where the victim is the subject of the image. With cyber flashing, the victim is not the subject of the image, but rather the recipient. And it appears that, unfortunately, as with many of these sexual offences, women, and young women in particular, disproportionately face the highest rates of victimisation. And we have heard evidence as to the ongoing trauma which can result in the receipt of such images. The need for the inclusion of this offence was very clear, as it's uncertain whether the current legislation covering exposure is adequate to cover this offence, whether it covers non-live acts, example photos and videos, and I'm delighted to support the inclusion of this offence, which is novel to this part. I know it has been raised in other parts, but Northern Ireland are certainly leading away on this, and the expressed will of this Assembly across many debates has been to intervene and ensure the safeguarding of women and girls becomes a priority. And the inclusion of this amendment sends a clear and unambiguous message that cyber flashing is deemed so unacceptable that it is warranted inclusion in our statute books. I will briefly speak to, and I know it's not common practice, but I think it's important to acknowledge those amendments not being moved, purely because I believe there is a link directly to the Amendment 20, which is the reporting. So for good reason, and I believe it is with an absolute level of regret, we've been able to proceed with these amendments. But I do note the Department's recognitions of the objectives that these amendments tried to secure in terms of widening the scope on the abuse of trust element. So I also hear the Minister when she speaks of her commitment to find a way forward that is human rights compliant and does not overly criminalise and does not compromise the commencement or operation of this critical piece of legislation. And given that these amendments are not being moved today, the SDLP firmly believe the emphasis on the monitoring and reporting becomes all the more critical. And I am hearing what the Minister is saying, and I hear her comments about when something is not included or it has been deliberately excluded. But I am genuinely firmly of the belief that the need for an annual review does speak to the timeliness in the needing of a review, because we do not want a situation where we have to act retrospectively. And if we can see trends and gather information, I think an annual review will lead us to a safer place and a more timely implementation of this bill. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is a very important piece of legislation, and it's focused on enhancing public safety and improving services for victims of trafficking and exploitation. It's therefore essential that this bill does progress before the end of this mandate, and I particularly welcome that we are at this stage today. I will finally close my comments by saying the SDLP will be also supporting of the remaining mostly technical amendments that are in this group at this stage. Thank you.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I will be supporting all the amendments in this group except Amendment 20, which we feel runs contrary to Amendment 19. And similarly, I will, for the record, also be opposing Amendment 33, which again runs contrary to Amendment 32. But I'll keep the remainder of my remarks specific to this group. We are here fundamentally to enhance public safety, particularly for potentially vulnerable people, and to improve services for victims of trafficking and sexual exploitation. In this regard, I think Amendment 1 and Amendments 12 and 13, though technical, are particularly important. Amendment 1 strengthens and broadens the provisions relating to voyeurism. The new clauses created by Amendments 12 and 13 and by Amendments 42 and 47, which are consequential to them, serve to modernise the bill by adding the offence now commonly known as cyber flashing to it. I should also draw attention to Amendments 21 and 22, which add the to offences deemed to be sexual offences, and thus creates further consistency around suspects who may remain anonymous. Mr Deputy Speaker, I recognise absolutely that predatory behaviour can occur in any environment where one person has power over another, and particularly when an adult has significant influence over a young person in their care. What we have to do is to ensure we have a bill which addresses these, while remaining in scope to address offences occurring where there is significant imbalance in power between adult and child, where there is the potential for that power to be abused. The amendments as a whole provide for important extension of the abuse of trust provisions and technical tidying up, while also demonstrating constructive work between the Minister and the Justice Committee. Thank you.
I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on the further consideration stage of the Sexual Offences Human Trafficking Bill today and the amendments tabled by the Justice Committee and the Minister of Justice in this Group 1. I'm not going to go over everything that the Chair has outlined. It was a very comprehensive discussion and description of events up until today. And in terms of Amendments 1 to 11 proposed by the Committee and drafted with the Department, I fully welcome the changes to add the provision of recklessness, which reflects the evidence that the Committee received and strengthens the operation of the offence. The additional limb will allow for the prosecution where the alleged perpetrator has been reckless to and whether the alleged victim is humiliated, alarmed or distressed. And that is essential to cover those circumstances where the purpose of recording the image cannot clearly be tied to obtaining sexual gratification or indeed deliberate attempt to humiliate, alarm or distress the alleged victim. And the court will now have to consider whether the behaviour was reckless in causing the alleged victim to feel humiliated, alarmed or distressed. And that is significant because it properly recognises the impact on the victim and closes a potential loophole for the alleged perpetrator to claim that their behaviour was simply a joke with no harm intended. And these amendments do send a clear statement that this is not a credible argument to make and this behaviour will not be tolerated in any shape or form. I also welcome Amendment 12 and the new clause that provides for an offence of sending an unwanted image. And the key changes from what the Committee had originally explored are crucial, moving simply beyond coercing a person to look at such images and to add the provision for recklessness in causing humiliation, distress or alarm where the purpose is to obtain sexual gratification. Similar to the amendments to the upskirting and downblousing offences, this rightly captures the impact on the victim. And the deliberate wording in subsection 6 to cover the issue of deep fakes is also significant, which is a growing problem, and we must examine this and tackle it head on. The committee should also be commended for their efforts in getting this new offence onto the bill, and the collaborative working with the department that was key. And it shows what can be done when there is a will there and we work together constructively to develop innovative legislation. So I welcome the changes made here and wish to outline for the record that these will be subject to guidance being created around this, given the amendment that was made at consideration stage applies to this section. And this will be important when it comes to the commencement and the rollout of these new offences, their investigation and their prosecution. With regards to Amendments 14 to 18 and the issues around the abuse of trust, I do not intend again to go over what has already been said at second stage, consideration stage or indeed at committee stage, but I do wish to highlight again for the House some of the key issues that have led us to this point. And I do also want to place on record, whilst I understand, I want to place on record my disappointment that the committee will not be moving these amendments. The amendment to the bill made at consideration stage, which included a regulation-making power that would allow the Department to capture other settings and activities in future, is in essence exactly that. It's a power to determine the scope of the abuse of trust provisions in the Sexual Offences Order in future. During the debate several weeks ago and throughout the committee's deliberations, the rationale for limiting the scope of these provisions to only sport and religious settings was constantly repeated by the Minister and the Department, and this was based on the evidence currently available. So I want to explore that argument slightly further. Firstly, it's important to compare what we have in law and what is being proposed with what is in place elsewhere. Why is it that abusive positions of trust in the laws of other jurisdictions, such as Jersey, cover an extensive range of positions of trust and ours will not? I will.
The reason, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that the laws in Jersey rely only where an adult who is paid to supervise a young person is in one-to-one contact with them. Our law allows for that to cover also group settings, and that's the difference. So by expanding the abusive trust provision to cover any adult who works alongside, so anybody over 18 who works alongside anyone under 18, 17 or 16-year-old, is a much more intrusive provision on people's Article 8 rights than the Jersey situation, where it only applies where someone works directly with someone and exclusively with that person on a one-to-one basis.
I thank the member for the clarification in terms of the differences of where the law coming from, but the conditions, this is about the conditions of the expansion of the abusive trust to cover other situations, which we have sport and religion here, but in other jurisdictions, my point is that other areas are considered.
Order. Would all comments come through the chair, please?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. So, in the Sexual Offences Jersey Law 2018, Part 6 sets out the positions of trust are defined according to 5 conditions and laid out in Section 19. These are: 1. An adult who looks after a child in a children's home, a school, nursing home or hospital, or any other institution where a child may be detained. That is covered already in our current law. Condition 2, an adult looks after the child on an individual basis, and I appreciate the Minister's comments, but it's in education, in training, in coaching, motivating, guiding, or training the child for sport, hobby, career or competitive event, in pursuance of requirements imposed by the courts or in exercise of functions conferred by a legal order. 3. The adult regularly has unsupervised contact with the child in the exercise of various statutory duties. Granted, that is already covered. 4. The adult is an officer with responsibilities delegated to them by ministerial powers and functions by conferred various laws. And 5. The adult is appointed as the legal guardian of the child or the child's tutor, a person who is responsible for the administration of property. So the Jersey law does go on in Section 20 to guide interpretation of these conditions when it says, for the purposes of 19, an adult looks after the children if the adult is regularly involved in caring for, teaching, training, supervising or being in sole charge, looked after a child on an individual basis. That's Section B rather than going on as another subsection. So I do want to draw the Assembly's attention back to Condition 2. Does this jurisdiction have a broader base of evidence to suggest that this form of abuse happens beyond simply statutory, sport and religious settings, as this is covered in Condition 2, as a person engaged on a professional or voluntary basis and is not a family member in coaching, motivating, guiding or training the child for sport, hobby, career or competitive event? Are we to believe that a position of trust in Jersey, in the certain scenarios that I've outlined, to one in Northern Ireland, notwithstanding the difference in drafting and wording of the ones that we have on the marshalled list in 14 to 18? The second point is that we were told evidence of abuse would not necessarily be required for changes to scope of the provisions, and that evidence of risk would be sufficient. This again begs a fundamental question. In those jurisdictions where there is an option for a broader definition of the position of trust in those scenarios, have they encountered evidence of risk that we have not? Is the risk in this place lower than in other jurisdictions? The settings and activities captured in the committee's proposed amendments are there because they pose a considerable risk. The evidence of risk is there for me, and I have direct knowledge of a case of an abuse of trust in relation to a uniformed youth organisation that would have been captured in the committee's amendments 15 and 16, but not by the bill as it stood, as the loophole would remain. Fundamentally, what is the difference between a scout leader and a sports coach when it comes to evidence of risk? Is there a scenario with a music teacher less risky than a one-to-one session with a religious leader? What is the difference between the Article 8 rights that are causing the issue of widening the scope, and why do they not apply to the religious settings or the sports settings? Or is it not the same rights being potentially engaged? How is it different? I will.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the Jersey jurisdiction were incredibly careful to ensure that there was proportionality in the amendments that they brought, which expanded the issue of abuse of trust into other sectors. And therefore it only covers where someone has one-to-one contact with a young person in isolation. That was to offset the potential damage that could be done in terms of Article 8 rights of the young person aged 16 or 17 to form a relationship. What the committee had brought forward in its amendments were widely scoped, with the result that an 18-year-old tutoring their girlfriend in the same class at school could be deemed to have had an abusive trust relationship because they were providing tuition. That's how widely drawn it was. Now, that is rowing back on the age of consent for young people. And this is not my opinion, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Attorney-General intervened in this process to make clear that what was proposed by the committee was beyond the competence of this House. So I would ask members, whilst they may agree that there are issues that need to be addressed, this is not about the Department trying to hold back progress. No other jurisdiction has expanded into non-statutory settings other than where they have restricted it to one-to-one contact for this very reason. We are far from out of step with other jurisdictions. We are not ignoring risk. We are simply saying that it is a balance of rights, and the right of the young person to form a relationship has to be considered.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for intervention. My point that I will continue to come back to, that there is still an abuse of trust happening. And this is not about increasing the age of consent in any way. This is child sexual exploitation. There is still that position of trust. And I mean, I'm more than happy to debate this and look at it in much more detail in terms of if the group setting versus the individual. There would still be a one-to-one relationship going on in both of those scenarios. So I don't know that argument. For me, it's not stacking. There's still a one-to-one relationship between the person in the position of trust and the child. That is where I'm coming from on this one. And I don't want to raise the age of consent by stealth. I do not want to make 18 the age of consent in any way. And I have said this throughout this discussion on this particular bill. I do not want to legislate against children's rights. Indeed, we need full implementation of the UNCRC here, not less. But I, like other committee members, want to protect young people from abuse and close those loopholes. I do not want to see these young people without protection based on arbitrary distinctions concerning the type of activity or setting. I do not accept that these amendments will criminalise healthy relationships between young people, and I do not accept that these amendments to the bill could be challenged under Article 8 any more than the current clause, which is in the bill, could be challenged under Article 8, because we are talking about child sexual exploitation here. And all of the factors surrounding the offence still apply, as I've said before. Investigation, evidence gathering, prosecution tests and so on, matters I raised at consideration stage. The criminal investigation process, the prosecution, the information and the evidence, the case would still be required to happen. So I fully support the review mechanism, and of course all these issues should be kept under constant review. And I do welcome the committee considering my request on this favourably, which had previously been raised by the children's sector. My view is that the evidence of risk is there, and we need to close those loopholes. So I do accept that Amendments 19 and 20 both have pros and cons from the perspective of the Department, but the most important thing is that this work is done comprehensively and expeditiously, and that's why I will be supporting the committee's amendment on this one. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I now invite the Minister of Justice, Naomi Long, to respond to the debate on the Group 1 amendments.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I wish to speak in support of the Committee's amendments to provide for the addition of a recklessness element to Clause 1 of the Bill and to provide for a new offence of cyber flashing. I'm also going to speak in favour of my amendments to Clause 11 of the Bill to ensure that the anonymity of suspects provisions operate as intended, and the technical amendments that I've tabled to correct some small drafting issues with Clause 18, a clause that relates to guidance on Part 1 of the Bill that the Committee brought forward at consideration stage. I'll then address the Committee's proposed amendments to the abuse of trust provisions at Clause 3 of the Bill, both in terms of the proposals to extend the scope of categories, but also the introduction of a review mechanism. As the Chair of the Committee has already mentioned, there has been some significant developments in this area since the amendments were tabled, and so I'm grateful to Committee members for considering and acting upon my engagement and indeed that of the Attorney-General to reach a suitable position, which avoids anything which would take this bill beyond the competence of this House, whilst addressing the Committee's fundamental concerns. In respect of Amendments 1 to 11, all relate to changes to strengthen the provisions of Clause 1 of the Bill. As I said at consideration stage, I very much welcome the Committee's decision not to proceed with its initial amendment to the upskirting and downblousing provisions and to work with my officials to develop the current provisions. Upskirting and downblousing are abhorrent and intrusive behaviours. Such behaviour can never be labelled as funny. It is never acceptable. It is not banter. Upskirting and downblousing represent a totally unacceptable invasion of privacy. The so-called humour in upskirting depends on it being different from taking pictures of other parts of a person's body, and the humour lies in the potential to cause humiliation, alarm or distress. The so-called joke defence, therefore, is in fact self-defeating, a fact which is widely understood by prosecutors, juries and the judiciary. As members know, I had grave concerns at the Committee's initial inclusion of a reasonable person test in the motivation requirements that would have led to significant overcriminalisation. I set out my concerns in detail at consideration stage and will not be revisiting them now. But I want to thank the Committee Chair and members for listening to my concerns and agreeing to work with my officials to find a way of restructuring the offences that is mutually acceptable and effective. I very much understand and appreciate the Committee's wish to see legislation that is as robust as possible and captures a full range of offending behaviour. My concern has primarily been that any amendment should not inappropriately criminalise those who are foolish or naive and act without thinking through the consequences of their actions. My officials have worked closely with the Committee, with legal advisers and the Office of Legislative Counsel to develop the current amendment that meets both the Committee's and my concerns. I believe the amendment tabled and moved by the Committee Chair, which now includes a stand-alone recklessness provision alongside the unchanged motivation requirements, achieves this. I am satisfied that the recast offence will now capture all of the intrusive and abhorrent behaviours that it should, whilst also safeguarding against overcriminalisation. I am therefore happy to support those amendments. The amendment to provide for a new offence of cyber flashing, Amendment number 12, is one that I also support, and I want to congratulate the Committee on bringing forward this important amendment to create a new offence of cyber flashing and secure our full support for that. Unfortunately, this seems to have become an increasingly prevalent form of behaviour, where the victim is the recipient of unsolicited images of sexual activity or genitalia. Like other forms of intimate image abuse, even though the victim is not subject of the image, this abhorrent behaviour can make victims feel humiliated, violated, frightened and upset. The Committee intended to move a variant of this amendment to consideration stage, and again I must thank Committee members for pausing their amendment at that time and agreeing to work with my officials to redraft the offence to tighten it. The amendment now includes a recklessness element in the offence, but in this case, recklessness will only be criminalised where it is combined with the sexual gratification motivation, recognising the sexualised nature of this offence. Recklessness is not a standalone provision, as is proposed in the Clause 1 amendment, reflecting the legal advice that this way would make the scope of the offence too wide and result in overcriminalisation. This is in line with the thinking of the Law Commission in England and Wales, which, after considerable consultation and consideration, recommended a similarly structured recklessness element to that proposed in the committee amendment. The Commission considered such an approach as important in helping to avoid overcriminalisation in such instances where, for example, someone sent a message uncertain of whether there was consent, but where they genuinely believed that no harm would result. An example would be where they were in a relationship with the person to whom they sent the image, or where, through lack of maturity, they were unaware of such a risk. I am satisfied that the proposed amendment avoids overcriminalisation and provides for a very effective offence to deal with this abhorrent behaviour. I am therefore happy to support Amendment 12 and related Amendment 13 and connected Amendments 42 to 47, which make associated adjustments to Schedule 1 of the Bill. Mr Speaker, I now want to move on to speak to the amendments that are tabled in my name, the first of which is Amendment number 21 and associated Amendment 22. Amendment 21 proposes the addition of 2 offences to Clause 11(1) of the Bill, which lists sexual offences for the purpose of Clause 10. Clause 10 provides for the anonymity of the suspect in sexual offence cases. The amendment addresses some concerns raised by the Public Prosecution Service in its response to the Committee's call for evidence as part of its scrutiny of the Bill. The PPS response has highlighted that some repealed offences, which could still be used to prosecute offenders for offending before the date of repeal, might not be caught in the provisions of Clause 11(1). This would mean that a suspect in a case where such a repealed offence applied would not be granted anonymity. Following the consultation with legal advisers to identify those relevant offences, the amendment proposes the insertion of the following offences into Clause 11(1). Section 2 of the Attempted Rape, etc. Act Northern Ireland 1960, assault with intent to commit rape, and Section 3 of the Sexual Offences Amendment Act 2000, abuse of positions of trust. For clarity, I should explain that the Section 3 offence of the abuse of positions of trust in the 2000 Act applied in Northern Ireland prior to the introduction of the Northern Ireland specific abuse of trust offences in the Sexual Offences Northern Ireland Order 2008, but would still potentially be applied in historic cases. The amendment also proposes a similar minor amendment to Clause 11(1)(k) to clarify that the common law offence of rape and all statutory offences listed in Part 2 of Schedule 2 to the Criminal Justice Northern Ireland Order 2008 are within scope of Clause 10. The amendment will ensure that the anonymity provisions operate as intended and that all suspects in sexual offence cases are able to have their anonymity protected up to the point of charge. This amendment does not change the policy intent or the operational outcomes of Clause 11, but ensures that the clause operates as intended, and I would encourage members to support Amendments 21 and 22. The next 8 amendments, that is numbers 23 to 30, are all technical amendments to address some small drafting issues with aspects of Clause 18 relating to guidance on Part 1 of the Bill. There isn't a huge amount to say on this, and I'm sure you'll be glad to hear that, Mr Deputy Speaker, other than to reassure members that they are solely intended to ensure that Clause 18, which the Committee brought forward for inclusion in the Bill at consideration stage, operates as the Committee intended. The Committee has indicated that it is content with the provisions, and I would therefore encourage members to support them. Mr Speaker, I now want to move on to speak to what were the proposed amendments to Clause 3 of the Bill on abuse of positions of trust. As members will be aware, Clause 3 already extends the current abuse of positions of trust offences to capture those responsible for young people in the areas of sport and religion. The Committee had tabled amendments to extend the scope of the provisions to capture 2 further areas, tuition and general youth activities, and to provide for a statutory review mechanism requiring my department to carry out a review on a recurring annual basis with no end date, with a view to adding to current categories. I was concerned that the Committee's amendments, which would greatly extend the scope of the current Clause 3 provision, were not supported by solid evidence, and key stakeholders and those directly affected had not been consulted. And when Ms Woods raises the issue of the difference between ourselves and Jersey, that is a key difference. That consultation, that evidence base, that engagement with those sectors had simply not been undertaken. The proposals appeared to have been based on a narrow view that abuse of trust could happen, rather than being supported by clear and robust evidence that there was a genuine risk of it happening. This risks creating bad law and risks creating an array of unintended consequences. It is important at all times, in terms of our compliance with human rights law, that we maintain a proportionate balance between protecting our young people in vulnerable situations, whilst respecting that these are young adults who have a right to engage in legal consensual activity in a relationship from the age of 16. Framing the provisions of trust too widely risks over-criminalising young people who could, without any malign or criminal intent, in entering a relationship, find themselves guilty of breaking the law. The amendments would have substantially widened the scope of the abuse of trust and in effect would have raised the age of sexual consent by stealth, even though members were clear that that was not their intent. I will, yes.
Forgiven way. Can the Minister outline how her department is assessing risk in these situations?
By engaging with the sectors, by talking to them about their experiences in these areas, by engaging with the children's sector, talking to them about the level of risk, by looking to the abuse of trust provisions that are already there and where the gaps lie, and by engaging with other jurisdictions in terms of their horizon scanning exercises. So we are doing this in a thorough way, but what we cannot do is impose on, for example, uniformed organisations without having had any engagement with those organisations in the run-up to doing so. The issues here, if you have, for example, a uniformed organisation where you have a patrol leader or a team leader within that organisation who has no real meaningful authority over the young people in their care, but maybe 18 as opposed to some of the rest of the troop being 16 or 17, is a relationship between two young people in that uniformed organisation something that we would wish to criminalise, simply because one of those young people might have 2 stripes on their uniform instead of 1? I mean, we need to be seriously aware of the impact that this could have in terms of criminalising normal teenage activity between consenting people with the right to consent to sexual activity. I will, yes, thank you.
Thank the Minister. But does the Minister still not accept that organisations, and she talks about engaging with the sector, but when we heard from the Northern Ireland Children's Commissioner for Young People, NSPCC and Bernardo's, now those are organisations who have a considerable degree of expertise, I have to say more than probably ourselves in that field. And they said that there are gaps, and it is fair to say that they will still remain to be convinced that the abuse of trust provisions as currently drafted are expansive enough to provide for the protection of all children and young people. When you get that sort of level of concern, is it not an issue that the Minister should equally be concerned about?
I've never said, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I'm not concerned about it, which is why I've committed that the Department would undertake review. But the issue here is about proportionality. And in order that we do not breach Article 8, and I think that you have already had this conversation with those more knowledgeable about the law than me today, and they are very clear that the stance of the Department is correct in that we would be exceeding potentially the authority of this House to be able to do so. I'm happy to give way.
Mr Forgiven way, and this is a point that I raised earlier on at committee, is that the advice that we were given today by the Attorney-General was based on the drafting of the amendments, not the actual contents.
Precisely the point, and because the work has not been done with the sector in order to suitably draft proportionate amendments, but instead wide-ranging amendments were brought to the bill. That is the precise point. In Jersey, for example, they have gone beyond statutory sectors. They have also included things like tuition, but they did it restricted only to one-to-one tuition. So it was only where people would be alone with a 16 or 17-year-old that there was an abusive trust provision required. So that is the exact point. If we do not do the due diligence and we bring forward well-intentioned amendments, it could put the scope of the bill beyond the ability of this House to legislate. That in itself should be a warning, not just to the Justice Committee, which has done a good job in terms of its scrutiny, but to all committees of this House, that we need to be cautious about bringing forward amendments, however well-intentioned, unless full legal rigour has been applied in terms of unintended consequences.
And other members of the committee can speak more definitively on this, but in the domestic abuse bill, there was a discussion with the Attorney-General who raised concerns, the previous Attorney-General, who raised concerns about the introduction of that piece of legislation. The amendments were made, the domestic abuse bill is now in legislation, and those fears haven't been realised. So I think there's an attempt to try and say in this House today that somehow that because the Attorney-General, who we respect the office and the person who holds that office, that sometimes we can't have a different view as to what the legal advice is that comes before committees in this House.
Well, with respect, Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee does not receive legal advice unless it goes and seeks it out. And this is a lacuna in the development of legislation which Mr Story and myself have discovered through trial and error in this process. Because in fact, it is my understanding, having engaged with the Attorney-General, that the Speaker's office does not rule on the competence of amendments which are brought to bills in this House, including committee amendments. The committees, therefore, have been presuming that if something is on the marshalled list, that it is fit for purpose and within the competence of this House, and have not been seeking specifically the Attorney-General's view on that matter as a matter of routine, whereas those of us who have to go through the executive process get that review as a matter of routine. These are not matters that are critical of the committee in any sense. This is about due process, and I think it's something that perhaps needs to be referred elsewhere to be dealt with, as whilst it's been highlighted by this bill, it's not actually this bill that will be dealing with it, and I do want to move on. My concern was that the amendments could well attract legal challenge based on the rights of an individual under Article 8 of ECHR, the right to private and family life, which could be successful and which would have taken this bill beyond the legislative competence of this House. To be clear about the consequences of proceeding, if we had done so today with these wide-ranging amendments, the bill would then not be able to be referred for royal assent. It would first have to be referred by the Attorney-General to the Supreme Court, who would then have had to make a judgment on the Article 8 rights issue and could have struck down any or all parts of the bill. And that would have risked us in a situation where we would have at best delayed the entire bill coming into law, or potentially derailing certain sections of it. Now, I think it's incredibly important as we make legislation that we listen to those who are legally qualified, that we listen to those with experience in legal drafting and legislative interpretation, which is in itself a skill, and that we take account of the advice which they give us. So this is not only, Mr Deputy Speaker, about evidence. It is also a test about proportionality and scope. And so these are important issues. I am therefore very grateful to the committee for withdrawing the amendments 14 to 18 and not moving them today, which cover tuition and youth activities, following that advice today. I understand what the Chair says about how this hasn't been raised early enough, but these are issues that only emerged when we saw the final drafting. We knew that the committee were intent on bringing forward amendments on abuse of trust, but we could only judge the scale and scope that those would have once we saw the drafting of the amendments, because Ms Woods is quite correct that had these amendments been much more tightly drafted, they may not have interfered with Article 8 rights, but the amendments as drafted do. And is the amendments as drafted, not the principles behind them or the intent of them, but what they would actually do in law that we're voting on here today. This is not a backbench motion. This is going to create law which could see people go to court, end up on the sexual offenders register, and other quite serious consequences. So we have to be absolutely sure of our footing as we go forward. It is also the case that it is the responsibility of those who bring amendments to check on their competence, and that includes committee amendments. And it would appear that the only way now to do that is for committee chairs to actually refer their amendments directly to the Attorney-General to ask for their advice. With respect to the issues around tabling and all the other issues, we have raised at every stage. I hope that the chair of the committee would agree. At every stage, we have sought to raise our concerns at the earliest possible point, to be as flexible in terms of providing access to Departmental Solicitor's Office, to my own officials, and also for me to come along and speak to the committee, because we are not here to try to restrict the committee bringing forward issues that address their concerns. That is not my intent. My intent is to get a bill that does what it intends to do and that the committee can be proud of at the end of this process. Recognising the committee's genuine concerns about the possibility of abuse of trust occurring in such areas as tuition and as uniformed and indeed non-uniformed youth activities, I am today committing that my department will carry out an urgent review of the tuition and youth activities sectors to determine whether there is evidence of a risk of harm which would warrant a legislative intervention. That review in itself gives us some protection when it comes to Article 8, because it allows to demonstrate that we have acted in a proportionate and evidence-based manner. Should this urgent review identify evidence of risk of harm in these areas, my officials will act swiftly to bring forward a statutory instrument to add categories to the abuse of power provisions in the Sexual Offences Northern Ireland Order 2008. Mr Speaker, I also want to speak briefly about the proposals for the wider review of these provisions. I want to make clear to members, this does not in any way impact on the commitment I have just made to the urgent review. That will go ahead, it will start in this mandate, and we will proceed with that as quickly as is possible. So what I am going to say now relates only to a future review or series of reviews. But the issues that I have brought to the attention, the committee has brought to my attention around youth work and around tuition are areas that we will take forward irrespective of the decision with respect to Amendments 20 and Amendment 19. The committee amendment places a statutory requirement on my department to annually review Articles 29A1 to 2B of the Sexual Offences Northern Ireland Order 2008, so as to inform the Department on whether the power in Article 29A4 of that order should be exercised. Article 29A4 provides a delegated power enabling the abuse of trust provisions of the 2008 order to be amended by way of secondary legislation to include new categories beyond those currently provided for at Clause 3 of the bill. I am in favour of a review mechanism being placed on the face of the bill, but I have reservations, first of all, at the frequency of the review in the committee amendment. However, I was content to support the committee's amendment in this respect and not to move my alternative until a number of specific issues emerged when this became a standalone provision on the committee's decision not to move the amendments on abuse of trust. I'm extremely grateful to the committee in raising this issue, but I believe that my review commitment is a balanced and a proportionate way forward. Amendments 19 and 20 both seek to establish a review mechanism relating to abuse of trust, but Amendment 20 has significant limitations which I believe frustrate the committee's good intentions. The committee amendment to place a statutory requirement on my department to annually review Articles 29A1 to B2 of the Sexual Offences Northern Ireland Order 2008, so as to inform the Department on whether power in Article 29A4 of that order should be exercised. And I've described what Article 29A4 does, so I won't do that again. However, What it does is simply put an operational requirement on the department to conduct a review on those items already allowed for under abuse of trust legislation. It would therefore place a disproportionate burden on departmental resources and potentially render further reviews after the first year relatively meaningless, because it would simply be looking at the same provisions year after year after year after year after year. The withdrawal of the committee's tabled amendments to extend the scope of the abusive position of prostitution and youth activities also means the committee's review amendment cannot be fully effective, because it originally referenced a review of Articles 29A1 to 2B of the Order. As the committee has not moved its Situation and Youth Activities amendments, a new Article 29A 2B is not created. So the committee's review mechanism would point only to would point in one part to a legislative reference that doesn't exist. It would therefore only require a review of Article 29A1, which relates to areas of sport and religion. They are already in the legislation, and it would miss the areas of concern that members have sought to see covered. My alternative, Amendment 19, reinforces my commitment to review the entire landscape, but in a measured and proportionate way. I know that the committee was seeking a much wider review, and believe that my Amendment 19, which, and I'm going to quote it, it requires the Department to make a full assessment of the effectiveness of the abusive trust provisions, is far better able to deliver against the committee's requirements and expectations than the limited review which is proposed at Amendment 20. It is for this reason and this reason only that I am minded to proceed with that amendment, in the hope that the committee would be able to support it. However, to be clear, if it is clear at the point of division that committee members are not content to support it, I don't intend to divide the House on this matter. But I want to give committee members the opportunity, having heard what I have had to say about the amendment that I have brought, to reconsider their position even at this stage. And I want to stress that this is not to disparage the amendment that was brought by the committee, or in any way to disparage the work that has been done by the Bills Office. But the Bills Office is not giving the committee legal interpretive advice. The advice of our legislative interpreters in OLC and the people that they commissioned to do this are saying that what the committee has drafted is incredibly narrow now because of the loss of the second part of the clause, and therefore what I have proposed is much broader. And I am appealing to common sense on this one, that we find a way through. I'm not going to force a division over this, but I would hope that when we have a call for voices on this, that committee members would consider whether a broader review may be a wiser choice. I remain absolutely committed to undertaking the urgent review that I have mentioned earlier today. However, I think that my amendment has the advantage of ensuring that any future minister will be compelled in law to undertake a wider landscaping review, which provides reassurance at this late stage in the mandate that it cannot become a tick-box exercise after this mandate has concluded. To restate, it is entirely additional to the commitment that I have given to carry out an immediate and urgent review of the two sectors which were raised by committee. I am therefore calling on members to support Amendment 19. If it falls, I will not oppose Amendment 20, because while it is limited, it does no harm to the bill and still allows for a minister who so wishes to have a broader review. It doesn't prevent them from doing so. I guess the weakness is it doesn't require them to do so. And that, for me, I think is a weakness in the committee amendment which is addressed in mine. Mr Deputy Speaker, with that, I just want to commend the amendments to the Assembly, and I hope that even in the next few minutes we are able to resolve the issues around Amendments 19 and 20, because I genuinely believe that on this matter the Department and the Committee are not at cross purposes, but perhaps are not entirely clear about the basis on which our concerns are founded. Thank you.
I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Justice, Mr Mervyn Story, to weigh.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I just first of all thank all the members who have and the Minister for their contributions to the debate on the Group 1 amendments, and I don't want to take up much more time and therefore will make some general remarks rather than responding to everyone's contribution. However, that does not mean that they are any less appreciated by ourselves in the House this afternoon. I'm particularly pleased with the support that has been expressed across the House for the amendments to Clause 1 and the amendments to provide for a new offence of cyber flashing. The aim of the Committee in bringing these forward with the support of the assistance of the Department of OLC, and I again place on record the appreciation of the Committee to them. It is to strengthen the legislation and to ensure as far as possible the protection for victims from this type of degrading and offensive behaviour. And I again say that it is an example of when we do collaboratively work together that we can get an outcome. I do become concerned sometimes, I have to say, when from some members in this House there is a dismissive attitude towards other amendments that members bring. I think that this House is a place where we can debate those amendments, we can make our arguments, we can make our points, rather than just having, as can be the case, a very dismissive way. However, turning to the amendments to Clause 3, which relate to abuse of trust, as previously outlined, the Committee will not move Amendments 14 to 18. In relation to Committee Amendment 20, I note the comments and the views of the Minister. The Committee is satisfied that there already is provision at 29(4) to add or remove an activity in which a person may be coached, trained, taught, supervised or instructed. The Department has clearly indicated in evidence that this is the provision which gives them the elasticity to add other categories at a further point as needed. And I think that sometimes has been missed in terms of the debate that we're having in regards to the review about the importance of Clause 29(4), because the Department may by regulations amend paragraphs 1 and 2 so as to add, remove an activity in which a person may be coached, taught, trained, supervised or instructed. So Amendment 20, yes, I'll give way just for a moment.
I don't wish to labour the point overly. That is not my primary concern. My primary concern is that all we have to review, based on your amendment, is what's on the face of the bill. And a Minister who chose to save time and energy in the Department by only doing that would be able to do that. With my amendment, they would not. They would have to take that wider review within 2 years.
Thank the Minister. The amendment is drafted. Amendment 20 is drafted with a view to informing the power of 29(a)(4), and so it would be a very narrow reading that would find the provisions for sport and religions fall short of its intended effect as a result of the actions mandated by an amendment, and not trigger the power within 29(a)(4) to add or remove an activity as a result. The amendment provides for a review annually to inform whether the power in Article 24(a)(4) is exercised. And the amendment is in no way prevents the Department from reviewing tuition and youth activities. They can review anything at any time. The issue is the regular annual reviews, and I appreciate the comments that were made by the Deputy Chair in relation to Amendment 20. And I also note the accusation that's levelled at the Committee in relation to Amendments 14 to 18 was that they were too wide, but now Amendment 20 is too constraining. So I think that what we need to do is have an acceptance, and I think the Minister does now accept that if the House, because ultimately the House will determine as to whether or not it will be Amendment 19 or Amendment 20. But I do accept the point that I think the Minister now has maybe come to, that if Amendment 19 is made, then she won't divide the House on Amendment 20. So I think that there is clearly an intent, and I think that this is the other issue, that given the concerns, and I thank the Minister for giving an intervention on this, but given the concerns that were raised by the Children's Commissioner, the NSPCC, who have campaigned tirelessly for the scope of the abuse of trust to be widened, and Bernardo's and the limited approach adopted by the Department in only including some activities in sporting and religious settings, by the way of this bill, this regular review is crucial. Now, I think there's something else that needs to be said, and that is in regards to the way in which, and I listened to what the Minister said in regards to engaging with those other organisations that do not fall within the scope of this bill. What happens? What happens if something takes place in those settings and we then discover, and we then come back to look at this issue, and there is a forensic examination of what we had the ability to be able to do on the basis of information provided for us by the NSPCC, provided for us by the Children's and Young People's Commissioner, provided for us by Bernardo's, the public would seriously ask the competency of this Assembly, not whether or not it was Article 8 compliant or whether or not we had sought legal advice. And so I do think that we have to, this can become sounding a very legislative, a very academic, a very procedural process. But we are talking about the potential of abuse of trust in those settings where, as the member, one of the members of the committee has already made reference to in committee and also on the floor of this House, where it has already taken place. And so I think that we need the assurance that we have covered every possible avenue and taken every possible opportunity to try and make, not bad law, but make an improvement on the law that currently exists. So, in conclusion, Mr. Deputy, yes,
I have listened to this debate with great interest. And this is not the first time this interface and this friction between we as legislators and the legal profession, and i.e. the courts, have been an interface and has caused friction. And again, I would just simply plead, we are here as legislators, and we should be allowed to do that job without having one hand tied behind our back. So there should be balance, but there should also be the measuring of risk, and a risk whereby amendments should go forward. And I don't know that that balance has been struck. Thank you.
Thank the member. I think I'll give way. Yep.
The Chair has been very gracious in giving way, and I am always very pleased that he is. So, the purpose here is to remember what the competence of this Assembly is. This Assembly has no competence when it comes to making law that impacts on human rights. It is not a devolved matter, and that is where the problem lies, that we would be changing legislation which we have no permission to alter in terms of human rights legislation, and that is the risk. I entirely agree with the committee chair that these are serious issues, but process, procedure, scrutiny and all of those things need to take precedence over emotive issues, because we are creating law. This is not just a debate about the rights and wrongs of abuse of trust. If it were, there would not be a paper-thin division between any of us. This is about creating law that must be robust, enforceable and meaningful if we are going to protect the very vulnerable young people that the committee are concerned about. And to be absolutely clear, my commitment to the urgent review in respect of tuition and in respect of youth organisations is not subject to 19 or 20. That is a commitment that I am making irrespective of 19 and 20. You do not need to vote for Amendment 20 in order to ensure that happens. You have my commitment that that will happen, and it will start in this mandate.
And I thank the Minister for that intervention and for her recognition. And I'm a gracious individual, although I have to say there are times the Minister does push my limits in terms of my graciousness. Yes. In response to the issue, and the Minister had made this issue or made this comment earlier about the competency, the competency of the committee for its operations. I think it's a matter for the committee, but not a matter for the committee, but a matter for the courts to determine. We can't. We're tasked to make the best legislation possible. And members are not to be, in a sense, constrained into second-guessing the law. And so I think, adopt a respectful view of the work of our law officers and the separation of the powers. And I think that we have to keep that in mind also when we come to any of these issues. Now, I have to say, despite what the arguments that have been made, it would still be our intention to hold with the Amendment 20, as I believe, as I am mandated to do by the committee, and I think that it's still the view of the committee that this gives us the outcome that we desire. It also gives the department the power to be exercised in relation to 29A4, and I think that that is where the House will make its decision in relation to this. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, can I just place on record my thanks to the Deputy Chair of the committee and the committee members who have worked very hard in a short time between consideration stage and further consideration stage, including holding an additional meeting this morning to ensure that we reached an agreed position with the Minister in relation to the amendments to Clause 1 and to provide for an offence of cyber flashing that reflect both her and the committee's concerns as a proportionate position as possible in relation to abuse of trust amendments. And I have outlined the reasons for the need for Amendment 20 in light of no further widening of the scope of the abuse of trust provisions, and commend the Amendment 20 to the Assembly. And can I also, in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, place on record my appreciation to the staff of the Bill Office and also to our own staff in the Justice Committee, who, without their labours, we would not be able to perform at this desk this afternoon, and we appreciate all the time and effort that they place to ensure that we are able to do our work. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. We now move to Amendment number 1 as proposed. That's the amendment proposed to Clause 1, page 1, line 13. To leave out words as printed on the marshalled list, the question is that Amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 2 has already been debated and is a paving amendment to Amendment 3. I call the Chair of the Committee for Justice to formally move Amendment 2.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 1, page 1. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 2 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment number 3 has already been debated. I call the Chair of the Committee for Justice to formally move Amendment number 3.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 1, page 2, line 2. Insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment number 3 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment number 4 has already been debated and is a paving amendment to Amendment 5. I call the Chair of the Committee for Justice to formally move Amendment number 4.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 1, page 2. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 4 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 5 has already been debated. I call the Chair of the Committee for Justice to formally move Amendment number 5.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 1, page 2. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 5 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 6 has already been debated. I call Chair of the Committee for Justice to formally move Amendment number 6.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 1, page 2, line 29, to leave out words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 6 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Option A, yeah. Amendment 7 has already been debated and is a paving amendment to Amendment 8. I call Chair of the Committee for Justice to formally move Amendment number 7.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 1, page 2, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 7 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 8 has already been debated. I call Chair of the Committee for Justice to formally move Amendment number 8.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 1, page 2, line 36. Insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 8 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. See, Amendment 9 has already been debated and is a paving amendment to Amendment 10. I call the Chair of the Committee for Justice to move formally Amendment number 9.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 1, page 3, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 9 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 10 has already been debated. I call the Chair of the Committee for Justice to formally move Amendment number 10.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 1, page 3, line 9, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 10 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 11 has already been debated and is a paving amendment to Amendment 13. I call the Chair for the Committee of Justice to formally move Amendment number 11.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 1, page 3, line 22, to leave out the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment number 11 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment number 12 has already been debated. I call the Chair of the Committee for Justice to formally move Amendment number 12.
Moved.
Amendment proposed after Clause 1, insert new clause, sending, etc., an unwanted sexual image. The question is that Amendment 12 be made excuse me, and the new clause added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 13 has already been debated. I call Chair of the Committee for Justice to formally move Amendment number 13.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed after Clause 1, insert new clause, amendments consequential on Sections 1 and 1A. The question is that Amendment 13 be made and the new clause added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 14 has already been debated. I call the Chair of the Committee for Justice to formally move Amendment 14.
Not moved.
Not moved. Amendment 15 has already been debated. I call the Chair of the Committee for Justice to formally move Amendment 15.
Not moved.
Not moved. Amendment Amendment 16. I will not call Amendment 16 as it is consequential to Amendments 14 or 15, neither of which have been made. Right, okay. Amendment 17. I won't call Amendment 17 as it is consequential to Amendments 14 or 15, neither of which have been made. And J. I will not call Amendment 18 as it too is consequential to Amendments 14 or 15, neither of which have been made. Amendment 19 has already been debated. I call on the Minister of Justice to formally move Amendment 19.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 3, page 6, line 39. Insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 19 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no.
No. No.
Again, just call it again here. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no.
No.
I note the party has opposed the question, or sorry, has been in favour of the question here, and that the majority do have it. So I do believe that amendment has made it. Point of order, yes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Just we would like to properly record it that the Alliance Party is our vote on that. Sorry.
Yes, that's what I was trying to indicate there. So we'll have that recorded that the Alliance Party, please, just there, how they have voted. Yes, Mr.
Deputy
Alistair.
Speaker, I also shouted for the amendment.
Yes, and you wish to be recorded too, is that?
I do.
Yes.
I think it's a more sensible time period.
Okay. Right. Now move to. Okay. Amendment 20 has already been debated. I call the Chair of the Committee for Justice to formally move Amendment number 20.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 3, page 6, line 39. Insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 20 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Now move to Amendment number 21, which has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to formally move Amendment 21, please.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 11, page 14, line 15. Insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 21 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 22 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to formally move Amendment 22.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 11, page 14, line 32, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 22 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 23 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to formally move Amendment 23.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 18, page 23, line 39. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 23 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 24 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to formally move Amendment 24.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 18, page 23, line 41. Leave out words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 24 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 25 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to formally move Amendment 25.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 18, page 24, line 9. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 25 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 26 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to formally move Amendment 26.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 18, page 24, line 9. Insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 26 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 27 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to formally move Amendment 27.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 18, page 24, line 11. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 27 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 28 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to formally move Amendment 28.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 18, page 24, line 12. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 28 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 29 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to formally move Amendment 29.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 18, page 24, line 13. Insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 29 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And Amendment 30 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to formally move Amendment 30.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 18, page 24, line 16, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 30 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Now, we come to the second group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 31, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 32 to 41. Within this group, Amendment 33 is mutually exclusive with Amendment 32. I call the Minister of Justice to move Amendment 31 and address the other amendments in the group, please.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I beg to move Amendment 31, which is one of a small number of amendments that I have tabled to correct some technical issues with aspects of the support for victims of trafficking provisions that the committee added to Part 2 of the bill at consideration stage. Amendments 31, 32, 34 to 41 are all amendments to correct aspects of the human trafficking additions to the bill that the committee sought to bring forward. As with technical amendments to Clause 18 in Group 1 earlier, there isn't really much more to say in relation to these amendments, other than to reassure members that they are only intended to make the committee's provisions operate as intended, and therefore I don't intend on detaining the House any longer on those matters. As they have the committee's support, I would encourage members to vote for their inclusion in the bill today. Mr Speaker, the only other amendment in this group is an amendment that has been tabled by the DUP members of the Justice Committee, Amendment 33, which I do not consider is necessary, as my amendment number 32 delivers exactly what this amendment seeks to achieve. Amendment 32 will amend the same section of the Human Trafficking and Exploitation, Criminal Justice and Support for Victims Act, Northern Ireland 2015, to provide that the Department may nevertheless ensure that assistance and support continues to be provided to that person under this section for such further period of up to 12 months or longer than 12 months as the Department thinks is necessary. So just to repeat, for a further period of up to 12 months or longer than 12 months as the Department thinks necessary. My amendment not only renders the DUP alternative nugatory, it is actually a more open solution, and the provision does not make any reference to exceptionality in order to do so. I therefore would oppose Amendment 33 and would encourage members to vote for my amendment number 32 instead. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is heartening that despite the level of fierce debate that we had in the first group of amendments, that we managed to agree on pretty much everything when it came to the vote. So I think that the time was not wasted, but I think that the time certainly exposed that whilst we have different perspectives, we have had a unity of purpose in trying to get a bill here that is fit for purpose and sustainable. I hope that that will also be the case in respect of the second set of amendments, and therefore I'm going to draw my remarks to a close because I realise that the committee chair has been incredibly gracious and is feeling his graciousness tested, so I won't detain him any longer than is absolutely necessary with my remarks.
I now call the Chairperson of the Committee for Justice, Mr Mervyn Storey.
Yes, very gracious individual. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'll let the Minister judge that in a minute or two after we're finished. As outlined, I rise as Chair, as outlined in relation to Amendments 31, 32, 34 and 41. And as I said, outlined to the House earlier, the Minister advised the Committee that some technical and minor drafting issues would need to be addressed at this further consideration stage. And as the Minister set out, Amendments 31 and 32, 34 to 41 tidy up clauses 19 and 21. Having been provided with the text of the amendments by the Department, the Committee is content that they do not change the intention or affect the issues of the clauses. I will now therefore, Mr Speaker, turn to DUP Amendment 33. And the Minister will be glad to know that we're not going to move the amendment that's in the name of myself and my colleague. And I have to say it's not because that the Alliance Party, in the guise of the Minister for Justice, has made nugatory the DUP. It is the reverse. It is actually because we tabled our amendment because this was an issue that we felt that the Minister hadn't adequately addressed in the bill up until now, and in consultation with organisations such as Care NI, and you'll be glad to know that they are supporting our view that given that the Minister has now moved on the issue and moved on to our ground on this particular matter, we very much appreciate her graciousness. And it's probably the first time that has ever been said, I think, about the Minister of Justice. So I have to say, given, and this is where we have to, I suppose, Deputy Speaker, come back to a sense of reality, and we can be jovial in terms of these issues. However, the issue of human trafficking is not a jovial issue. It is an issue that has caused grave concern, and sadly, even in the circumstances that we find ourselves in this House today, where we see the awful circumstances that are taking place in the land of Ukraine, there are still those, despite all that's taking place in that part of the world, who are still prepared to be involved in this most heinous of crimes. And so I'm pleased to be part of an Assembly which has already led the way through the Human Trafficking and Exploitation, Criminal Justice and Support for Victims Act Northern Ireland 2015, which was championed by my friend and colleague, the now Lord Morrow, and we place on record again to him all the work that he did in relation to that piece of legislation. And I'm delighted that that piece of legacy legislation is set to continue with this piece of legislation, the Justice, Sexual Offences and Trafficking Victims Bill. And so therefore, without going into all the issues that pertain that we have rehearsed in this House on many occasions, it will be our intention not to move the Amendment 33 in the name of myself, my colleague Mr Peter Weir and my colleague Mr Robin Newton, but I do believe that the Minister, in bringing forward Amendment 32, has given and added to the assistance and the help that those who are the victims of this vile crime will have, and that they know that Northern Ireland is a place where they will get support, they will get help, which is most needed. So therefore, with those brief comments, a lot briefer than the first comments, I have to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, I support the amendments. Thank you.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Deputy Speaker, I wasn't planning to speak in this grouping. Thank you.
Well, we don't have any other no other notified speakers, so I call the Minister to wind.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I certainly don't want to wind anyone up, but just to wind up the debate. And I do want to thank the Chair of the Committee and the members of the Committee, because this has been complex space that we've been navigating and at a difficult time as well. And they have been of great assistance to me and to the Department in terms of bringing forward things that as a Minister I could not do with the absence of an Executive, and so I do appreciate that flexibility. I also recognise that whilst we are good-humoured and should be good-humoured in this chamber when we agree, the issues that we are dealing with are not humorous or funny. They're serious issues, and we are all, I think, particularly aware at the moment of the impact on those who, for whatever reason, need to flee difficult situations. We think particularly of Ukraine at this point in time, but there are many, many other places across the globe where people face war, where they face destitution, and where they seek to find refuge in a safe place. And it is important that they're able to do that, because the danger is that if they cannot do that via safe routes, that they fall prey to human traffickers, to those who would seek to exploit them in the most heinous fashion. And it is right, I think, as a society, that we should ensure that there are safe routes, but that we should also ensure that when people come here and have been trafficked, that we support them to be able to start to rebuild their lives and restore their dignity. Mr Speaker, this bill represents the last of 5 substantive pieces of legislation that I wish to see pass through this House over the last 2 years. We will have an opportunity, hopefully soon, at final reading, to be able to have a wider debate. But I do want to say that I think it reflects well on this Assembly, and particularly on the Justice Committee past and present, in their commitment to progressing important and very necessary legislation in the interests of our entire community. I want to particularly thank the Justice Committee, the current and previous chairs, deputy chairs, members and their support staff for their continued engagement and commitment throughout this period, and for the very positive and constructive measure of that. I'm also very grateful to the Office of Legislative Counsel for its expertise and support in turning legislative ambitions that I had at the start of this mandate and legislative ambitions that the committee have had towards the end of this mandate into sound legislation, and to the legal resources in the Departmental Solicitor's Office for their tireless advice and support. I also want to acknowledge the efforts of my own officials, who I believe went the extra mile in terms of dealing effectively with the many and varied challenges that the pandemic and the shortened mandate have thrown up as we seek to legislate, but also have sought to find ways that we can ensure that the committee's ambitions for this bill were not constrained by the fact that I was unable to table new or novel amendments, but that the committee were able to do so on issues like cyber stalking and many other things. I think it stands to the determination of the Department of Justice, irrespective of who the Minister may be. It shows that there is a commitment at official level to drive forward this process to protect the most vulnerable. Last but by no means least, I want to thank victims' organisations and also victims themselves who have come forward and discussed these issues with us. And the Chairman rightly mentions those who have been working particularly with people who are vulnerable as a result of human trafficking and as a result of migration and indeed migration crime. It is hugely important that their voices are heard and that they are able to feel ownership and agency on these issues which impact so directly on their lives. And I'm very proud, I have to say, of how both the committee and the department have engaged consistently with victims groups and organisations, listening carefully to their views. And that, I think, is one of the most important lessons in terms of my role as Minister, is that often listening to the experiences of victims will find us at odds with what we expect, with what our expectations of process might be. And so it's important that we hear from those who are living the experience to know where improvements need to be made, and that's something that I think we must commit to continuing to do. It's through the combined efforts of all of those groups that this last bill has reached a point where there is only one final hurdle to clear. I want to thank the DUP members who have withdrawn their amendment. I will not veer into the political as to say whether or not I negated them or they drew me onto their territory. I think it is sufficient to say that on matters of this importance, I think this entire House stands united. And that might be something we don't see very often in this Assembly and in our politics. But on issues of this importance and this seriousness, I hope it gives comfort to those who are vulnerable that actually on all sides of this House we agree that the support needs to be there for those at that most vulnerable point. And on that note, Mr Speaker, I want to finish by thanking all of those who contributed to this debate. I think it was constructive, if short, and I hope that when we get to the final stage of the bill, we will. I will indeed, Your Grace. This
is not my swan song, I can assure you. But just on the point, and it's just to seek clarity in relation to we'll withdraw our amendment, but will the Minister confirm that the provision of support for confirmed victims of modern slavery under Section 18(9) of the HTEA, as amended by the Amendment 32, will apply to all victims who receive a positive conclusion grounds decision in line with the Justice Committee's intention?
And that is the case, but it will be based, as the member is aware, on their need at that time. So if someone no longer needs support, we won't be directing that support to them. But if they need that support, it will continue. And I want to reassure members about that. It is good, Mr Speaker, that we can finish on a united point at this stage, having had such a lively debate earlier. And it will be good, I think, to send that strong message out to the community too, that there are times, even in such a divided place as this, where we speak with one voice, and it tends to be those times when our voice is being raised on behalf of those who do not raise a voice of their own. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. We now move to the amendment. The Amendment 31 has been proposed, and that's to clause 19, page 25, line 3, to leave out and insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 31 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 32 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to formally move Amendment 32.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to clause 19 page 25, line 4, leave out and insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 32 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 33 is mutually exclusive and it won't be called, and I think maybe the members indicated that he wouldn't have been proposing it anyway. Okay. We move to Amendment 34, which has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to formally move Amendment 34.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to clause 19, page 25, line 12, to leave out and insert a new clause entitled Defence for Slavery and Trafficking Victims, as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 34 be made and the new clause added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 35 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to formally move Amendment 35.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to clause 21, page 25, line 22, to leave out words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 35 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 36 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to formally move Amendment 36.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to clause 21, page 25, line 25. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 36 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 37 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to formally move Amendment 37.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to clause 21, page 25, line 27. Leave out and insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 37 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 38 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to formally move Amendment 38.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to clause 21, page 25, line 27. Insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 38 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 39 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to formally move Amendment 39.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to clause 21, page 25, line 29, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 39 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 40 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to formally move Amendment 40.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to clause 21, page 25, line 29. Insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 40 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 41 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice to formally move Amendment 41.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to clause 21, page 25, line 30. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 41 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 42 has already been debated. I call the Chair of the Committee for Justice to formally move Amendment 42. Thank you. Amendment proposed to Schedule 1, page 30, line 8. Insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 42 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 43 has already been debated. I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Justice, Mr Mervyn Story, to formally move Amendment 43.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Schedule 1, page 30, line 11. Insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 43 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 44 has already been debated. I call the Chair of the Committee for Justice to formally move Amendment 44.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Schedule 1, page 30, line 15. Insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 44 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 45 has already been debated. I call the Chair of the Committee for Justice to formally move Amendment 45.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Schedule 1, page 30, line 22, to leave out and insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 45 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 46 has already been debated. I call the Chair of the Committee for Justice to formally move Amendment 46.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Schedule 1, page 30, line 33. Insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 46 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 47 has already been debated. I call the Chair of the Committee for Justice to formally move Amendment 47.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Schedule 1, page 31, line 7. Insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 47 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. That concludes the further consideration stage of the Justice, Sexual Offences and Trafficking Victims Bill. The bill now stands referred to the Speaker. Thank you. Members, just take their ease while we move to the next item of business, please. Members, the next item of business is a legislative consent motion for the Police, Crime, Sentencing and Courts Bill. Clerk, if you would please read the motion.
That this Assembly agrees in principle to the extension to Northern Ireland of the provisions in Chapter 3 of Part 2 of the Police, Crime, Sentencing and Courts Bill, insofar as they relate to Northern Ireland, and agrees that commencement of those provisions will be conditional on Assembly agreement to consider whether the Code of Practice, following the public consultation, complies with protected rights and requirements.
Thank you, and I call the Minister of Justice to formally move the motion, please.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and therefore I call the Minister of Justice to open debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is the second legislative consent motion on the Police, Crime, Sentencing and Courts Bill, which has been brought before the Assembly for debate. As I said in the previous debate, whilst the bill, which was introduced in Westminster in March 2021, deals with a number of very contentious policing and justice issues, members will be aware that those powers included in the bill will apply only in England and Wales, and they will have their own positions on these matters in Westminster. However, with due respect to those particular issues, there are some non-contentious and important provisions in the bill which impact on devolved responsibilities. Our seeking a legislative consent motion on those non-contentious matters is without prejudice to individual parties' positions on the wider bill. The motion we consider today covers an unrelated matter that will extend to Northern Ireland a legal basis for the extraction of information from digital devices of complainants, witnesses and others. For most of us, our lives are integrated with technology. The extraction of data from mobile devices is increasingly a reasonable line of inquiry in criminal investigations. Indeed, I know that the Justice Committee referred in the previous debate to the time they spent with the cybercrime unit of the PSNI. I also visited them recently, and I have to say that the work they do, particularly the work they do on the dark web, is both troubling and disturbing, but also incredibly reassuring that they are there, trying to ensure that many of those issues are kept under some kind of supervision and control. The extraction of data from mobile devices is therefore incredibly important. With so much of our lives being lived online, the ability to extract this information has become a crucial factor in helping law enforcement to bring offenders to justice. The expansion of digital and mobile connectivity means that very often there will be relevant evidence needed to support prosecution held on a device belonging to a complainant. However, the rapid and sustained growth of digital devices and the volumes of information they contain presents a clear challenge when much of that information may not be relevant to the case. Everyone needs to have confidence in this critical area of investigative practice, where information is only taken and should only be taken where it is absolutely necessary to do so and necessary to the investigation, and not simply as a matter of course. In 2020, the Commissioner's Office published a report into mobile data extraction in England and Wales. That report identified inconsistencies in the approach taken by police to the extraction of data and the complex legal framework that governs this practice, especially where the device belongs to a victim or a witness of crime. A subsequent ICO report in 2021 on mobile phone data extraction by the PSNI in Northern Ireland further recommended that the legislative framework on data extraction should be strengthened to ensure clarity for victims, witnesses and offenders, and to clarify the lawful basis for such extraction. In response to these concerns, the provisions in Chapter 3, Part 2 of the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Bill introduce a specific legal basis for the extraction of information from the digital devices of complainants, witnesses and others, for example, deceased or missing persons. Taken as a whole, the provisions are intended to provide a nationally consistent legal basis for the purpose of preventing, detecting, investigating or prosecuting criminal offences and for safeguarding and preventing serious harm. There are 8 clauses in Chapter 3 of Part 2 and 1 associated schedule. Insofar as it may assist the Assembly in considering this motion, I'll summarise the nature and extent of the powers in short form as follows. Clause 37 of the Bill creates a clear statutory basis to extract information from digital devices with the agreement of the user of the device. This power can be used for the purposes of preventing, detecting, investigating and prosecuting crime, helping to locate a missing person or protecting a child or at-risk adult from harm. Clause 41 of the Bill states a clear statutory basis to extract information from digital devices in the investigation of a death if the device is believed to have been used by the deceased prior to their death and where there may be an investigation by a coroner. The powers will be applicable to specified law enforcement and regulatory agencies who extract information to support investigations or to protect vulnerable people from harm. Specifically, they will only be exercisable by the named authorised persons listed in Schedule 3 of the Bill. This includes all police forces and other authorities with investigatory functions. The powers are for use overtly with the device user's agreement. They cannot be used to extract or intercept data for any covert purpose. That must otherwise be authorised by warrant under the Investigatory Powers Act 2016. In certain cases, the powers may be exercisable without agreement, where the user is deceased, where the user is a child or adult without capacity, and the authorised person believes their life is at risk, or there is a serious risk of harm to them, or a user is missing, and the authorised person believes their life to be at risk or at a risk of serious harm to them. The powers do not replace the existing statutory powers for the seizure of devices from suspects or any other specific powers available to authorised persons listed in Schedule 3 of the Bill, including those available to the PSNI under the Police and Criminal Evidence Northern Ireland Order in 1989. The powers do not replace the existing requirements of data protection legislation, and authorised persons must continue to comply with all existing legal frameworks relevant to their particular area of practice. This means that in every case where authorised persons are extracting personal material from a device under these powers, they must continue to meet the strict necessity threshold under the Data Protection Act 2018 when processing information for law enforcement purposes. Where authorised persons are extracting information from a device for non-law enforcement purposes, for example an inquest, they must also continue to meet the requirements of the General Data Protection Regulation, including that information is processed lawfully, fairly and in a transparent manner, and only where it is necessary. The powers will also be supported by a statutory code of practice, the publication of which is made mandatory by Clause 42 of the Bill. The Code seeks to ensure that authorised persons exercise data extraction powers only where necessary and thereafter only in a manner that is proportionate, in accordance with the law and pursuant to a reasonable belief that there is relevant information on the device, that they have access to practical guidance on the exercise of data extraction powers in practice, including to determine if such powers are the most appropriate for use in any particular case, and that they have access to specific guidance on the considerations they should make and the greater level of sensitivity they should apply when interacting with victims and witnesses of a crime, especially vulnerable victims of serious offences such as rape and other sexual offences. The Code is admissible in evidence in criminal or civil proceedings, and a court may take into account a failure to act in accordance with it in determining any relevant question in those proceedings. The Code has been drafted by the Home Office in collaboration with key stakeholders and interested parties, including my department. A draft code was published at the House of Commons report stage in July 2021, and an updated draft was produced ahead of the bill being presented to the House of Lords in October 2021. The UK Government will launch a public consultation on the code once the bill achieves royal assent, and data extraction powers will not be commenced until the final code has been prepared and laid before Parliament. Although the code remains in draft form, the current text already demonstrates the depth and detail of the guidance that will benefit authorised persons in the exercise of data extraction powers. In Northern Ireland in particular, the Department has liaised with and has benefited from the advice and assistance of the Departmental Solicitor's Office, the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission and the Office of the Attorney-General. Input from all parties has been shared with Home Office officials on a regular basis and has clearly influenced the drafting of the code and clauses from the Commons report stage to date. While significant progress has been made on the draft code, there remain some concerns on the part of the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission and the Office of the Attorney-General. These concerns have been shared with the Home Office, and the Department has indicated, should the Assembly agree the LCM, that it will require all relevant concerns to be addressed as far as practicable prior to the provisions in the bill coming into force in Northern Ireland. Since the bill is now at an advanced stage in the House of Lords, it is unlikely that the code will be amended further before royal assent is given. However, potentially extensive amendments are expected as a result of public consultation, and my department will continue to work with Home Office officials from royal assent to the proposed time of commencement. In that context, Home Office officials have assured the Department that a copy of the consultation documentation, including a draft code updated, will be provided in advance of the public consultation. They have also given assurances that relevant feedback, whether received from the Department or via the public consultation, will be captured in the final text. Whilst Home Office assurances on the code have been gratefully received, in order to ensure that commencement of the data extraction provisions in Northern Ireland requires satisfactory completion of the Code of Practice, I have proposed, and the Northern Ireland Executive has agreed to support, a conditional form of legislative consent as presented in this motion. In practice, this conditional form of consent envisages that the Assembly will be consulted following completion of the public consultation on the Code. Thereafter, and following further consultation with the Assembly, it will be for the Justice Minister to confirm with the Home Office whether the provisions can be commenced in Northern Ireland. In the event that the Code remains objectively unsatisfactory at the end of public consultation, I have committed to only seek the consent of the Assembly to commence the provisions when any outstanding issues are satisfactorily resolved. I would ask members to note that if we do not agree to these provisions on this basis, we risk there being no clear statutory basis for the PSNI to use these powers when there is clarity in the Code of Practice. This would in turn result in an inconsistent approach to police practice across the UK. In addition, Northern Ireland will not have addressed the Information Commissioner's Office recommendations in relation to the extraction of data from electronic devices. That said, I want to reassure members that I am not proposing that we agree to the proposed changes without being satisfied that the Code of Practice does indeed meet our requirements. I trust that members will agree that the form of consent proposed is a reasonable compromise, allowing the Home Office to proceed, as it does, in a uniform manner to royal assent, while still ensuring that this Assembly retains control over the commencement pending the resolution of outstanding issues in the Code of Practice. Members may ask whether these matters could be legislated for locally in the Assembly. In some matters, we are dealing with legislation made at Westminster or that applies across the UK, therefore necessitating the Westminster route. Also, given the advanced stage of the bill and the timescales involved, it would not be possible to legislate locally on these matters, even if we were given permission by Westminster to do so. Members will be aware that while some provisions contained in the bill are controversial, the elements contained in this LCM are not. I also believe that in the matters concerned, it is important to maintain consistency across the UK and that is best achieved through an LCM process. Westminster colleagues are keen to have the request considered as soon as possible, as the timescales are challenging. Before I finish, Mr Speaker, I do want to place on record my thanks to the Justice Committee for its report, and I welcome its support for the LCM. I also want to record my thanks to ministerial colleagues for their consideration of these issues. Building on that support, I'm keen to hear the views of members of this Assembly and to seek legislative consent today. Thank you.
I call Mervyn Storey, Chair of the Justice Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak on behalf of the Committee for Justice in this debate and to outline the Committee's consideration of the provisions to be included in the supplementary legislative consent motion for the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Bill. The Committee was first advised on the 17th of February last year that consent would be required for the powers to extract information from mobile devices during its consideration of the provisions that were included in the LCM previously agreed by the Assembly. The data extraction provisions aim to address a recommendation by the Information Commissioner's Office that the legislative framework should be strengthened to ensure clarity for victims and witnesses and offenders to address inconsistencies between forces and clarify the lawful basis for data extraction. The Committee agreed to ask the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission, the Attorney General for Northern Ireland Commissioner for Children and Young People, further views on all the provisions to be included in the initial LCM, including their comparability with European Convention on Human Rights. In their responses, both the Human Rights Commission and the Attorney General drew attention to issues in relation to the provisions regarding the extraction of data from mobile devices, which the Committee forwarded to the Department for comment. In its response, the Department advised that it had consulted with the Home Office and it was considered that the issues raised by the Attorney General were capable of being addressed in the Code of Practice. The Department also provided the response from the Home Office to the Human Rights Commission's recommendations in respect of engagement and consultation on the Code of Practice, specific matters that should be included in the Code, and clarification of the oversight arrangements for authorised persons with jurisdiction to exercise the powers in Northern Ireland. The Committee agreed on the 27th of May 2021 to forward the Department's response to the Human Rights Commission for further views and comments. Subsequent correspondence from the Department on the 16th of June, however, advised that the Executive had not agreed to the inclusion of the data extraction provision in the LCM, but instead may return to the issue once the related Code of Practice had been consulted on. The Committee therefore continued to follow this matter up separately following the completion of its report on the other provisions included in the previous LCM for this bill. The Human Rights Commission wrote to the Committee on the 28th of September to confirm that it had received a copy of the draft Code of Practice. The Commission indicated that it had responded to the Department, stressing the benefit of future consultation and engagement, and call for more detailed guidance on the application of the human rights legislation to decision making. The Commission also recommended that the Code should be drafted to reflect the best trauma-informed practice and should include practical advice to prevent or at least mitigate the secondary victimisation that can result from such data extraction. The Committee agreed to seek assurance from the Department that the Commission's views would be conveyed to the Home Office and for the details of other stakeholders who had consulted with on the draft Code of Practice. The Department confirmed on the 15th of November that the views of the Human Rights Commission and the Attorney-General have been copied to the Right Honourable Kit Malthouse MP, Minister of State for Crime, Policing and Probation in the Home Office, and advised that a further reiteration of the Code from the Home Office had also been provided to both of them. The Department also informed the Committee that the Minister was exploring whether the provisions could be included in the bill but not commenced in Northern Ireland until any outstanding issues in relation to the Code had been resolved. Subsequent correspondence from the Minister of Justice on the 1st of December 2021 requested the Committee's view on the proposal to proceed with an LCM on the basis that the data extraction provision would extend to Northern Ireland but not be commenced until the Code of Practice had been finalised and not without the agreement of the Assembly. The Committee noted this correspondence at its meeting on the 2nd of December, which also advised that the Minister was seeking the approval of the Executive in relation to the LCM. The Committee considered a further written briefing paper on the 3rd of February 2022, with which the Department had provided a list of changes and amendments made to the Code to date relevant to Northern Ireland, as well as a comparison of the original and amended provisions of the draft bill to be read alongside the Code. The Committee noted that while significant progress had been made on the draft Code of Practice, concerns still remain for both the Human Rights Commission and the Attorney-General. The Department had shared these concerns with the Home Office, indicating that it would require all relevant concerns to be addressed as far as possible prior to the provisions of the bill coming into force in Northern Ireland. The Department informed the Committee that it was unlikely the Code would now be amended further before the bill receives royal assent. However, potentially extensive amendments are expected as a result of the public consultation, and the Department advised that it will continue to work with the Home Office officials until the proposed time of commencement of the provisions. The Department has been assured by the Home Office that a copy of the consultation documentation and updated draft code will be provided in advance of the public consultation, and that the final text will capture relevant feedback from either the Department or the public consultation. The Department briefing paper also confirmed that the Executive had given its support for a conditional LCM to be taken forward for these provisions. In this regard, as the Minister has outlined, she will consult with the Assembly following completion of the public consultation on the Code, and the commencement of the provisions will not be agreed without the consent of the Assembly. The Committee was also advised of a further amendment of the extraction clauses, which will put the exercise of data extraction powers in relation to confidential information on the face of the bill rather than in regulations. The Department stated that the amendment would not materially alter the scope of the extraction powers envisaged by the bill, but instead this provides greater clarity on the exercise of these powers in the context of confidential information. Having considered the detailed information provided, the Committee agreed on the 3rd of February 2024 that it was content in principle with the proposed approach that had been outlined. On the 17th of February, the Committee considered the memorandum that had been laid by the Department of Justice on the 7th of February and agreed it was content with the proposal to extend to Northern Ireland, by way of supplementary legislative consent motion, the provisions in Chapter 3 of Part 2 of the Police, Crime, Sentencing and Courts Bill insofar as they relate to Northern Ireland, and that the commencement of those provisions will be conditional on Assembly agreement to consider whether the Code of Practice following the public consultation complies with protected rights and requirements. I can therefore confirm, as set out in the Committee report, that the Committee of Justice supports the Minister for Justice in seeking the Assembly's endorsement of the supplementary legislative consent motion. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Sinead Ennis on Cancha. I call Sinead Ennis.
Sinn Féin will be supporting the LCM on the Police, Crime, Sentencing and Courts Bill, although we do still have a number of concerns with the bill itself. And we have put these concerns to the Justice Minister previously, and I believe she may share some of these concerns as well. Strengthening the legal framework which allows for the police and others to extract data from electronic devices to ensure clarity for victims, witnesses and offenders was a key recommendation from the Information Commissioner's Office. However, in implementing this recommendation, we need to ensure that we're not just box ticking and that we put in place a fit-for-purpose regime which genuinely improves the regime as recommended. In doing so, human rights must be paramount and the concerns of human rights experts must be resolved. We previously resisted the inclusion of this provision in a previous LCM for that reason and agreed to consider this provision alongside a code of practice which has been approved by the Human Rights Commission and Attorney General's Office. This has not yet been done. Sufficient safeguards have not yet been achieved, and so it would be inappropriate to agree to commencing these powers until that work has been completed. Therefore, I welcome the compromise which has been achieved, which allows the legislation to progress on a conditional basis without these powers being commenced prematurely. This will allow time for the various human rights concerns to be addressed and for a code of practice to be publicly consulted on. Crucially for us, it will give the Assembly a further opportunity to either approve or reject the commencement of these provisions once all of this work has been concluded. Therefore, I am happy to support the conditional LCM today, and I look forward to considering this matter in the future once human rights have been sufficiently safeguarded.
I call Sinead Bradley on the screens, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't intending to speak to this other than the SDLP have very much been leading on their concerns on this in Westminster, and we do, with the heavy caveats that have been laid there, we do support it coming through the House in this guise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sinead. I call Stuart Dixon on the screen, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I want to thank the Minister of Justice and her ministerial colleagues for their important work on this LCM, and I will, like others, keep my remarks brief. I'm entirely supportive of the Minister's proposals, as previously mentioned. This bill is coming through and it's been introduced in Westminster, where, as others have made reference, it has its difficulties and is highly contentious. However, this LCM simply deals with the essential section of the legislation with regards to the extraction of vital technological information. Many of our laws were enacted before today's technology was even thought about. However, since then, mobile devices have become a prominent part of everybody's daily life. Statistics from the Ofcom suggest that some 78% of adults now use a smartphone every day. These devices can be beneficial in criminal investigations, offering an insight into an individual's actions, movements, and state of mind. But this encroachment into somebody's privacy must only be used when absolutely necessary. Of course, we must recognise the challenges faced by the police in the digital age. The Information Commissioner's report suggested that a broad approach is needed to address privacy concerns while achieving modern criminal justice objectives. So it is entirely welcome to see that the Minister has taken steps to ensure that only information relevant to the investigation will be taken. This is, as others have said, a complex area, engaging not just in data protection law, but in human rights law and the criminal justice system. Moving on from today, I hope that the police and the broader criminal justice system will reassure the public and give the reassurance that the most private and sensitive information will continue to be protected and only information necessary to the investigation will be examined. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And I now call the Minister to wind, please.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thanks to members for considering the motion and for the valuable contributions that have been made to the debate. I note the concerns that some members have expressed regarding the wider issue of the police crime sentencing and courts bill. And I am glad and relieved that devolution means that we are removed from some of the more authoritarian aspects of that particular piece of legislation. However, the proposed legislation for which we are consenting this evening is going to provide what I believe is much needed clarity and consistency in respect of the relevant law, namely where and how and when it should be applied. Fundamentally, this is about ensuring that the police can obtain digital evidence to prosecute criminals whilst providing additional safeguards so that only information that is directly relevant to the investigation is taken. This is needed to protect privacy and to ensure that support for victims of crime and others who voluntarily provide information to the police. And I think it is incredibly important that we're able to do that. Publishing a code of practice will help to guide police and provide clarity and consistency in the approach to obtaining digital evidence from victims and others. I am very pleased with the support colleagues have shown in their comments this evening and the recognition that has been given that it is sensible that these particular provisions be carried in a Westminster bill. On this occasion, I believe it is appropriate that we do so via a legislative consent motion, and so I am happy to ask for the support of the House in passing this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The question now is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed. If members just take their ease while we move to the next item of business, please. Members, the next item of business is a motion on the Committee for Finance of Northern Ireland Fiscal Council's report on the 2022-25 draft budget. Clerk, if you would please read the motion.
That this Assembly takes note of the Committee for Finance and the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council reports on the 2022-25 draft budget and calls on the Minister of Finance to give due regard to their findings.
Thank you. I call the Chairperson of the Finance Committee to formally move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allocate 2 hours for the debate. The proposer of the motion will have 15 minutes to propose and 15 to wind. The Minister of Finance will have up to 20 minutes to respond, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. I call the Chairperson of the Finance Committee to open debate on the motion, please.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. And on behalf of the Committee for Finance, I would like to thank the Business Committee for scheduling this debate and the Minister for agreeing to respond. The debate is informed by the budget document itself, the consultation for which had been scheduled to close today. It's also informed by the very useful Fiscal Council report, by the excellent scrutiny undertaken by statutory committees, and by the papers produced by Assembly Research. I would also like to thank the Fiscal Council, Assembly Research for their work, and all of those statutory committees who were able to respond with their thoughts and views. All of that information which from committees and raised was shared with members more than a week ago and will be in the public domain from now. The Fiscal Council report was, of course, published back in January. Mr Deputy Speaker, this, I think, will be our only chance in this mandate to debate the 22-25 draft budget. As the related possible financial decisions will have far-reaching consequences, I do not propose to waste this important opportunity. So what members is there to talk about? Firstly, importantly, it's a 3-year budget with more money than usual in it compared to the pre-COVID baseline position. And if we look at the figures from RAISE, it's a budget of somewhere around about £47.9 billion. I'll say that again, £47.9 billion. That is a significant amount of resource. The Fiscal Council tells us that this continues the upward trajectory of devolved spending and that we can be reasonably confident that promised money will materialise as we get through what is left of 22 and on into 2025. This bigger budget envelope would give us the opportunity to plan for change and reform. But with reform must come decisions and indeed consequences. To some degree, the budget sets out both of these. In other respects, we are left to underscore or fill in the blanks ourselves. The budget isn't linked to a programme for government. Its capital spend wasn't shaped by an agreed investment strategy. The budget itself has not been agreed by the Executive. There isn't an Executive. And indeed, in the absence of the Executive, the consultation process has been paused. And we have already spoken about that. The draft budget also seems to include a kind of public sector pay promise, which appears to be about 2% per annum, with more for the health sector. It also appears that regional rates will also be frozen for the relevant period, although again formal executive agreement for this is limited to just 1 year. I mention both of these because they have very large consequences for the public finances. These, like the other impacts of the budget changes for departments and the pressures these create, are generally not fully expounded in the consultation documentation. There are also references, but not much explanation, in respect of big-ticket policy items like green growth, which presumably will be greatly influenced by the anticipated passage of the climate change legislation, whichever bill gets through. It would therefore seem that the programme for government, investment strategy, climate change, public finance and all executive agreement carts have all seemed to have been put in front of the budget horse. As for the horse itself, it has got a general direction of travel, but the route, the point of the budget, is perhaps not as completely clear in all of the detail as it might be. I will now turn to the point of the budget. This is perhaps the most challenging policy issue of all. That is, of course, in health. This is an immediate-term problem which has been with us and has been growing for quite a while. We all know that hard decisions in respect of health provision will be required. This is not to say that climate change is in some way not an emergency. It is not. It is also not to say that the economy or education system don't all need the Executive's renewed support. They do. But the size of the health problem, if not necessarily all of the solutions, is certainly bigger, nearer and getting a bit clearer all the time. So as there is certainly a logic to the draft budget, but those consequences and decisions that I mentioned earlier are perhaps something we need to further explore before we decide on the way forward. The one thing I think we can all agree on it is this, that the 3-year settlement is an opportunity. And where we are right now feels very much like make your mind up time on this budgetary process. Mr Deputy Speaker, I think we all agree that health requires reform, with patient waiting lists need to be reduced, outcomes need to be improved, and our vital healthcare workers need a better and more sustainable support mechanisms. Considerable sums have been earmarked, and there's an obvious timeline. It's 3 years. So, for many of us, what could be simpler? Let's get on with it, and let's get moving. However attractive that proposition might be, that's if we had an executive, which we don't, I think it's also fair to say that the executive doesn't perhaps have the best record in this regard. Whether this is in terms of either its own resilience or the delivery of complicated, long-term, expensive projects, the overuse of consultants, or in the terms of use of the well-worn panacea of things like the voluntary exit schemes, a scheme which seems to have cost as much as it costs as much to deliver as it supposedly made in savings. I think, therefore, Mr Deputy Speaker, that there is more that this House needs to know before it could sign off on such a budget with any degree of confidence. In some areas, such as health and education, we shall also clearly need the buy-in of all the political parties in the executive. We shall also need the buy-in of the health and education professionals, and crucially, above all, of the general public itself, if we are to deliver what is to be a truly transformative process. Mr Deputy Speaker, statutory committees have provided some very useful commentary on the draft budget. I expect the chairpersons and members of those committees will set out their views shortly. I have a few short remarks by way of summary. Almost all the committees highlighted pressures in the 22-25 period. In some cases, including the Victims' Pension Scheme and replacing EU funding, the actual settlement from our own government hasn't quite materialised yet. Thus, although these are very important, they remain hard to quantify or timescale. Mr Deputy Speaker, there are other pressures which are clear and also very important, and perhaps a bit more quantifiable. I'm thinking of those identified in agriculture, economy and justice. These just might be, in some considerable part, addressed by the substantial carryover from 21-22 and by other future in-year savings. This is where the absence of political certainty right now and over the next few months may prove to be telling. Then we have another group of pressures in infrastructure, communities, education and probably health, which appear to be very substantial indeed. I cannot speak to the veracity of all the claims that all of the departments have made when they were questioned by the committees. I will leave that to the committee chairpersons. However, as a previous member of a number of statutory committees, I know that departments can be prone to a little exaggeration in these regards. My evidence for this is the very substantial bids and very surprising levels of reduced requirements in this year's and other years' monitoring rounds. Perhaps the Minister will share his thoughts on this in his response. However, even allowing for this, it would appear that the budget will present a significant challenge to a number of departments. I hope the chairpersons of committees will fulsomely set out their views in this regard. I suspect that, notwithstanding the above, a successor executive, whenever it appears, will have to address these problems, and a wider transformation will be required in order to deal with the underlying costs in all departments and their arm's-length bodies. Regardless of the challenges I have set out, it is clearly a good idea to have a 3-year budget, particularly one of the substantial level that we're talking about. It is also obviously a good idea to have a longer-term plan for all of our services and how we deliver them. I think the present process of informed public debate can be eliminated and provide the exposition that is needed. In that regard, I hope the Minister in his response might provide some commentary on the pressures identified by the departments and the financial control measures he thinks will be needed for the 3-year budget period, including potentially a 4th annual monitoring round or more departmental bid transparency, or perhaps the inclusion of a 3-year budget projections in all of our new estimates memorandum. We have a lot to talk about. I will conclude my comment here and commend the motion to the House, and await with interest the feedback from the other members and indeed from the ministers. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Colm Gilding, call the Chair of the Health Committee, Colm Gilding.
I welcome the opportunity to participate in today's debate as Chair of the Health Committee. I will give some very brief remarks as Chair of the Committee before making some further remarks as my party's health spokesperson. The Health Committee has not yet been able to come to a formal position on the 2022-25 draft budget. The Committee did receive a briefing from the Department on the draft budget in December, and the Committee has raised the draft budget in a number of briefings with stakeholders and departmental officials. However, due to pressure in relation to legislation, including consideration of 7 bills, numerous COVID regulations and a number of LCMs and statutory instruments, the Committee has not been able to spend as much time as it would have liked on scrutinising and taking evidence on the Department of Health draft budget. The draft budget over the next 3 years is an important priority for the Committee. Therefore, over the coming weeks through to the end of the mandate, the Committee has and will continue to take briefings on a number of issues that will help members to come to a view on the draft budget, including briefings on transformation, the cancer strategy, recovery out of COVID, and briefings from the Minister and the Permanent Secretary. The Committee also welcomes the commitment from the Executive that health would be the top priority and that the focus of the draft budget has been on providing additional resources for transforming the health service and reducing waiting lists on a permanent basis.
On that point, and he's right, there was, I think, broad agreement, and there remains broad agreement that we, given the state of our health service and waiting list, that we do have to have prioritisation around health. As Committee Chair, does he feel he has had enough clarity from the Department about how they intend to use that prioritised money? Does he feel, as he stands here now, we stand here now, that whether this budget or another one post-election is signed off, that he knows enough from the Department about how they are going to use that allocation to get waiting lists down in 2022, 2025 and beyond? Because at the minute I think there's a bit of opacity from my perspective.
And the member's next minute.
The Committee would have sought to drill further into those figures, because that has been a recurring feature of some of the difficulty the Committee has in tracking money through from where it's allocated to how it lands on the ground, and crucially what impact that has on some of the key aims, including reducing health inequalities, which is a major one, and transformation. So the Committee welcomes the comments by the Minister of Finance here in the Assembly on the 13th of December 2021 when he stated, "Prioritising our health service means a proposal for other departments to contribute 2% of their opening baseline. That contribution would provide an additional £523 million over the 3 years, which would form part of an overall general allocation of £1.9 billion. That could be used at the Health Minister's discretion to help to address the significant funding pressures identified. On top of that, the draft budget would provide £120 million, £182.4 million and £255.3 million over the 3-year budget to meet in full the Health Minister's bids for elective care, cancer and mental health rebuild strategy. The Committee does indeed welcome the introduction of a multi-year budget and has called for a multi-year budget for a number of years, as it is only through this mechanism that the transformation agenda can be properly progressed. The Committee was briefed on the issue of transformation just last week, and the Committee see the transformation agenda as absolutely key to addressing waiting lists and providing the best levels of care that we can. The Department needs to place transformation at the centre of all its budgetary considerations and does need to consider how funding can be directed and allocated into that crucial transformation of our health service. The reduction of waiting lists and the funding of elective care is a priority for the Committee and will be an issue that... well, indeed, yeah.
I know it's probably unusual as one chair to another coming to this as well, but I think you made a very valid point, is that the Department of Health and the Health Minister has already identified what he needs to do over the 3 years to make this transformation work. Even in your initial scrutiny through the committee, do you have a sense if we actually had this budget agreed and was out there, we would be able to meet much of those health requirements?
Well, I think there's no getting around the fact of how challenging the situation is. However, the difficulty is without the budget, we certainly will not make the type of progress. Health, above all areas, probably requires that longer-term spend. You have to invest in your workforce, and without workforce, with no services, no staff, no services, it's as simple as that. Those are major commitments that will require longer thinking. So there certainly was much interest in the plans that were set out. Those required significant funding. I believe the Minister in his approach to the executive, did get consensus around the need for that, and that is something that we as a society need to see progressed. So it is important, we believe, that any incoming committee will, and we will include in our legacy report, that the incoming committee will continue to keep an eye on this issue as a priority. It's important, I believe, that any incoming committee scrutinises the Department of Health budget in detail to ensure that these important priorities are progressed. Last Concordia, I'll just make a few brief remarks in relation to the issues raised. And clearly, members, these issues are all well rehearsed and well understood in this Assembly. The health service is facing a crisis. Workforce, which I've mentioned already. Over 6,000 and growing posts vacant across the healthcare system, in a workforce that's already stretched, tired, and has been over-relied upon throughout a pandemic, and indeed were under severe pressure even preceding the pandemic. Transformation agenda absolutely must be progressed. We need to see the rollout of those multidisciplinary teams. We need to see the recruitment of physios, occupational therapists, social workers to go out into communities to support health and wellbeing, to support GPs. We've heard in this building today the issue of dentistry and the impact that not having a properly funded budget going forward would have on that issue. 1 in 4 of our population are on waiting lists. We can't ignore that. And to address those issues all require a budget to be in place. So it is crucial that we see progress and that members of this Assembly take on board the impact that losing out on this 3-year budget is going to have and is having on confidence out there, on planning and on delivery of health and social care services.
I now call Keith Buchanan.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise today as a member of the Finance Committee. As the Chairman of the Committee has already said, I thank officials and committees who have already provided written and oral responses on the draft budget 2022-2025. The motion before us to take note of the Finance Committee and the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council report on the 2022-25 draft budget, a budget that only was ever backed by Sinn Féin ministers. It was never agreed by my party. The budget was put out for consultation, but that was halted for whatever reason. The Finance Minister draft budget would lead to massive cuts to public services. The Chief Constable, school principals and housing bodies have all outlined the grave impact it would have. The Chief Executive, the Housing Executive, has said the budget represents a bleak outlook and would have negative consequences, especially for those relying on homeless services or those on the waiting list for social housing. The Committee for Communities noted it was very concerned that allocations for the Housing Development Programme do not match what was outlined in the Communities Minister's recent strategy on delivering social housing. Department officials also confirmed the capital budget is a decreasing budget over the 3 years. Investors are attracted to Northern Ireland because of our skills, people, low cost base and the incentives offered by InvestNI. This budget would decimate InvestNI's ability to offer financial help to companies. In a response to the Finance Committee from the Committee for Economy, it was highlighted by that committee that the potential savings modelled by the Department are deeply concerning and could set back an already structurally weak economic much further. Reducing investment in skills would have a cumulative impact and would make our economy increasingly uncompetitive and less attractive to investors. The denigration of policing and justice in particular within the proposal is disgraceful. This is the only portfolio to see a net reduction in the resource allocation. 1,000 PSNI officers and 350 staff would be at risk by 2025. Training in new offences like stalking and coercive control would be under threat. The Committee for Justice has also raised concerns regarding the draft budget and in response to the Committee for Finance stated that it believes that important progress has been made over recent years which could be slowed or even reversed by a budget of this nature. The overall proportion of the budget that currently goes in staffing resources and to funding policing provides little flexibility and difficult decisions will have to be taken. Even where there are additional sums provided, for example to health, there is no accompanying strategy for reform. The Fiscal Council is critical of the fact that the draft budget doesn't contain a clear or systematic explanation of why certain allocations are prioritised. The Fiscal Council report also demonstrates the immense scale of the support provided via the block grant and that receipts from this are actually higher than expected for the period covered by the draft budget. Those in the Chamber who deride the Treasury and our memberships of the United Kingdom should reflect on this contribution. It seems counterintuitive to agree a multi-year budget at the tail end of a mandate when parties that form the next executive are yet to agree a programme for government as the basis for expenditure. The Fiscal Council has indicated the importance of such a connection. Those talking up the prospect of a cliff edge are being irresponsible. There is a legislative provision to ensure public services continue to be funded and are operable in the next financial year, which is due to be further debated tomorrow. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is clear from the Fiscal Council report and feedback from committees that this budget proposal is not all that it seems. Thank you.
Agus na siarm sir Sinead McLaughlin, sin Caichelach Offigan Coimanish. Question Coimani. I call Sinead McLaughlin the Chair of the Executive Office Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak as Chair of the Committee for the Executive Office. Members will be aware that the Executive Office is a rather unusual department in financial terms. That means that although the department itself has a relatively small budget, there is often the requirement to dispose of large amounts of money for specific programmes. This leads to significant fluctuations in budget allocations. In this case, the opening position for Resource DEL of 120 million is to increase to 210 million for 2022 to 2023 and to 231 million and 230 million in the subsequent years. And the reasons for this are redress payments for victims and survivors of historical institutional abuse, the Troubles Permanent Disablement Scheme and the Truth Recovery Programme relating to victims and survivors of mother and baby homes and Magdalene laundries. The Committee has worked hard to ensure that these programmes are timely, efficient, sensitive and victim-centred. Where victims and survivors have felt that they are not, the Committee has intervened, and the most significant intervention being our call for a review of the HIA redress process. These ring-fenced funds make up the larger part of the departmental budget. The baseline of 72 million per annum appears to be an increase on the 60 million of the previous year, but this in fact makes up for a loss of the financial transactions capital of which the department can no longer avail, and in reality actually amounts to a 1.2 million cut. The Committee was also pleased to note that the continued provision from central funds of 12 million of share future funding. This was fresh start money that ended in March 2021, but has been continued in the draft budget from our own resources. Ring-fence funds that we would have expected to see in the department budget are being held centrally. These include match funding for Peace Programme, funding for the dedicated mechanism for monitoring Article 2 of the Northern Ireland Protocol, and funding for tackling paramilitaries and communities in transition. Our successor committee will need to work with the successor Finance Committee to ensure effective scrutiny of these centrally held funds. The capital DEL of 15 million per year is mainly for urban villages projects. The Committee has noted with dismay delays in some capital projects, such as Meanan Square. The Department is urged to resolve these issues that hold up such important projects for local areas in the coming years. There are areas of expenditure that are missing from the budget, for example, in its engagement with stakeholders on the development of an important strategy for ending male violence against women and girls. The Committee was told of the importance of funding being attached to the actual strategy. The Committee also heard from the joint chairs of the Commission on Flags, Identity, Culture and Tradition, whose report was published in December, but there is no budget assigned to the implementation of any recommendations. Similarly, there are outstanding aspects of the New Decade New Approach Agreement, such as the establishment of new language and identity structures. How much will they cost, and why are they not budgeted for? The Committee also visited Mea's Long Care site, which has huge potential for development as a major north-south and east-west hub. The Committee understands the sensitivities of the prison buildings, but there is so much more that can be done in and around the site that will pay dividends if exploited. This will need a budget attached to it. In summary, the Executive Office has a small budget, but tends to be the repository for important high-profile and potentially high-cost programmes at short notice. The Committee is concerned that the real-term reduction in the baseline funds for the Department may impact upon the capacity for timely and efficient delivery. Indeed, the Committee has elsewhere commented on the recourse to agency workers and secondments from the Strategic Investment Board rather than investing in the capacity of our own civil service. Thank you.
I call Kiva Archibald on the screens, please.
I'm speaking firstly as Chair of the Economy Committee, and I'd like to firstly thank the Finance Committee and the Fiscal Council on their work around the 2022-25 budget. The Economy Committee was briefed by officials and the Minister on the Department for the Economy's response to the draft budget. As with most departments, the Department for the Economy has a 2% baseline cut annually across the budget cycle, equating to a cut of £16.4 million per annum. Additionally, however, there is a loss of £65 million of EU structural funding per annum, which will mean a £40 million reduction per year for the provision of key department services. The department is facing inescapable pressures of £78 million in 2022-23, £109 million in 23-24, and £125 million in 24-25. Additionally, the department will experience a 56% reduction in conventional capital by 2024-25. The department set out that as approximately 73% of the department's budget goes on education and skills, it will be these areas that are most likely to face cuts in provision, with a knock-on impact on economic development. The committee has expressed considerable concern regarding the loss of EU structural funding, as this will impact on a range of departmental provision, such as key skills programmes like apprenticeships, as well as the ability of Invest NI to support new business going forward. The savings model by the department, if applied, would have a detrimental impact on the development of our skills base, attempts to correct structural issues within our economy, and efforts to widen opportunities to disadvantaged young people and communities. Cuts to the numbers of students and the support afforded to them, combined with raising tuition fees, would be likely to make further and higher education unaffordable for many. While the model savings are suggestions and the Minister has said he has made no decisions, the committee is already understandably receiving correspondence from sectors that will be affected by this draft budget. Concordia, I'll now make some brief comments as Sinn Féin Economy spokesperson. As the Chair of the Finance Committee said, today should have been the closing date for the consultation on the draft budget for the next 3 years. Across the various sectors of our society, people were keen to make their views known and were inputting into that process. Some of those views were critical, as were some MLAs in this chamber. The unfortunate reality is, however, none of those concerns or even views of support or any input at all can be taken into account in the setting of a budget for the next 3 years, because the DUP chose for their own selfish electoral interest to resign their First Minister and collapse the executive. As my party's economy spokesperson, the Department for Economy's response to the draft budget that I already outlined was alarming. They had model savings that would have a detrimental impact on our economic recovery and undermine efforts to address historical issues of poor productivity. The most striking thing about the Department for the Economy's budget for the next 3 years, however, was that it was getting an uplift in its allocation of £50 million over the 3 years, but is at the same time losing £100 million of EU funding for core department functions. That, by the way, is what is putting Invest NI's budget under pressure, the loss of £20 million per year in ERDF money. We've consistently heard from the British Government it will replace our lost EU funding. However, like many British Government commitments, that has not been realised. Instead, we have a complete lack of detail on the much mooted Shared Prosperity Fund. And if the interim measure of the Community Renewal Fund is anything to go by, we are in trouble. These funds are being centrally administered by the British Government with no input from the Executive, no ability to ensure alignment with PFG commitments or executive priorities, and nothing to prevent duplication or to provide for coordination. The Fiscal Council talks about aligning the budget to the PFG, and I'm sure most of us wouldn't disagree with that intent. But here we have a large amount of funding for important activities for which there is no ability for our locally elected ministers or us as MLAs to influence where it goes to ensure it aligns to our priorities. So we have DUP ministers and representatives who've complained about the draft budget, but the big fat elephant in the room is one of the biggest problems for the department they are responsible for is the loss of vital EU funding due to the Brexit they championed. Concordia, we are facing a perfect storm in respect of rising prices, rising inflation, and now the Russian invasion of Ukraine has added to the upward pressure on prices. The cost of living is soaring beyond most people's worst imaginings. Energy prices hitting unprecedented highs, oil prices the highest over a decade, food prices rising, and we have £300 million that, among other things, could help people with the cost of living. And it can't be allocated because the DUP put their party interests before people. That's a disgraceful dereliction of duty, and rather than posturing, if the DUP leader really wants to help people struggling with cost of living, he'd get back to doing his job in the executive by nominating the First Minister.
Thank you, Gormagat. Next speaker, I call on Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to speak as chairperson of the Committee for Infrastructure. The Committee for Infrastructure has considered considerable concerns regarding the significant difference between the Department's overall resource requirements and proposed allocations in the draft budget 2022-25. Both the Committee and the Department are concerned that if these proposals, or if the proposed allocations are reflected in the final budget, this will result in wide-ranging and long-term problems for the Department, for TransLink and for Northern Ireland Water. One important issue which has been raised by the Department is that it requires a resource budget that is adequate to deliver capital projects. The Department has informed the Committee that its reliance on in-year resource funding raises many difficulties in delivering capital projects. For the past number of years, the resource baseline position for the Department has not been sufficient to deliver its core services, and additional monitoring round funding has been required to deliver these services. This directly impacts on the Department's ability to deliver capital projects. I will indeed, yeah.
Thank you very much. Obviously, one of the big questions we've had within the Finance Committee is we've regularly seen uplifts having to come through from Northern Ireland Water. Does the Chair have any idea of the quantum that is actually needed to get Northern Ireland Water on a sustainable footing? And indeed, has the Minister addressed how they're likely to get to that point?
Member hasn't. Additional minute.
I thank the member for his intervention. While I don't have it on hand, we are due a briefing from NI Water in light of the situation that's developing, in particular the difficulty that we now find ourselves in with Northern Ireland Water being the largest consumer of electricity, and with the situation now even more dire in relation to the Ukrainian war, or the Russian-Ukrainian war, means that again Northern Ireland Water is placed in a very dangerous position, and I will come on to some further comments within my contribution. This directly impacts on the budgets and the Department's ability to deliver capital budgets, as has been mentioned, as it has insufficient resource funding available to undertake activities such as developing schemes for progression and procurement. It also limits the Department's capacity to effectively plan and deliver schemes late in a financial year or even into future years. Regarding proposed capital allocations, the Minister for Infrastructure informed the Committee that Year 3 of the draft capital budget allocations in particular present a significant funding gap compared to the indicative capital requirements submitted by the Department. If this gap is reflected in the final budget, there will, in the Minister's view, be insufficient funding to fully address flagship, inescapable and pre-committed schemes. This would require prioritisation of schemes over the budget period, which could result in the delay of some schemes into later years. Mr. Speaker, the proposed ring-fenced allocation for Northern Ireland Water does not address the organisation's inescapable pressures, including energy pressures. The price of electricity is largely determined by the wholesale price of gas. Gas prices have more than doubled during the 2021 to 2022 financial year and continuing to rise. The utility regulator has stated that high energy costs are likely to continue for a further 36 months. This, coupled with higher than expected inflation, will have a very significant impact on Northern Ireland Water's resource budget. Members, please be aware, as I have mentioned, the utility regulator's warning of high energy costs for the next 3 years was made prior to Russia invading Ukraine, so this will be further exacerbated in both intensity and duration. TransLink informed the committee that the public transport network is currently managed with low levels of funding in the budget and with a reliance again on in-year bids to try and remain financially viable. This approach leads to an inability to plan for the future and undermines confidence with the public. It also undermines confidence with suppliers and pushes up risk premiums, thereby increasing costs. According to TransLink, this comes at a time when governments across the world are investing in public transport to support a green recovery from COVID-19, address climate change and support social, economic and environmental well-being. The committee is not optimistic that the final budget allocation will differ significantly from what is proposed in the draft budget 2022-25. On that basis, the committee recognises that as the proposed budget allocation does not meet the department's inescapable pressures, this will lead to difficult decisions on what can be prioritised and delivered by the department over the budget period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Concordia.
Concordia. I welcome the opportunity today to speak on behalf of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. The Committee for Finance's motion regarding the 22-25 year's draft budget. The Committee undertook scrutiny of the DAERA's multi-year budget proposals in January and provided the Committee for Finance with its written considerations on the 17th of February. In terms of resource DEL, the Fiscal Council's report on the draft budget finds that DAERA favours relatively well compared to other executive departments, with 3.7% projected increase in revenue over the 3-year period. However, there are several major resource pressures which are anticipated over the budget period, including an approximate deficit of £6 million per annum against the Environmental Fund and Strategic Environment Fund. This will inevitably have an effect and delay the progress of initiatives such as Environment Strategy, Peatland Strategy and Climate Change plans. Further, the Committee is concerned that no allocation has been made for projects for the tackle in rural poverty and social isolation, and that DAERA intends to resource these via in-year monitoring exercises and additional allocations from the Treasury. The Committee considers funding for these schemes to be a priority and would strongly encourage DAERA to seek any and all options to secure resource for these vital initiatives, which are crucial to supporting the health and well-being of people living in rural communities. Further, while the outcome of the negotiations between the British Government and the EU on the potential revision of the protocol is awaited, it is likely that DAERA will have to continue to provide some degree of enhanced checking at ports of entry. It will be crucial to ensure that the Department has the necessary human and capital resources in place to discharge its legal responsibilities associated with the protocol and EU exit in the years ahead. In terms of capital resource, the Department has made a substantive bid for additional monies, including £600 million for the Green Growth Strategy. The Committee was provided with limited assurance about the robustness of the methodology used by the Department to determine the £600 million figure, which is based on an indicative profile that DAERA felt would be required to reduce greenhouse gas emissions until the year 26-27. Nevertheless, the Department was allocated £170 million in the draft budget for the Green Growth Strategy, and while the Committee was not provided with any clarity on what outcomes will actually be delivered via this funding, it's likely that DAERA will struggle to meet pledges given with this allocation. It's difficult to quantify what impact this will have for schemes to improve environmental health, support a green economy and meet the legislative requirements of an impending Climate Change Act. DAERA has allocated £37 million capital funding for a Green Growth Challenge Fund over the course of the multi-year budget, which aims to stimulate projects to test solutions which may help to reduce emissions. Whilst the Committee recognises the importance of encouraging innovation and new ways of working, the Committee has been provided with little assurance as to how the fund will be managed. Further, there is a well-established evidence base for solutions which are proven to mitigate climate change, including nature-based interventions such as peatland restoration, rewilding landscapes and forestry. The Committee considers that providing robust resource plans for such initiatives are likely to be more effective and deliver better value for the environment and society than pursuing unproven schemes, and that a balance must be struck between funding innovations which could theoretically lead to gains and delivering demonstrably effective strategies. The committee has also identified a concern about the long-term funding and sustainability of the Rural Development Programme. I am sure that members across the House will acknowledge the value and importance of the Rural Development Programme projects, which have been supported via EU funding for years, and the benefits that they have brought to local communities in terms of developing infrastructure, supporting small businesses, improving connectivity and supporting social mobility. 2023 marks the last year which DAERA can claim match funding from the EU for existing RDP schemes, and as a consequence there is anticipated to be a significant drop-off in funding for these initiatives of about 67% in the final year of the multi-year budget. This presents a real risk to the long-term viability and sustainability of the Rural Development Programme. While DAERA intends to explore alternative sources to replace EU funding via the Shared Prosperity Fund and Peace Plus, it is currently unclear how these schemes will operate and the likelihood or otherwise of securing the requisite level of resource to maintain and expand RDP projects. In summary, the Committee for Environment, Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs supports the Committee for Finance's report and scrutiny of the 22-25 draft budget proposals and welcomes the opportunity to have contributed to this. In relation to DAERA's projected spending plans, the Committee has identified a number of issues and several resource and capital pressures which will likely hamper progress on key strategic policies. It is unfortunate that due to extenuating circumstances, the draft multi-year budget cannot be brought forward legislatively, and this will undoubtedly lead to uncertainty. I'll conclude my comments there at that point. Thank you.
Okay, and I call Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome the opportunity today to speak on behalf of the Committee for Communities on the draft budget 2022-25. I'd like to thank the Committee for Finance for collating committee responses to the draft budget. Even in the circumstances of this draft budget, it is good that we're here today discussing departmental spending plans and financial concerns, as this gives us all an indication of the key pressures going forward. The Committee had welcomed the opportunity of the 3-year draft budget, as the Department for Communities provides many life-changing support programmes and services that need the continuity of funding beyond 1-year budgets. The Committee has remained supportive of the Minister as she continues to lobby the Minister for Finance for additional funding to support the people who are most vulnerable in our society. Mr Speaker, the Committee had a briefing session with officials on the 13th of January on this draft budget, and I would like to highlight some of the key issues that arose. The Committee was extremely concerned about the Department's position in the draft budget, as it presented significant challenges in terms of the constrained spending review outcome against existing baselines in the context of recovery from the pandemic. The Committee heard that the Department had developed its resource bids in line with the 4 COVID-19 recovery strategy pillars endorsed by the Executive: sustainable economic growth, green growth and sustainability, tackling inequalities and health of population. The Committee accepted that it had not been a straightforward task for the Department to arrange its bids in priority order, given its wide range of responsibilities, and the Committee supported the view that all of the resource bids were critical. With regard to the Department's capital bids, the Committee supported the Department's approach that it grouped its bids by business areas with the agreement of the Department of Finance. Mr Speaker, turning to some detail with regard to the resource position, the Committee noted that the Department submitted significant resource bids to reflect COVID recovery pressures and New Decade New Approach commitments, in addition to the pressures faced in order to maintain existing baseline services. The Committee wishes to express grave concerns that the resource bids were very far from being met in the draft budget. The stark reality is that over the 2022-25 period, the proposed allocation reflected only 15%, 13% and 14% of the Department's bids in each respective year. The Department effectively faced a real-term budget reduction, which increased each year of the draft budget. The Committee wishes to highlight a number of bids that were not met in the draft budget, as these clearly show pressures the Department will face going forward. Benefit delivery response, the 45 million bid not met in each of the 3 years. Homelessness, bids totalling of around £43 million not met over the total of 3 years. And COVID recovery labour market intervention bids
bids totalling just over £21 million not met over the total of the 3 years. Pay and inflationary pressure bids not met, totalling over £37 million over the 3 years, and inescapable pressures bid of £1.88 million not met in each of the 3 years for the North-South Language Body, the Building Safely Bill and the review of liquor licensing. The Committee also wishes to highlight the substantial amount of field bids to support benefit delivery, as there has been significant increases in working age benefit caseloads and over 800 additional staff have been recruited and brought into the department to deliver this. Mr Speaker, the officials also advised the Committee that bids were not met of a total of over £670 million over the 3 years to progress planned work in areas that the Committee sees as vital. This includes bids in the areas of housing revitalisation, culture, arts and heritage sector recovery, community sector recovery fund, the Housing Executive's fundamental review of allocations, climate change and potential new welfare mitigations, including mitigation of the two-child policy. If sufficient additional funding is not available, it will impact on the ability to introduce any new mitigations that may flow from the work of the Independent Advisory Panel. Mr Speaker, with regard to the capital position, the Committee heard that generally the net capital allocation showed significant reductions against the opening 21-22 position. I note now that I'm almost out of time, so I'd like to thank the Committee again for collating the information. Thank you.
Thank the member, and I call Mervyn Story. Member has 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Committee undertook a detailed scrutiny of the 22-25 draft departmental budget for the Department of Justice, as well as the written and oral briefings from the departmental officials. Members discussed the draft budget with the Minister of Justice at its meeting on the 15th of February. The Committee also heard directly from the key organisations and stakeholders across the system and received written responses from the Justice non-departmental public bodies. At the outset, I want to highlight that the Committee appreciates the intention to prioritise the health service in the multi-year draft budget. However, the blanket approach by which every other department is required to contribute 2% to their baseline towards the health service is too simplistic. The Fiscal Council's assessment was that this approach appears even-handed but creates winners and losers among the Executive Department. Its report includes a table which clearly shows that Justice is the only department whose funding will be reduced over the 3-year budget period. The baseline funding for the department includes security funding, which the Minister contends should not be included, as it's provided by the NIO directly to the PSNI. The Department advises that when that funding is removed, along with the funding for the domestic abuse strategy, which is cross-cutting but included in the Department's baseline, the draft budget allocation will be 0.1% below last year's baseline for the first year of the budget period, and then just 0.7 and 0.1% above the baseline in the following 2 years. The evidence received by the Committee illustrates that there are serious concerns about the impact, and that there are serious concerns about the impact that the budget will have in the nature right across the justice system, including the provision of services that contribute to and assist the health service. It's described in some places as the downstream effect of these particular financial challenges. PSNI recently postponed its intake of new officers that had been planned for this month due to the uncertainty that sufficient recruitment funding will be available for those officers. The Committee has been advised that the number of officers over this budget period may be reduced by up to 1,000, while the number of support staff will reduce by 350. Members will be aware of the NDNA commitment to increase the number of officers to 7,500, but instead of progressing towards that number, it may end up 15% below what it is. But then, of course, it seems as though we can cherry-pick what you support in NDNA and what you don't support in NDNA, and it seems to be that in this House that is the way in which some parties operate. PSNI is not the only organisation that would be required to reduce headcount. The Probation Board could lose up to 15 probation officers in the first year alone, with reductions of 25 and 33 in the following years. And Criminal Justice Inspection will cut a full-time inspector position. The Prison Service may need to reduce the number of staff by 84 in each of the 2 years, while the Youth Justice Agency may be able to live with its indicative budget for the next year, but this will only be by not filling positions that are currently vacant and is deemed to increase then will need for staff to be replaced. In all, the Department has indicated that 11 justice organisations may need to reduce headcount. The effects could be wider, however, as a reduction in the legal aid budget will impact on the legal profession adversely and affect access to justice. Mr. Speaker, I conclude my comments as the Chair of the Justice Committee. I want to, in the concluding moments, take a moment to say that it's all very easy, and I listened to some of the contributions earlier from the party opposite, who are very keen to remind us of my party's actions and that how we have put party before the people. I have to say they have a very short memory, because 3 years that they were quite prepared to stay out of this place, 3 years they didn't have a budget, 3 years they didn't have ministers, but then of course it was suiting their own political agenda. Now of course we have a go at the Tories because it was their austerity. But of course the members opposite party wasn't prepared, and the minister wasn't prepared. And I remember sitting in a room with the minister not far from this building where he was unprepared to put through the regulations for welfare reform. And now all of a sudden they've become champions of welfare reform. But who put the regulations through for welfare reform? The big bad Tories. And of course it was always them. But then they took the heavy lifting, and the Sinn Féin party takes the credit. Now, is there anything new in that? So I have to say, when it comes to finances, when it comes to the Fiscal Council, when it comes to dealing with the budget for Northern Ireland, I don't think we need to take lectures from a party who supported the bombing of the heart of Northern Ireland for 40 years and destroyed the economy of Northern Ireland.
Time is up, Mr. Story. Thank you very, very much. Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted today that we have the opportunity to debate this motion, particularly given we aren't really going to have the opportunity to debate a final 2022-25 draft budget before the end of this mandate. But there is something wrong, Mr. Speaker, with the way we've debated this today, and I'm going to be quite direct about it. Every time we stand up and debate budget bills, and I think we've got another one next week, we'll have the final stage. What happens is we stand up time after time, and people on various committees say there's a pressure here, that's not being met, this isn't being met, and that hasn't been met. And then often people from their individual constituencies, and I do mean literally every party in this assembly, stands up and says, but you need to fund X community centre in my constituency, or X, Y and Z. And it's the same both with committees and constituencies. Now, I'm literally not singling out any one party, because all parties do it, but it goes to a fundamental problem with how we debate budgeting in this place, which is that it isn't strategic. If you read the excellent Fiscal Council document on the Northern Ireland draft budget, they say many interesting things. They talk about winners and losers. They point out their lack of an investment strategy. They point out the pressures created by EU funding. But the single most important thing they point to is the lack of a single overarching strategy. It means we're flying blind when we scrutinise this stuff. And with respect to the committee chairs who stood up today and listed the various pressures, I'm afraid what we need to do when we're scrutinising the executive's budget is to have a proper sense of what the strategy is. In the absence of a programme for government, the default strategy-making document is the budget, whether that's the one-year budgets that we've had over the last few years or the multi-year budget that we hope to have but aren't going to have now for obvious political reasons. We aren't talking about that 3-year budget. So I want to focus, Mr. Speaker, in the few minutes that I have on what the budget, on what the Fiscal Council did say. And I welcome the fact that the Minister, and I've said to him before, that he created the Fiscal Council and also the Fiscal Commission. But they do say that there's a lack of strategy in this document. They say, Mr. Speaker, that this 3-year budget is, quote, notable for areas where the Department of Finance has asked for suggestions in the consultation but made no detailed suggestions or proposals of its own to comment on. The Finance Minister and the Finance Department is not just there to make allocations, but I'm afraid our scrutiny of budgets here would reinforce the idea that it's simply about doling out allocations that come from London, and there's no strategy or there's no intervening process in that. There clearly is The Finance Minister has made many decisions, and many of them I've agreed with in terms of prioritisations, others I haven't. But in terms of how we debate and scrutinise this stuff, we need to understand how the prioritisation has worked. We've talked about the prioritisation of health. We agree in my party that health needs to be prioritised, but in order for us to test whether this 3-year budget is properly delivering on that prioritisation, we need to see a strategy from the Department of Health, and the Department of Finance needs to agree on that. We need to be able. It's not meaningful simply to say we'll prioritise health, and health say, great, we'll gobble up all that money, and then not for us as MLAs to be able to tell our constituents, well, this is how they're going to get waiting lists down with the extra allocation we've made. Otherwise, it lacks meaning. The same when it comes to some of the other big strategic priorities we face, Mr Speaker, the cost of living crisis, which we all talk about and stand up, and we will be talking about on the doorsteps to our constituents and in hustings events over the next few months, because not just because of what's happening in Ukraine and Russia, but that is adding to the pressures. They are becoming unsustainable, not just for people on low incomes, but especially for people on low incomes, but frankly for people on middle incomes too. But where we need to understand what the strategic interventions are that lie behind that. I accept that this 3-year budget was developed before the cost of living crisis became just quite as acute as it is now. Thirdly, though, our broader economic development strategy, we remain the least productive part of these islands. We remain we have really acute economic challenges that we simply don't have a joined-up strategy in terms of dealing with. And on that joined-up strategy, one of the particular things that's picked out by the Fiscal Council is the lack of a detailed investment strategy. And in a sense, we're wasting the opportunity, or this document would have wasted the opportunity from a multi-year budget, the draft multi-year budget, by not having an investment strategy. And then lastly, the thing I want to touch on, Mr Speaker, is climate change. Because the event, hopefully, the thing that's going to define this century and define all our lives in politics, and in a sense some of our lives in general, is going to be the transition to a new low-carbon economy and to adjusting the way we live our lives to deal with that. This multi-year budget should have embedded the low-carbon transition net zero in its targets, and I hope that post the election and a new executive, should certain parties be willing to come in and form one, that we do have that. So, Mr Speaker, I welcome the fact that we've had this debate today. The formation of the Fiscal Council and the Fiscal Commission are good things. I hope we have some more hard conversations about how we raise revenue, about how we prioritise, and I'm sure the Finance Minister will be back after the election to have more of these debates, because I think that's what we need to be having them in this room. Thank you.
Thank you, the member, and I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I welcome the Finance Committee bringing this here today. I understand the motion is the Committee for Finance and the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council reports on the 2022-25 draft budget, and I think the last speaker spoke quite rightly to the Fiscal Council and their reports and their analysis of this. I am, however, very aware that this is somewhat of an academic debate, because there is no executive at the present moment in time to agree any draft budget to make it into a finalised budget. And I would like, in the Minister's response, to bring clarity to the suggestion that has been circulated that a budget can be agreed without an executive. My reading of the legislation is very clear that a budget cannot be agreed without an executive, and I frankly think some of those comments are really quite difficult to take when people criticise and decry of lack of a budget, but yet they're the impediments for us being able to agree that. I am disappointed, however, that also the Minister pulled the consultation in relation to this. I think that was an opportunity for people to give their feedback in relation to that. Alliance Party did, in executive, agree for a consultation to proceed in relation to this draft budget. We had serious concerns in relation to it, but we agreed it was important to proceed and allow a consultation to take place as a necessary next step to allow a budget to be agreed, whatever it may be. And I think that the Fiscal Council reports, as I've already said, were extremely useful in relation to this, particularly in relation to page 39. On page 39, it stated the next stage was to reduce the funding to each executive department other than health by 2% of its baseline. And that was what the story was told in relation to this budget. But then it continues on page 40 to state there were specific allocations then made. And then on page 41, general allocations were made. And the statement very clearly from the Fiscal Council was, one might argue that the combined impact of the 2% cut and the general allocations is the best indicator of the winners and losers from the proposals. So page 41 outlines that. It's in clear detail what exactly this draft budget was about. And it was very clear that the Department for Justice was one of the key losers in relation to this. So, yes, we as a party agreed it should go forward to consultation, but our views were very, very clear in relation to this. This draft budget, there was an awful lot of smoke and mirrors in relation to what it was proposing. And as a party, we're very, very keen that there would be investment in health and social care, but we need to take into the context. To be able to do that, we should tackle both the causes and the symptoms of ill health. So preventative health care should be a cross-departmental responsibility, and that is something that was lacking within this draft budget and needs to be brought forward. It also needs to be tied to the transformation programme and specific funds set aside to allow that transformation. In relation to the linkage to the programme for government, it is very clear in the recent Fiscal Council report in terms of stakeholder was that there should be linkages through to that, but it also states that a common criticism from stakeholders was the Executive should publish a draft budget in September. The timescales associated with this, and I understand why they are as such as they are because of Treasury, and I think it's important to put that onto the record, that the timescales for Treasury confirming the 3-year budget for Northern Ireland and the envelope towards that were late in the day and have inhibited an awful lot of what we're trying to seek to achieve. There is precedent of agreeing a budget in advance of a next mandate. One of the members in this House, the current chair of the Justice Committee, brought forward a 1-year budget from 2016 to 17. So we should have an executive and we should have the ability to agree that budget going forward, taking into account the criticisms that I'm outlining and also the budget envelope that we've got from Westminster. Within that, it was predicated upon 2% pay rises. We all know what the rate of inflation is. We all know what the challenges are going to be in relation to pay, but also the need for a draft budget to tackle the cost division. That cost division costs over £1 million a day, but yet the draft budget didn't outline what to do in relation to that, nor also in terms of the increasing cost of living crisis which is faced by households across Northern Ireland. The 3-year budget was a golden opportunity to be able to address that, to address transformation within our health service and also in relation to climate crisis. And that has been robbed of us. It's been robbed of this Assembly and it's been robbed of the people of Northern Ireland. And if people are saying to us that that without an executive you can still agree a budget, then what is the point of the current situation where the First Minister has resigned? It's only a stunt and it's hurting the people of Northern Ireland. And we should be able to agree a budget and we should be able to implement it for Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank the member. And I call Pat Cadney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've been thinking of the words of the song, I might never come this way again. I'm listening to the debate here on the budget and the amount of work that goes into it from all of the chairs of the committees here and from all of the members. It brings me on to the... I've been very clear during each budget debate about recognising the difficulties in bringing forward a budget, whether this be due to our own political nonsense, due to the pandemic or the current global crisis we seem to be looming towards. There is no doubt that a full, detailed budget would be a very difficult proposition. However, we cannot overlook the clear criticisms made by the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council about this draft budget. These are mostly based on the lack of detail in the budget. I quote from the report, the draft budget is also notable for areas which the Department of Finance has asked for suggestions in the consultation, but they have made no detailed suggestions or proposals of its own to comment on. The consultation asks, should we in Northern Ireland raise more money for public services? The draft budget makes no concrete suggestions here, which even the Fiscal Council can surprise. With an election looming, the consultation asks, where would we look to save money? Through better efficiencies, the draft budget makes no concrete suggestions are made. The consultation asks, do we need to reduce or completely stop delivering any services? No explicit proposals have been put forward for consultation. The report goes on to say that we are told that capital spending allocations are based on a bottom-up assessment of the department's needs, but there is no executive agreed ranking of potential projects. In addition, it states that much has been made of the 2% cuts that most departments other than health have been asked to accept in the draft budget, which conveys an aura of even-handedness, but little explanation is given of the relevant size of the general allocation that departments have then been given, and to what extent this reflects a rigorous attempt at priority setting. The report is clear that the budget allocations need to be linked more clearly to plans and targets set out in the programme for government. The Northern Ireland Act requires the Executive to bring forward such a programme for government, and the New Decade New Approach Agreement also highlights the importance of linking multi-year budgets to a programme for government. We are not there, of course. We don't even have an executive anymore, and based on the recent conversations, I'm not convinced that some here will approach discussions to form an executive after the election in good faith. Of course, even if there is an executive set up and they do agree a programme for government, it is uncertain how much it will reflect the allocations in this draft budget. I will finish with what the Council had to say about the return of multi-year budgets. We argued that the opportunity to return to multi-year budgeting in Northern Ireland after 7 successive single-year budgets was a golden opportunity for greater long-term thinking and policy action, especially in areas like healthcare reform and infrastructure planning. With the 5 parties in the Executive failing to reach agreement on the substance of the draft budget, this is not a particularly encouraging start. It is also notable that the budget contains very little by way of earmarking funding for transformation. Just the $49 million a year for the New Decade New Approach against the $14 billion of total resource spending, and that there is very little evidence of systematic and well-explained priority setting beyond the top spot given to health. Mr. Speaker, I spoke last week about those that have come to my office who are struggling, who aren't getting the benefits they deserve and cannot keep up with the cost of living. This week we saw a huge increase in the price of oil, up 35% in a week, when we already have some of the highest numbers of people in fuel poverty. Quite simply, more needs to be done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the member, and I call the Minister of Finance, Conor Murphy, to respond. The Minister has up to 20 minutes.
Concordia. And I thank the Finance Committee for bringing today's debate to the Chamber along with a report. The public consultation on the draft budget should be closing today. The Executive should be entering intensive discussions to agree a final budget. As part of those discussions, the Executive should be deciding how to allocate an extra £300 million for 2022-23 in areas such as skills, policing, schools, homelessness and the cost of living. Departments should then be receiving a multi-year budget settlement, which the Fiscal Council described as a golden opportunity to reform public services. Health should be benefiting from a 10% uplift in this budget, with cancer, mental health and waiting list strategies funded in full, and all other departments should be receiving a budget increase. All that has been denied by the DUP's decision to collapse the Executive in protest at the protocol. The protocol, which is the result of the DUP pursuing the most extreme Brexit possible in an effort to impose a hard border in Ireland. Full of hubris from their position as kingmakers in Westminster, the DUP overplayed its hand, and the party's negotiation strategy led to the protocol. Of course, initially the DUP were going to cut their losses and make the best of this gateway of opportunity, as they described it, but the opinion polls made them panic that voters might intend to punish the party for mishandling their position of power in Westminster, and so the DUP embarked on a campaign against the protocol. And collapsing the Executive was the latest stunt in this cynical campaign, and it will have no impact on the protocol negotiations, but it will damage public services, particularly our health service, which has so much to lose from financial uncertainty and so much to gain from a 3-year budget.
I'm glad that the Minister is so concerned about the financial implications for Northern Ireland. Will he comment on the £1 million a day that comes as a result, the loss to Northern Ireland because of the rigorous implementation of the protocol which he and his colleagues in this House have supported?
Figures which have been rubbished by any credible economists, a back of a cigarette box exercise which came together across 4 firms which measured that figure against a no-Brexit situation. So go off and get a credible economic position before you come back with figures like that. But of course, in an attempt to avoid the disastrous consequences of the DUP collapse in the Executive, I did obtain, as Mr Moore had asked, legal advice from the Departmental Solicitor's Office and the Attorney-General. I asked if I could set a budget in the absence of an Executive, and the clear answer is no. Section 64 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998 is very explicit. Any budget which I bring before the Assembly must have been agreed by an Executive. So, having prevented the giveaway.
I thank the Minister for outlining that, and I've read that Northern Ireland Act 1998, and it's extremely explicit that it must be agreed by the Executive. Is it not really disingenuous to tell the people that this can be otherwise?
Well, that's the point. Mervyn talked about short memories. He should remember that in February 2018 there was a deal on the table which his party leadership accepted, which then I think some within the party at that stage, all of the internal wranglings were undercover. They're now obviously much more illuminated in the public sphere than they were then. Scuppered that deal, and we spent a further 2 years out of an Executive and out of this institution before the DUP came back to exactly the same deal. So don't talk to us about 3 years being out of the Executive when you were responsible. You were responsible for 2 of them. You were responsible for 2 of them. So having prevented
Point of order, Mr Storey.
Can you just, maybe in your role as the Speaker, is it the Fiscal Council we're discussing or the internal workings of the DUP, which seems to exercise the Minister?
The member will recall that not that long ago he was referring to other parties in a similar disparaging manner. So, you know, what comes good for the goose, good for the gander. So,
the actual debates we're talking about here is the potential of a draft budget which has been scuppered by his own party's action. And having prevented the budget being agreed, the DUP now say they want to rectify the situation and put forward nonsense suggestions to try and create diversions for people. The solution is very, very straightforward. Appoint a First Minister so that the Executive can meet and agree a budget. That's very simple. It could be done tomorrow. Don't start spoofing people about party leaders' meetings which can agree a budget. There's only, as far as I'm aware, there's only one member at the party's leader meetings currently a member of the Executive. So be honest with people at least and go off and appoint a First Minister. The protest against the protocol is meaningless and it's having absolutely no impact on it. The only impact it's having on are the people that we collectively represent who want to see funding allocated. I would like to also focus some of my remarks, Concordia, on the area of transparency, because it was one of the issues that the Fiscal Council did set out, and the committee, and it was indeed raised by myself in my time as Finance Committee Chair. So I am the first to recognise the budget process and reporting can be opaque and often complicated, and that is why I set up a Fiscal Council and a Fiscal Commission. And this is why I progressed the financial reporting legislation that will improve transparency between the budget and the estimate process. It is also why I welcome the recent Audit Office and Public Accounts Committee reports on the budget. It is imperative that the financial process that supports the delivery of public services is as accessible as possible. And the Fiscal Council, in one of its 6 concluding reflections, highlighted the advances that the draft budget publication made in improving transparency. Funding related to political agreements and city growth deals was included. Departmental allocations are shown alongside the 2021-22 agreed final budget positions, as well as alongside the departmental baselines. More detail has been provided of payments under public-private partnership and private finance initiative projects. Additional details are provided of the breakdown of principal interest payments for RRI borrowing, and the draft budget identified how much of the RRI principal is being repaid through the regional rates revenue each year. In that regard, I welcome the Council's view that there were advances in transparency in the draft budget document. I also accept that there is a need and scope to do more, and the recent Audit Office and PSE reports on the budget will be helpful as we seek to improve that process. I just perhaps Concordia address some of the issues raised by some of the members. Steve Aiken, Chair of the Finance Committee, raised the issue, and Matthew O'Toole majored on it as well, of a lack of strategic documents in relation to this. The difficulty is that it's not my responsibility to bring forward a programme for government or an investment strategy. Those are the collective responsibility of the Executive. But the budget has a legislative deadline. The programme for government and the investment strategy don't have a legislative deadline, and that's why I had to bring forward a budget in December. And now, unfortunately, we're stuck without an Executive to agree such a budget as it should have been doing in the next week or so. Steve Aiken also points about departments bidding and surrendering, and departments always, and it is reflected in the commentary, I think, from almost all of the committee chairs here, departments will always aim for as much as they can get as possible when they bid. It's true that in-year resources are given back, and that's why we bring in-year monitoring rounds to the Assembly. And it would be good financial management to have these opportunities to scrutinise how departments bid and what they should get. And of course, they should be bidding realistically, and from, it seems to me, the accounts given to some of the committees in relation to the budget, it was, as someone said, the difference between what the department said they wanted and what was actually realistic in terms of what they would spend. And of course, it would have been up to Executive to continue to monitor the budget in the time ahead. Mr Buchanan raised the points in relation to all of the negative impacts that he said the budget were going to have across a range of departments. And there are a couple of things, I suppose, a couple of basic truths to all of this. One is that if we decide that the priority is health, and that's the key question in all of this, and I think Matthew O'Toole did touch on it in his contribution. If we decide that the priority is health and a finite budget, that means that other departments are not going to get as much money as they would like. Or else we don't decide the priority is health. And I noted in a recent statement from one of his members, they said the DUP had a plan to fix health. And now, they didn't say what it was, and clearly it doesn't involve giving health any more money from his own contribution in the debate. So I'm not sure how that plan intends to work, because health does need the ability to invest in its own staff and to create that possibility of transformation. And of course, in relation to all of the pressures that all of those other departments were facing next year, undoubtedly they were. Because they weren't all, even though they were all getting an increase in their budget baselines, they were not getting anywhere near what is needed. And we can go back to a previous discussion in which your party had an opportunity to support a government which was delivering austerity policies, or a government which was intending to invest in public services, and you chose the Tory government to keep them in power as opposed to a Labour government. And this is the consequence of some of these decisions. But we would have had £300 million next year to invest in other departments to meet their pressures, as I say, around policing, around a whole range of other areas like skills and other priority areas. But we can't do that now without an executive.
Would the Minister agree that we in the Health Committee have heard that there is not sufficient funds within the Department of Health to deliver on the transformation and the workforce strategies that are needed without this budget?
Yes, and of course, I've had this conversation with the Health Minister myself many times. The Health Department would take more than we were proposing to give them, and could use more and could spend more. But this is a balance between deciding, with all of the rhetoric that everybody in this chamber employed over the last number of years, that health was the priority. Health was going to be the #1 issue. Health is what needed to be fixed. But it looks like when it comes to putting your money where your mouth is, a lot of people are running and they're saying, oh, it's health, but we need this done, we need that done, we need the other thing done, we need money in infrastructure, we need money in a lot of very, very worthy areas. But you can't have it all. And you can't have it all when you keep a government in place that is intending to follow through on austerity policies and continue to cut public spending. So it seems, as I say, that one thing I suppose that putting the budget together that I did and putting the proposition that I did was to actually match the rhetoric that parties had been expressing here for the last number of years. And it would appear, actually, when it comes to the point of standing up to be counted, a bit like Rishi Sunak and Boris Johnson clapping in Downing Street for the health service workers, but when it came to putting their hands in their pockets for money for that, people are obviously prepared to back off that proposition. Nonetheless, I do believe we would have reached an agreement in terms of a budget in the next week or so if we had an executive in place to do that. Keith Archibald did mention, and one of the key challenges that we have is in relation to skills, and I accept that very much, and it's a challenge to the Department of Economy, but it's a challenge because we've lost EU funding. Another consequence of Brexit, where the British Government promised us replacement in full and is not replacing in full EU funding. And the biggest loss in all of that is the funding that used to go to the Department of Economy to support skills and training, something that is very badly needed, and we have to try and find that money from within our own resources. Of course, we've had this argument in relation to the justice budget, and Mervyn Storey has raised it again in relation to that. There are figures there that haven't been included in the Fiscal Council report, and it is my clear view that justice did receive, like all other departments, an increase in its baseline each year for 3 years. But give way.
But the Minister saw himself and the member in this House showed the graph in the Fiscal Council report. The only department that has a negative result is the Department of Justice. That can't be denied, despite all the spin that you and your colleagues have tried to put on it, that somehow you're giving additional money to justice. It ain't happening. If you talk about openness and transparency, you have to face up to that reality.
And it's clear the Fiscal Council took an approach which didn't include some figures that are going to the Department for Justice, and that does make the difference between the Department of Justice having a loss and having a net gain over the 3 years. So it's not, there's nothing spin attached to it. It is a different view in terms of the figures that go into the Department for Justice budget and where they come from. Again, as I say, Matthew O'Toole did talk about the strategising in relation to this, and I have to say it isn't. I much prefer that there was a programme for government in place, an investment strategy in place. But in the absence of that, I still have to go ahead with the budget. And so there was a 3-year prioritisation put of health. There were plans, costed plans for elective care, costed plans for cancer treatment, costed plans for a mental health strategy, costed plans for transformation of the health service. So there is a strategy attached to this. I do absolutely accept the Fiscal Council's criticism that those other strategies and documentation should be in place, but that is outside of my responsibility, and it's not something that I can wait on, because I do have a legal responsibility to bring a budget before the end of the financial year. And so, as I say, there was strategy attached to those issues in terms of trying to support that. Pat Catley again raised a range of issues of departments that, it's another one of these. Somebody should do something about these issues. We don't know who or we don't know what, but somebody should do something about it anyway. And I bring you back to the central point that I've made throughout this debate since the start of it, is if we have a finite budget and we have to prioritise, and we have consistently said that health needs to be the priority, but when it came to prioritising health, we suddenly recognised there were a whole range of other pressures that weren't being met. But that is absolutely going to be the case. Now, if we decided just to roll everybody's budget over and give health nothing in terms of prioritisation, departments would not have enough resources anyway, because austerity has had that impact over 10 years.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Does he accept that while it's not acceptable, or while we'll argue it's acceptable to give health more money, that there are issues within other departments that are health related, and they will now be negatively impacted, such as the custody suite in Musgrave Police Station in this city that has reduced the attendance at the A&E by some 45%. But if that multi-agency approach is not funded, then the figures at the A&E are going to increase yet again.
Well, again, it helped being the department, and I accept absolutely, and we've said this many times at the Executive, that health and the health of the population is not the sole responsibility of the Department of Health. But one of the factors of our Good Friday Agreement is the autonomy within each department. That was a part of our power-sharing arrangements, and that means that individual ministers, whoever it may be, and people who are currently holding these positions now may not be re-elected, or they may not be back in the same department again, or may not be appointed by their parties to be ministers. But whoever holds that position, and that was one of the things where the Executive in planning this could do so without wearing departmental hats. Now, some people have struggled clearly to separate them out from the department that they currently represent for the next number of weeks or months. But clearly there was an opportunity to recognise that. So ministers have prioritisation responsibility within their own departmental budgets, and if these things are a priority for them, then they will have to decide which other areas are not a priority for them. And they can make that contribution, because that's part of the arrangement that we have under the Good Friday Agreement, and the significant degree of autonomy within departments. I can't go into departments and tell people how to spend their money. All we can do is get the Executive to agree how much money they get, and to try and bring some broader degree of prioritisation to that, which was what I had attempted to do under the draft budget, by bringing a degree of prioritisation to an area that we had all agreed required it in the time ahead. And I would hope, Concordia, that when we do come to the position, or whoever may be in an executive, and whenever an executive may be formed, and I hope that is sooner rather than later, because, as I said, the only people who are suffering as a consequence of this are not the people who are negotiating between the British Government and the EU around the protocol issues, but the people that we collectively represent in this part of the world are suffering as a consequence of our inability to take decisions in relation to a draft budget. So the debate has been useful, although it's obviously limited, given that we find ourselves in a situation without an executive to take the decisions that are needed to be taken in the time ahead. But I would also like to thank people for their contributions today. I would like people to go off and think, as they raise all of the areas that they want to see funded, how they intend to do that, when the fact that we have a finite budget, and that means everything's a priority and nothing's a priority. Because that's the approach that people have been taking. Every single issue they mentioned is a priority, but that means that nothing will be prioritised in the time ahead. So I'd like to thank people for their contributions, and I just want to put on record, finally, my frustration as a Finance Minister currently with the situation that we now find ourselves in, and how the action of some are putting at risk the outcomes for all.
Maggot for the Minister, and I now call on the Chairperson of the Finance Committee, Steve Aiken, to conclude and wind on the debate. The member has 15 minutes.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure the members will be delighted to know that I won't be taking up the full 15 minutes. I'll take up 14 minutes 59 seconds if we weigh. First of all, I'd like to thank all the contributors to this debate. And as the Minister has pointed out, and as many members have pointed out, we wish we were in a position where we're actually debating the real budget and the budget that come forward. I think it's a matter of regret for all of us here within this Assembly that we're not in a position to do that. Now, we can talk about the argy-bargy of why we're in this position and the rest of it, but it is regrettable, because there are very real pressures on Northern Ireland going forward, particularly for our health service, in education, in economy, in justice, and we've seen them all. We also know that for the first time, we've been asking for many years, we now have a 3-year budget settlement. We know that £47.9 billion is there for us to use for improving our services. We have heard time and again from civil servants and from across the sectors in Northern Ireland, all we need is a bit of stability, a bit of understanding, a bit of long-term budgeting, and we'll be able to deliver. We had that opportunity. We don't have that opportunity now. Many of us here will ask the question of why do we have a debate on something that we can't possibly manage because we don't have a budget before us. Regrettably, for many of us who sat for 3 years when nothing was going on here, and I had numerous conversations with various permanent secretaries when we were talking about finance and where finance was going. And on every occasion they said, oh, we'll do what was on the last draft budget, because what we'll do is what was the intent of the Assembly. And that was their interpretation of it. And that didn't exist. It was basically made up by some permanent secretaries. And we look at some of the decisions that have been made over the last couple of years when we weren't here, and we realise now the problems and where those problems lay. So that is one of the main reasons that we as the Finance Committee decided it was important to have this take-note debate, so that we'll be on record in Hansard, and we can refer back to it, Mr. Speaker, and indeed all the members here, that these are the areas of priorities and concerns that we have. And these are the things we should be looking at intently. I will not rehash what every person has said, because each member of the committees have made very valid positions and points as we've come through. And I think it's important that we listen to those, because despite the budget that we have, it is obvious that there are considerable numbers of pressures out there. And the one word we've heard time and time again is prioritisation. We need to prioritise what is essential and what we need to do. We need to recover from COVID. We need to sort out the problems with the health system. We need to deal with education. And we must do something about actually the catastrophic skill shortage that we have in Northern Ireland. Now, we know beforehand that we had a programme for government, and I've given up how many outcomes and deliverables there were in around it. Most normal places in a programme for government has 3 or 4 deliverables. And I think if we were to write down the 4 things that we need to deliver for Northern Ireland, we know what they are. And that is the role of the next executive and the political parties if we do have a next executive. We must look at what our priorities are. We must listen to what everybody said here in this Assembly. Take that as the baseline for where we need to go to and get it moving, because we can't afford to delay and dither. The world is moving on. The world does not revolve around Northern Ireland. The issues that are going on in the Ukraine, the issues that are going around all over the world at the moment, the issues to do with the climate emergency, means that we can't afford yet again to sit in our hands and pontificate for 2 or 3 years with not having an executive and not having a budget going forward. I thank the Committee for Finance and all the hard work that they've done. I thank RAISE for the work that they've done as well. And I do indeed thank the Minister for noting the fact it was the Ulster Unionist Party way back in Stormont House that first asked for a fiscal council to be set up, because we needed somebody to actually check our homework, because quite frankly we're not to be trusted to do that. Sorry, yes, go ahead, Matthew.
Can I just, I agree with a lot of what the member said, but just can I just slightly, when it comes to his characterisation of the Fiscal Council and marking our homework and we're not to be trusted, isn't it also the case? I mean, the way I would present this is, rather than, simply looking like sort of patronising Stormont and MLAs who aren't able to do their job, I pass no comment on that. But like the better way of looking at it is actually whether both in London and Dublin, indeed in Edinburgh, they have independent fiscal advisory councils which exist to scrutinise and give clarity to the public and the people they serve. So it's not necessarily about second guessing or either us as institutions. It's about giving robustness to how we do budgeting.
Indeed. And I think the beauty of actually having the Fiscal Council and indeed the Fiscal Commission was the fact that to be able to have somebody from independent views and perspectives to look in on what our processes were. And if anybody's read the sort of Fiscal Council's report, it's quite sober reading, because it does in effect tell us where we need to make improvements and to make those work. And as we go forward, or hopefully as we go forward, we need to develop a very open relationship between the Fiscal Council, between the committees in this Assembly, between the Executive, so we understand not only just how our monies are being spent, but how they're being spent effectively. Certainly.
Giving way. Earlier on, one of the contributors talked about the big fat elephant that was in the room. I think there's another one, and that is a five-party monetary coalition. The Finance Minister has said about everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. We have an opposition within the government. A five-party monetary coalition does not work. But of course, as we see the trajectory probably of the demographics of Northern Ireland changing over the next number of years, I'm sure it will not be long until some parties will want to be coming back to majority rule, something that they vigorously opposed, but now because it doesn't suit them, they're quite happy to be in a five-party mandatory coalition, which doesn't work, and that big fat elephant has to be dealt with.
So, you've got to wait until I step up again. I shall say a few words. I'll give way now.
I'm sure you are all right, but it's a member there has the floor, not you.
Gives way. After you, Pat.
Thank you. No, it's just to come back on that point. And all I know is this, from I've been down here, having a government, having an executive in place is better always than the position we're in at the minute and having no government.
Members remind themselves that we're speaking here about the fiscal report, not the parties.
Mr. Speaker, there is no way we would ever try and abuse your position and the sort of your role here within this Assembly. I think the key message, and I think I will wind fairly shortly to this point, the key message that we have to have is we have been given an opportunity. We must get some form of executive government back for us to enable us to do that. We must prioritise. We cannot lose this opportunity, because the one thing I can be certain about is if we end up with only having 45% of the budget that can be spent by the end of July, and then we're having to go into special measures to get to 95% of the budget by the end of the year, the baseline of last year's budget, not the budget there is now, that will have very real implications on our services, on our policing numbers, on our nurses, on our teachers, and on our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the Assembly, we must do much better. But thank you very much indeed, and may I thank everybody for attending this debate tonight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank all the members for their contribution this evening. And members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, please take your ease for a moment or two to move on to the next item. Thank you. Okay, members. Members, the next item on the order paper is the final stage of the Autism Amendment Bill, and I call Pam Cameron to move the final stage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the final stage of the Autism Amendment Bill do now pass.
Final stage of the Autism Amendment Bill has been moved. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call Pam Cameron to open the debate. Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am incredibly proud and grateful to be bringing the Autism Amendment Bill to its final debate this evening. More than 10 years ago, another chairperson of the All-Party Group on Autism brought forward the Autism Act in Northern Ireland. When the former SDLP MLA Dominic Bradley introduced the Autism Act in Northern Ireland, it was the first legislation passed by this Assembly that mandated cross-departmental service planning and delivery across adult and children's services. This was a landmark piece of legislation without which we would not be standing here today. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, despite this legislation, despite the cross-departmental nature of this legislation, departments have not fulfilled their duties to the autism community. We have heard evidence throughout this process highlighting the current service provision is leaving individuals and their loved ones without essential support. We know waiting lists for diagnosis and assessment are frighteningly long for many, and we know this is not an acceptable situation. We need to do more than improve our resourcing and funding for diagnostic services. We need to ensure diagnosis comes with support, and those waiting on diagnosis are not left without vital intervention. This bill aims to enhance the Autism Act to improve services for every autistic individual, regardless of where they fall on the spectrum and regardless of what stage they are in life. Whether they be a non-verbal young child experiencing extreme distress in a nursery, a young woman in a secondary school feeling overwhelmed by their anxiety, or an older gentleman feeling isolated and needing support in managing social engagement and relationship. This bill recognises every individual with autism is unique, experiences their autism in a different way, and needs access to person-centred supports and services. Mr. Speaker, Clause 1 of this bill strengthens the data collected to inform service provision to ensure prevalence data is collected on adults as well as children. Clause 2 introduces duties ensuring training will be provided to Northern Ireland departments and public bodies, an early intervention service for children, young people and adults, and an information service will be created. Clause 2 also places a duty on the autism strategy to specifically address the needs of adults in various areas. Clause 3 ensures the autism strategy must be person-centred, multidisciplinary, cross-departmental, take into account best international practice and be judged by measurable targets agreed in consultation with the autism community. Crucially, Clause 3 ensures consistency of autism practice across Northern Ireland. Thanks to the Health Committee amendments, consistency of practice needs to be achieved in the education services along with health and social care trusts. This is to end the postcode lottery of waiting times for assessment and intervention. Clause 4 introduces annual autism funding reports to be produced by the Minister of Health, setting out how funding for autism has been provided to meet need. Although there have been some concerns about these reports, they are intended to ensure departments meet their duties in autism funding. To give an example of this need, representatives from every health and social care trust gave evidence to the Health Committee that current services were not resourced to meet the present demand. Finally, Clause 5 introduces an independent scrutiny mechanism in the form of an autism reviewer. This reviewer is not designed as an autism advocate. There are many fantastic advocates out there. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we have many of them in the public gallery this evening. This review is designed to monitor funding, law and practice, and the effectiveness of services relating to autism. The reviewer will be able to commission independent research. The reviewer is to issue an annual report to be laid before the Assembly. And crucially, the autism reviewer will be an individual appointed by the department based on their qualifications and experience. This position will be paid, and the department must provide the reviewer with all of the necessary resource to carry out their functions. Amendments introduced by the Health Committee strengthen the independence of this role, ensuring the reviewer cannot be a departmental employee or under the direction or control of Northern Ireland departments. It is vitally important to emphasise that the Autism Reviewer must be truly independent from government, but also from other organisations. The Autism Reviewer is designed as an impartial individual scrutinising the department's work for the better of the autism community. This individual must work for the entirety of the autism community and engage with the entirety of the autism community, including many of the incredible autism advocates that we have. Mr Speaker, I want to thank members for their support and commitment so far to driving change for our autism community. I will save my full thanks for later, as there are many individuals who have contributed to the bill reaching this final stage today. I would urge members to continue in the spirit of collaboration that we have seen throughout this bill's progress and support the autism bill as amended at further consideration stage, and show the autism community we have heard their concerns and we are determined to make a difference. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Member. And I now call Colm Gillernew, Chairperson of the Health Committee.
Cormac Agat, Concordia, agus is more an honour to him, a bhean seo an ocht or an rún seo. I'm extremely pleased to be here tonight and to be debating this particular bill. I welcome the final stage of the Autism Bill, and I want to thank the Deputy Chairperson of the Committee, Pam Cameron, MLA, for introducing the bill. I also want to thank the All-Party Group on Autism and Autism NI for their support in bringing this legislation forward, and I acknowledge that we are joined here in the Chamber by Kerry Boyd and Arlene Cassidy, and indeed by very many people who are watching this debate, and I think watching to see how this Assembly can make a difference in real lives and in real ways. The Committee welcomes this bill and its aims and believes that this bill can have a real impact and provide support and help to children and adults and young people with autism and their families and carers. The Committee welcomes the aim of strengthening the consultation process to include people with autism and their families and carers. We as a committee have believed since this current mandate that co-design and co-production are absolutely key to seeing services improve and people getting the help and support that they need. We welcome that the autism strategy must set out how the department is to make provision for an autism support and early intervention service, and that the strategy must set out how the department will reduce waiting times for assessment and treatment. We are all too aware of the stories of our constituents outlining the difficulties that they are having waiting on assessments to take place and the length of waiting lists. The Committee hopes this will provide help and support at the earliest opportunity. We welcome that the strategy must now set out how the needs of adults with autism will be addressed, and in particular their needs in respect of lifelong training, employment, support, recreation, physical health, emotional and mental well-being, supported living and housing. We also welcome that the bill will introduce the role of an autism reviewer. The Committee believes that this role can have a real impact in reviewing the work of the department in delivering for children, young people and adults with autism. The Committee would like to place on record its thanks to those organisations that provided written evidence and oral evidence to the Committee on this bill. I would like to thank Committee members for their consideration of the bill. The Committee tabled a number of amendments to the bill at consideration stage and further consideration stage to strengthen the bill, and I thank members for their engagement and consensus on progression of the bill through the Committee process. I commend this bill to the Assembly and look forward to seeing the real impacts and benefits it will have for people with autism and their families and carers. And now, Concordia, just make a few remarks very briefly as Sinn Féin Health spokesperson. I'm delighted that we are seeing now a bill that will further strengthen supports for all of those people in our community who struggle with autism, with access to services, with waiting lists and all that flows from that. Just on Saturday, I met with a constituent who has, over the past short period of time, had to spend over £2,000 to access assessment and for services to support her child. And that, members, does challenge the very idea of a national health service or free at the point of need. It is something that we need to absolutely address and to work on. It's very clear that issues around workforce are a barrier to services, and we need to be able to see those issues progressed. However, I do particularly want to welcome the way that this bill has come to pass in relation to the work done by the all-party group, and my own colleague Cathal Boylan, I know, has been instrumental for many years in that. But that continuous work by the all-party group, which then brought forward a bill, which was then brought into committee stage, worked upon by the sector, worked upon by the committee, worked upon by the bill sponsor and by all those who have an interest in ensuring that legislation will be effective and meaningful and will make a real difference. And I think, members, that that is this Assembly at its very best, where we inside this building are engaging with those people outside in our community who require support, who require us to do our job as legislators, and then we convert that information into real and substantial improvement. So I welcome the bill, and I want to indicate that Sinn Féin will be delighted to support this bill today. Concordia.
Thank the member, and I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this bill this evening. In doing so, I would like to pay tribute to all of those who have helped the legislative process and brought this to its conclusion. In particular, I want to thank the bill sponsor, Pam Cameron. I think it's great that any bill gets through this place, but for it to be a private member's bill, I want to congratulate the member and the work that she has done to make this a reality this evening. And also, I think the first private member's bill that's actually going to go through with people actually in the public gallery watching it, and I think that's really appropriate that it is a bill that's actually going to reach out to the community and it's going to help and support. So I think it's absolutely wonderful, and on the first day that we have people in the public gallery, we're seeing something like this reach its conclusion. Also, we have the all-party group to thank them as well, and the support of Autism NI in their help to make sure that this very important amendment bill has made its way through. Mr Speaker, the issue of autism is a complex one, and not just because the spectrum of autism, that there are many and varied needs, but also because of those who are living with autism. It doesn't always present itself in such a way that would impact on their physical health or their mobility, but more their social and communicative capacities. And as MLAs, we have all heard the stories from constituents of how autism is affecting their lives. And for instance, it's only been maybe in the last few years that we have seen the advancement of information on ADHD, which has required a tremendous level of education and consultation on that matter. As a result of that, we have seen the local community step up, and I want to commend initiatives within areas that I would represent, such as the ADHD Hub in Newcastle, was set up so that families of those that have a diagnosis of ADHD have somewhere to go and make a contribution back into their community. And also the Downpatrick Autism Family Support Group, which is set up as a means to provide family support for families in the Downpatrick area. And I also, from my work in the Patrician Youth Centre in Downpatrick, it also now has a programme for young people with autism, providing them with that special space and opportunities for them to be able to go out and mix with other young people from the community. And I think it's wonderful in the last number of years, through the work that many of the people in this room have done, is helping to make those initiatives alive in the community and giving people with autism the opportunity to fully participate in society. These examples also show us about the importance of the collection of data, which is very much part of this bill, and how that data is brought together and actually used to provide the services and to direct the resources that are needed within our community. I also hope and firmly believe that this legislation will help those living with autism and their families. And as we go forward, I do believe that there is work to be done in how assessments are carried out for those individuals who are seeking things like PIP, as that process at the moment seems to be particularly unfair and puts them at a disadvantage. And again, elements of this bill will hopefully help to address those shortcomings that there are within other departments and the work that has taken place. But I know that much of the minutiae of that will be for a future Assembly to try and work with. In bringing my comments to a close, Mr Speaker, I would advocate that this bill is important legislation. It proves that this place can work and that whenever we get together here and have the right agenda for the right reasons, we can deliver results in our community that help people. If that isn't the motivation for any of us being in this room, then we would need to go off and think about why we are in this room. I would close with the words that I read about that were used by one individual who had autism and spoke about the need for greater support and services. And they said, "On our own, we simply don't know how to get things done the same way you do things. But like everyone else, we want to do the best we possibly can. When we sense you're giving up on us, it makes us feel miserable. So please keep helping us through to the end." And I hope with those words that we can realise that we are trying to do what we can to help people to get it to the end, to this final stage tonight, and it's why we in the SDLP are delighted to support this bill. Thank you.
I thank the member and I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the bill at this final stage, and simply to put on the record my thanks to the bill's sponsor and to the Health Committee for working so constructively on it. The bill addresses some quite troubling gaps in provision, and it provides lessons for other areas of our health service. Also, most of all, it reinforces the need to move beyond silos and embed multidisciplinary teams. The establishment of an independent autism reviewer, for example, may provide a useful example for other areas of scrutiny also. I would like to repeat my thanks from previous debates, my thanks to Autism NI for their work on this bill, the support for the All-Party Group on Cancer, and their swift responses to queries raised by me and by my office as we considered the bill, and to the National Autistic Society, and indeed the Trust and the Department of Health for their very important input throughout the process. And finally, to the individuals who have been in contact with me in my office on this topic. The Health Committee staff worked amazingly as always, and the Bill's office provided such great support and guidance. Mr. Speaker, the proof of the pudding lies in the eating. The key to all of this in the end is ensuring the bill makes the difference it is intended to make. Let us now proceed swiftly with implementation. Thank you.
I thank the member and I call Cathal Boylan.
And I rise to speak in favour of this final stage of the bill. It's been a long haul, Concordia, and I want to first start off by thanking the administrative backup in terms of Autism NI and the National Autistic Society, who have worked very hard with us over a number of years. I've been on the group now for 15 years and I'm delighted to be Vice Chair of it. But I would preface, Mr. Speaker, this. We've tried strategies, we've tried action plans, and clearly this, while it's only 8 pages, 8 clauses, 5 main clauses, this here little blue document, I hope at the end of this stage will provide services for some of the most vulnerable people in our society. And that's the way I look at it. And I'm glad that the Minister's here tonight, and I'm looking forward to his responses, because what we've tried to do and work very hard as an all-party group over the last 2 years is to structure the Autism Amendment Bill to enhance the Autism Act itself that came in 2011. And I also want to welcome everybody to the gallery, and especially Wings of Hope from North Belfast and other people who's helped, Palm and all the rest of us, bringing this to the fore and supporting us. And it's good to see the people in, because that's what it's about. It's a private member's bill, well supported. There was a good response to the consultations. And I just want to pick the 3 main objectives, or 3 main planks, Mr. Speaker, that I think is vitally important. And the Minister will know this, because like every other Peace Minister, I certainly, and the members of the all-party group, certainly do not want to see this piece sit on the shelf. The pandemic was very, very difficult for all of us, but I can guarantee you it was more difficult for the people in Spectrum and their carers. I can guarantee that. But Mr. Speaker, just to outline some of the stuff, and I'm not going to repeat all has been clearly outlined by the sponsor of the bill, and I want to thank the sponsor of the bill, to enhance the autism strategy by strengthening the consultation process and the collection of data. And we've been trying this for years to get. We've written to different ministers. And I think working with this minister and working with others, because this is a cross-departmental issue. This is adults, it's post-19 in different departments. And I would like to see their responsibilities, because an action plan for back in 2016 outlined the responsibilities and roles of other departments to deliver on their commitments, which didn't happen. So what I'm saying now on the three main planks, that's the first one. The second one is to provide information on autism training for staff of public bodies, to set out details of early intervention services, information service and specific needs of adults. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, an important one, is the role of an autism reviewer. And that is the mechanism for which we will hold the accountability. And whoever comes back here, whatever members come back here, I hope to pursue this and pursue the aims of this document. Because if we're serious about looking after our people in society, there's enough in this. And I hope, Minister, because you had given early indication as we started this process off with the sponsor of the bill, that you'd be keen to work with us and work with the group. And I know we put a lot of work in it. And people at the start, even people you said at the very start of this process when we introduced the Act was, why autism? Well, why not? The autism come in to the Assembly in 2011. It's in statute. But there's areas of it was never ever enacted. So we took a second go at it. And now we have a piece of legislation here I think will support the Minister. And we just didn't say it was all down to health. So in that, I welcome this debate. I welcome the final stage. I'm glad to be part of it. I'm thankful that we had a good team around us. I'm thankful of the team who supported us. And I'm thankful of all the members over those number of years who played their part in the autism all-party group. But thanks to the sponsor, I want to pay a tribute to the Chair of the Health Committee and the key important amendments that they brought forward at one of the consideration stages, which clearly identified where we need to go and would help enhance the bill itself. So with that, Concordia, I'm delighted that we've got this stage. I'm delighted to say in confidence that we will pass this final stage. But more importantly, I look forward to what the Minister is going to say, and I look forward to all the members who are going to speak, and obviously the sponsor of the bill is Schweins.
Thank you. And I call Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't go into a huge amount of what has already been said in the chamber this evening, but from the outset, I just want to thank the bill sponsor, my colleague and friend Pam Cameron, who is Deputy Chair of the Health Committee, for the huge amount of work she undertook to see this bill reach its final stage. I hope, Mr. Speaker, like the last speaker, that this bill will not sit on the shelf gathering dust, but it will make effective change for the lives of those with autism. And I fully believe that it will seek to improve services. We each know families who call or step into our offices who often feel that they are fighting a constant battle for their children or indeed for themselves, and we must not forget those who are also diagnosed later in life, and I'm glad that we did take that into consideration in the Health Committee. This bill will effect positive change by providing improvements to the implementation of the autism strategy, with steps such as the creation of an early intervention service, create a central autism information service for autistic individuals, families, carers and professionals. This piece of legislation will also ensure the Minister reports annually to the Assembly on autism funding and the appointment of the Autism Reviewer to monitor, review and commission work to promote and scrutinise adequacy and effectiveness of services is vitally important. It's vital to ensure those with autism have the help and support they need, that they won't be burdened with the constant battles of which they shouldn't have to fight. Help should be there for those that need it most. For the people I represent in Fermanagh and South Tyrone, ending the postcode lottery in terms of services is vital. This is why it is an important step that this is a region-wide early intervention service, because it shouldn't matter whether you live in Balleek or Belfast, Lisbon or Lisburn. Everybody deserves the same treatment, help and support. I want to thank all those who for today will be another chink in their armour, and an achievement of which they should be rightly celebrating and feel proud of. I wish to thank those who have engaged with the committee, in particular Autism NI, and indeed those parents and young people who have contacted us to tell us their story and seek help. It is really great to see members of Autism NI in the public gallery tonight, and we salute you in the efforts to get to this point tonight. My hope as an Assembly member is that it will provide the real and much needed change to the system. Today is another good day in terms of what the Health Committee has also achieved in bringing forward another very important piece of legislation for people outside of this chamber. So, Mr Speaker, it is a privilege to support this legislation in the House tonight.
And I thank the member, and I call Nicola Brogan.
I'm really delighted to stand here tonight and speaking in support of the final stage of the Autism Bill. It is a really, really important bill, and I'm really pleased it's got to this stage. A lot of work has gone into getting the bill to this stage. So, Concordia, I'd like to begin by saying thanks to the bill sponsor, Pam Cameron, for bringing it to the House, and to Autism NI for all the work that they've done, to the all-party group on autism for the work that they've done in getting the bill to this stage as well, and to the Health Committee and its members for bringing forward the amendments in previous stages, which has really gone well to strengthen the bill, and of course to all of our constituents who have raised the issues that they have to show the importance of improved services for those with autism, and for all those advocates for change. So a big thank you to all of them. This bill, Concordia, and the autism strategy that will come out of the bill has a real opportunity to have a positive impact on the lives of many children, young people and adults with autism, and on their families as well. But we need to make sure that the bill is implemented properly so that we can deliver that real positive change for so many families. We need to see proper investment in autism services, and we need a clear commitment to tackling the disparity between between trusts and the waiting lists for autism assessment and then diagnosis. I think that's one point that we've all encountered whilst going through the different stages of this here bill, and something that I'm very passionate about that needs to be tackled swiftly. And finally, we need to make sure that there is the right offer of support and guidance for those with autism and for their families to help them through any tough kind of days they have. But this is a really positive day, and as I say, I'm really delighted to show my support for the bill, and I'm sure every other member will support us as well. So, Gurmila Miagov.
Thank the member again, and I call Justin McNulty.
Concordia, I rise to speak in support of the bill. I stand here as a proud South Armagh man. I stand very proud of my South Armagh predecessor. The invaluable contribution of my predecessor and family friend, Dominic Bradley, a Bestwick man, who introduced the Autism Act in 2011. That act was described by Dr. Arlene Cassidy of Autism NI as landmark legislation. Arlene said, and I'm quoting her verbatim, It is the most comprehensive, lifelong, cross-departmental, single disability equality legislation in Europe and in the world. I stand here very proud of my SDLP colleague John Fee, a cross-Midland man, who was the first person to mention the word autism in this Assembly, the first person. God rest him. A lot of the promise of the original autism bill has been sadly not achieved, and that's why this amendment bill is so important. We must deliver on the promise of the autism bill for the 1 in 22 children who have autism, for the 18,000 children in the north who have autism, for all the adults who have autism. I want to applaud the bill's sponsor. I want to applaud Autism NI. I want to applaud the National Autistic Society. I see Kerry Boyd and Arlene Cassidy in the chamber, smiling from ear to ear. They know the work they've done, but they know the work starts now. We must deliver for children and adults with autism. I want to thank the parents and advocates, many of whom are here in the chamber today and in the gallery. You're all very welcome. Good to see you here. First day we're open, and you know how important this legislation is. I want to thank the voices for the children and adults with autism. And amidst all the doom and gloom, and there has been so much doom and gloom over recent days and weeks, today is a positive day. I stand here as a proud member of this Assembly, proud that we are seeking to provide the support for children and adults with autism, the support that they deserve. Gura Mayogat, Concordia.
I thank the member for that. And I now call the Minister for Health, Robin Swan, to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to be here to respond to this final stage of the Autism Amendment Bill. And could I start by commending the sponsor of the bill, Ms Pam Cameron, for her work in bringing this forward, for her commitment, her determination and her grit in seeing this to this stage. I would also like to commend the members of the Health Committee for their commitment and the scrutiny and progression of the bill, and to the stakeholders who have contributed to shaping it and bringing it to the final stage. To those campaigners, those parents and those grandparents, and for those campaigners, parents and grandparents, Mr. Speaker, who have joined us tonight, but also to echo the words of a previous speaker in regards to my thanks to the Health Committee and its work in bringing forward this private members' bill and the work that they have done as well. We spoke earlier in a debate, Mr. Speaker, in regards to the further consideration stage of the Children's and Adoption Bill, and I think this moving this private members' bill to this stage as well shows a determination that the Chair, the Vice Chair and the members of the Health Committee have to the legislative progress of a number of pieces of legislation, but also to the betterment of health and the health provision in Northern Ireland. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately I have not been available to participate in the previous debate on this bill. Unfortunately, my tenure as Health Minister didn't grant me exemption from COVID at that particular point. But Speaker, I'll start this evening by acknowledging that autism, I think, has been mentioned before, has been debated in this House on many occasions, and a number of individuals have been named, from Dominic Bradley, and I remember Kieran McCarthy of the Alliance Party, my own predecessor, the Reverend Dr Coulter, to Cathal Boyland, I think the remaining member of that cohort. But when we speak now of those names and their contributions in this place to autism, I think we can add that name of Ms Pam Cameron in bringing this private members' bill tonight. And I hope that as we draw this mandate to a close, that we will see significant improvements emerging as we collectively work together, and hopefully as a refreshed executive in the coming months and years. But Speaker, I must reinforce once again, we can only achieve this progress if we do work together collectively. And whilst there has undoubtedly been elements of this bill that will present challenges and will require significant resource from the next executive in terms of investment and resource, I am reassured that the overall direction of the bill is reflective of the thinking and planning of my department and across a number of departments. Work is already underway to increase the understanding of autism and ensuring that the necessary support and interventions are provided at the time and place that they are most needed in our health and social care sector, in education, in employment and in housing. I hope that this bill and the work that has already been undertaken by my department in implementing the current interim autism strategy and in the development of a longer-term strategy, which will be published next year, will see improved accessibility and increased consistency across our province, and real progress is to be achieved. My department places great importance on ensuring that opportunity for the views of autistic people, their families and carers are listened to and are captured in the work being undertaken in developing and implementing the autism strategy. At the centre of this, the Autism Forum, which was established by my department last year and is co-chaired by people with a first-hand lived experience of autism, is taking a prominent role in ensuring that the views and needs of autistic people are captured in the shaping of policy and strategy across government departments and within our health and social care sector. This collaborative approach ensures autism is not simply regarded as a health problem, but reflects the wider lived experience of autistic people, their families and their carers. And I am heartened that there is now greater recognition of the needs of autistic people and how this is being addressed in cross-departmental working. My officials are now actively engaged in policy and strategy development and invited to participate in projects to ensure that autism is represented at the table through collaboration in a number of cross-departmental and health and social care projects in relation to recreation, supported living and housing, employment and learning, and also in health and well-being. Representatives from each of these projects are also engaging with the Autism Forum to ensure that the views and needs of autistic people are reflected and captured. Mr Speaker, by way of an example, my officials are currently working with the Civil Service Central Training Unit within the Department of Finance, the Centre for Applied Learning, to develop an e-learning course entitled Supporting Autistic People, which has been co-produced by the Autism Forum to bring lived experience to the fore. The course will be available to all civil servants in the spring of this year and will support in how public servants can support autistic people within the workplace and within our public services, and also in recognising the role of carers, will provide advice as to how they too can be supported within the workplace. However, this is not the only aspect of the cross-departmental work that the Autism Forum have engaged in. At the last Autism Forum meeting in January, representatives from the Department of Communities and the Department of the Economy had informative and productive discussions in relation to the work that is currently being undertaken in skills and employment to support autistic people, and from the views captured have gained considerations which will inform development of future support and actions. At the next forum meeting in April, representatives from housing will be attending to discuss how the needs of autistic people are reflected in provision of housing. A further session will be facilitated at that meeting for discussion with colleagues from our health and social care sector, with whom my department has been engaging extensively in recent months, and that's in relation to waiting lists for autistic assessment and support. Speaker, I have stated many times that I share the concern of many regarding waiting lists for assessment, and this is not unique to autism. We have much to do in improving all of our waiting lists for access to services and support across Northern Ireland. And I can assure that the Health and Social Care Board have been proactive in meeting with trusts who have lengthy waiting lists to determine the underlying causes and develop plans to address these. And this will form part of the ongoing engagement to keep waiting lists under review and to develop regional consistency in access to support and services across Northern Ireland. Physical health is paramount for us all, and we look forward to support and physical activity being more inclusive and accessible for everyone, with barriers to participation being removed. Additionally, collaborative working between health and education has been greatly strengthened in recent years, with the formation of a Special Educational Needs Steering Group, co-chaired by my department and the Department of Education. and also the establishment of a joint health and education oversight group, which is comprised of departmental officials from health and education and representatives from the Education Authority and the health and social care sector. Each of these groups are proactive in ensuring that the specific needs of children and young people in education, including autism, are addressed. Speaker, as you are aware, the bill provides for the appointment of an autism reviewer, which will establish an independent and robust oversight mechanism to drive further progress and demonstrate through reporting the difference the autism strategy is making and that outcomes are being measured and met. Whilst it is stressed that this role will be independent, my department will welcome the appointment of an individual to this post to provide an oversight mechanism and to form a meaningful and collaborative role alongside the work of the Forum. It is vitally important that the reviewer is totally representative of all sectors engaged in working with autistic people, and my department will ensure the appointment process reflects these values. I acknowledge that this bill will introduce an annual funding report, and I have conveyed my concerns to the committee regarding the ability to deliver this clause as expressed by a number of other ministers and departments. Due to the multidisciplinary approach to autism, support must be delivered through a range of programmes of funding and pathways of care which are based upon presenting need, for example mental health, behavioural challenges, an eating disorder or a learning difficulty. For some, this may lead to an autism diagnosis or present as a coexisting condition which will require individualised support and care. Therefore, it may not be possible for departments or the health and social care sector to provide the breakdown of the funding to autism as a specific condition, and I must make you aware that the identification and preparation of these reports will require changes to our funding streams, additional resources in all departments, our health and social care sector, our education and employment sector, which will take time to achieve.
Minister, you may be aware this week at Health Committee we're going to be getting a presentation on Encompass, and I was reading the papers earlier and it seems that that sort of information you're talking about should be easier to collate. Would you like to speak to that?
I thank the member I don't want to deviate too far into Encompass because we start talking about IT systems and the need for funding, but Encompass will be able to provide us that data collection which will actually strengthen. I think it is something the bill sponsor and a number of speakers have spoke about how we do that across a regional approach, because Encompass will be one computerised system that covers all health and social care across Northern Ireland, something that we haven't had up until now. Going back to the role of reviewer, my department in establishing the role of the autism reviewer will give due consideration to the interaction between the reports to be produced and the responsibilities placed on my department and other departments to present funding reports alongside the progress reports, which is required of the current Act to be laid before the Assembly at intervals of not more than 3 years. But I must reinforce that without our 3-year budget, our financial outlook and the ability to address our services for the coming years will be both compromised and challenging. Many difficult decisions will have to be made against the competing priorities that we are facing. This means that we must manage expectations in terms of our funding and look at ways of working collaboratively to be innovative in our approach to achieve outcomes, because our society and the people who are in need of support must not suffer as a result of this. We as representatives look to our departments and our health and social care sector to achieve this, and we must also look at how we work as an Assembly to lead by example. Speaker, I look forward to this bill reinforcing my department's actions for the next autism strategy, and I look forward to the next phase of collaborative working. And I encourage you all as representatives for our society to concentrate on progress and working together to see the real outcomes achieved for autistic people, their families and their carers. Speaker, let's take this opportunity to work together and focus our efforts on making a difference where it truly matters. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for that response. And I call Pam Cameron to conclude on this debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I want to stay within your good books and briefly outline my thanks to everyone who has contributed to this bill's creation and progress to date. Firstly, I want to thank the past and present members of the All-Party Group on Autism and the Secretariat Autism NI for all of their work and resource. The fact that this is the second private members' bill coming from the action of the All-Party Group on Autism speaks to the commitment of this group. Specifically, I want to thank Dr Arlene Cassidy and Kerry Boyd, the current CEO of Autism NI, for their passion, commitment and absolute determination to see change for the autism community. To Kelly Maxwell for contributing her wealth of experience and wisdom. I want to thank all of Autism NI staff who worked so hard on the public consultation which shaped this bill, and all of the individuals, family members and professionals who contributed their views and experiences. This was one of the larger consultation responses within this Assembly, which speaks to the desire to see this legislation brought forward. This bill would not exist without the efforts of autistic individuals, their families, friends, advocates and professionals to see meaningful change. Special thanks must go to my daughter, Hannah Lewis, who has a huge passion for autism with her previous work with autistic adults and her psychology studies, and many late nights and weekends at home have been spent in ensuring this bill progressed to each stage, and both Arlene and Kerry have literally been on hand day or night to ensure that we made it to this final stage debate. I want to thank the Bill's Office and the drafter for their invaluable guidance throughout this process and for their commitment to pushing to make sure this bill was ready as soon as possible despite their incredible workload. And I want to thank my Health Committee colleagues for their role in scrutinising this bill and bringing forward amendments which further strengthen this legislation, and of course to all those who gave evidence to the Health Committee which helped shape the proposed amendments. The Chief Commissioner of the Human Rights Commission, Alison Kilpatrick, the Director of the National Autistic Society in Northern Ireland, Sherelle Stewart, Professors Lawrence Taggart and Professor Roy McConkie, and to the departmental officials and the clinicians working in our trusts for their contributions. My thanks also to the Health Committee Clerk and his team, who have worked tirelessly to facilitate the very many additional meetings needed to process so much legislation within this mandate. I want to thank the members of this House across all parties who have indicated their own passions to make a difference within their own constituencies and who have engaged in the collaborative spirit in which this bill was introduced. I want to thank the members for their support and the House for its commitment to driving change for autistic individuals. Specifically, I want to thank the members who contributed into tonight's event, to tonight's debate. Colin Gildenew, Chair of the Health Committee, who led the committee through the scrutiny process. Thank you to the Chair for doing that and for leading on those amendments. To Colin McGrath, Paula Bradshaw, Deborah Erskine, also Health Committee colleagues who have been dealing with an incredible amount of work in committee over the past period of time. Also thanks to Carol Boylan, the Vice Chair of the All-Party Group on Autism, who's had a long time interest in the subject and has always been supportive and always been there at the right times to push this on. So thank you for that. And to Nicola Brogan and to Justin McNulty also for speaking tonight and for sharing your thoughts and your encouragement on this bill. I wanted also to thank the Minister for contributing to the final debate and thank him for his comments. I know they will be pored over and examined as we speak, and I can reassure him that any future himself and any future health minister will have to basically deal with any of the developments and the scrutiny of the implementation of this particular vital piece of legislation, because we want to see those changes that the autism community so badly need to happen take place. And final thanks to you, Mr Speaker, and to your office for allowing the previous date to run well over time, which allowed us to reach the final stage at this point in the mandate. This is a good day for this Assembly and for the autism community. And tonight, we're all voting autism. So thank you very much.
Thank the member. Thank all the members for all of their contributions. And the question is that the Autism Amendment Bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The bill has now passed its final stage. Next item on the agenda is item 7 on the order paper. People. And I just need you to stay with me for a minute or two now. Item 7 on the order paper is the adjournment. Before the Assembly adjourns, I would like to advise you of some slight changes to business tomorrow and Wednesday. I was advised this morning that before proceeding to final stage, the Climate Change No. 2 bill must be referred to the Secretary of State, and I have since been advised that it will not be possible for the Secretary of State to respond in time for the debate to take place as scheduled tomorrow. However, I am hopeful of receiving a response in time for the debate to take place on Wednesday 9th of March, and the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs has indicated that he would be content for the final stage of his bill to be deferred until then, Wednesday. The Business Committee is aware that it would be helpful for the Assembly to know the outcome of Climate Change No. 2 bill before being asked to participate in the consideration stage of Claire Bailey's Climate Change Bill No. 1. It is therefore agreed to reschedule both the final stage of the Climate Change No. 2 bill and consideration stage of the Climate Change No. 1 bill from tomorrow to Wednesday. The sponsor of the Climate Change No. 1 bill is also content. All other business remains as scheduled. Revised order papers and indicative timings for tomorrow and Wednesday will issue this evening. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Safe home.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary